back to Baron.
Good morning. Welcome in, everybody. We got another long day of preliminary, but every day is some new stuff has come out, some interesting stuff. So today the panel is going to be Danks, RealBayes, myself, and Nate. And tomorrow there's going to be a wild card. I'll let her announce it if she's going to do it, but we may have a nice surprise for you tomorrow, surprise guest. And we will start off here. This is day 3 of the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing. It was basically a fight over Lance Twiggs' recorded interview. That's basically what it came down to. Prosecutors wanted to play the recording in court because Twiggs is not testifying in person, but the defense objected, arguing that parts of it could be treated like confessions and could damage Robinson's right to a fair trial. Judge Tony Graff ruled that the redacted version can be played, which a lot of people, even on the other side, disagreed with, which is interesting, while cutting out several portions from public presentation. And then before that, investigators also testified that Robinson turned himself in, and the court saw a short silent video from the night he was surrendered. You barely see his face. It's kind of like a side view that's blurry and pixelated. We still don't know if it's him, but we have, so far we have to take the word for it because we have no control over that. But now today's day 4, and the key thing to watch here is if they're going to continue with the Twiggs interview information, and if they're going to show it, which hopefully they do, and then also whether the defense will actually continue to limit what people get to see. I did hear really quick this morning that Charlie Kirk's parents, apparently, I don't know if it was Fox News or whoever, they're saying that they specifically requested that everything be shown publicly. So that's interesting. How much pull do they have? I don't know. We did see Erica Kirk's lawyer go up there for a second, did his little emotional plea. There was nothing legalese about it. He's like, look in your heart and just for the kids, the children. And he's like, what the hell is this? Housekeeping. I'll do that real quick. And then, of course, we're always about 30 minutes early. We'll talk about pre-show. Everyone gets to talk and hang out and chat. And then we're going to be starting here in about 25 minutes is when court starts. So housekeeping quickly. Hit that like on the way in. Helps the channel. Subscribe to all the guys. There's many people. We say this every day. It's unfortunate we have to say, but people are getting unsubscribed involuntarily. So make sure you are still subbed to all the creators' channels that you like. And also turn it to all. So when you first click it, it goes to personalized. That means that YouTube gets to pick if or when you get the notification. So don't let them do that. And click the little drop down and turn it to all. So you get every single time. And then there's various ways to support the channels in our descriptions. We have donation links, merch, affiliate links, and all that good stuff. And we appreciate all the help that supports the channels. And then be sure to check out Offscript. That's my second YouTube channel. You also see the links in the description, but that's where I do long form interviews. Did you guys want to plug anything as well?
Nah, I'm ready.
You ready? All right. How's everyone doing in the audience? You guys get some sleep?
Welcome to all the Danksters. Throw a fire emoji in the chat. This is going to be a great day. I'm excited to see you. At least, I'm kind of bummed out about this footage. They're cutting stuff out. It's already hearsay. It's like, very messy. I just don't understand. It feels very manufactured. And then to Baron's credit, he really shined a light on the fact that Special Agent Hull is hiding information. It's like, oh, the bald person doesn't need to be talked about. Of course, all these months we're looking for Tyler Robinson by himself driving this damn Charger. And now we find out there's 4 people.
Challenger.
And he's bald. Challenger, sir.
We got Daisy in the chat. Welcome, Daisy. Thanks for stopping by.
Put some love in chat for Daisy.
Yeah, to Danks's point, like that was a huge screw up by the prosecution and the lead investigator to just not mention the fact that the witness to the car of the video you're playing said that it was a bald driver with 3 other people in the car. You just conveniently left that out. You know how suspicious that makes you look as the lead investigator? Your job is to be impartial and come to the truth, not fucking hide information on behalf of the prosecution. Big no-no.
Anyone that's having audio or video issues, just refresh your stream, please. Sometimes at the beginning it does that, so just do a quick refresh and you should be good.
What about also, let's not forget the reports that, they keep talking about Tyler Robinson's vehicle, but now we're finding out that there may have been multiple vehicles that have some differences in the cosmetics.
Here's another one. You just conveniently for 10 months didn't mention like this random pistol that was on the ground, a random holster that was on the ground, 223 rounds on a secondary roof. Like you also this one really bothers me. TPUSA, You've known for 10 months that Tyler Robinson met with some of your representatives, and you didn't feel the need to mention that. Not
That's
once.
huge.
Do you know how fucking suspicious you look for hiding that? Why are you hiding that? We know you're hiding information. It's not good.
Worst part is they're paid by all of us. All those people up there that are every single person. I think even the defense, even if they're not working on behalf of the government right now, they're all super intertwined with the government. So they should have a very straight down the line interest because of the fact of Tyler Robinson and his family have been paying them their whole lives. So, just because someone's on trial doesn't mean that you're supposed. This is not a team sport. This isn't us versus them. This is a find the truth situation. And to play sides, I don't like it.
It's also very.
Oh, go ahead, Baze. Sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to bring up how it's also very interesting that, when we're all asking questions for months and months and Candace is asking questions and they want us all to stop. And now all of a sudden, now that we're a couple days into the preliminary hearings, all of a sudden you're seeing videos. Now Andrew Colvett has some questions and he has a lot of the same questions that they didn't want us asking. And then you have guys like Blake Neff hopping on X Spaces, trying to get information, figure out who knows what. And he even said that he would not tell who Tyler Robinson met at TPUSA.
Because he already knew they were innocent. It's like, that's why you didn't mention it? Well, if they were so innocent, that should have been seems like that should have been a very easy thing for you guys to talk about. The fact that you met with Tyler Robinson before the shooting. That seems like something you could have been talking about. Even if you could frame it in the way of didn't know the kid, but he was down. He talked to this representative. This is what they talked about. That could be an innocent interaction on TPUSA's part, but not when you fucking hide it and cover it up. Now it doesn't look innocent anymore.
No, not only does it not look innocent, but it's a lie by omission. Multiple lies by omission. And there's no other way to put it.
Yeah. The other thing that's really irking me, and it shouldn't, because this is just how these demons are. If you look at the other side's coverage of this, because I've been looking at it, mainstream media, TPUSA, all their followers, the way they misrepresent things. For example, this is all over the news right now. Tyler Robinson admitted he did it because he turned himself in. You'll see that all over the media space, stuff like that, where you're like, that's not what that means at all. You guys are purposefully gaslighting and manipulating and misrepresenting this case to make it seem like the kid's guilty before we found out if he's guilty or not. You know what I mean? There's a ton of that all over the internet.
Yeah, and they were also saying, wait till the evidence comes out. They have the footage. They've been implying this whole time that they had the footage of Tyler Robinson taking the shot. And I have yet to see a single frame that could positively ID Tyler Robinson on the scene or a weapon on the scene. In
How
fact,
many times have Graham Allen and Officer Tatum tweeted that? Dozens of times over the last 9 months. You know what I mean? So where is it?
A Fed and someone that works for Salem Media. But no, there's no cover up, guys. There's no cover up. If you think that, you're just a conspiracy theorist.
I don't know if there's a cover up, but you guys sure as shit are trying your best to make it look like there's a cover up. It's like TPUSA has almost tried to make it look like there's a cover up. You know what I mean? Everything they've done is suspicious and sketchy since day one. Andrew Colvett lying about this surgeon that doesn't exist with a Superman neck. We've now found out that's not a thing. That never happened. Why the fuck would you do that?
And didn't Erica leave? Was it the wake or the funeral that she left to have that conversation?
I think it was at the memorial.
Sorry, because I can't resize that thing.
Sure.
You're double muted. Thanks.
Is that what
we got? A long day.
Sorry. Yeah, apologize. So you can just put that in the chat and it can sense the ones and twos in the chat?
No, you do it through this before. You do it through StreamYard. It's under the polls under widgets. And when you put it on the screen, it looks for ones and twos and stuff in chat for all the chats for all the different socials.
Where's the poll at? I didn't know that.
It's under widgets.
Oh, okay. I'll check that out.
I didn't know that either.
Hey, we're learning
just
a lot.
Use the YouTube Studio one, but that only does your own audience.
Exactly. That's why this is nice.
We're learning new things every day, especially in this trial.
Yeah. I wonder what we're going to see today is going to be very interesting. for sure.
So it looks like many of you,
wanna-
about 93, 94% have been keeping up with it. That's good.
I want to ask, if we go through each one of us, what is we start with Trigger. What do you think is what is your biggest hang up? What is your number one? If you had to isolate everything down to one major issue for you so far up to today, what is it for each one of you? What do you think, Matt?
I think the FBI being so involved in every step, including the interviews of everyone, keeping the gun at Quantico, having the Quantico DNA expert, and her seeming kind of sketchy. McBride being everywhere that it seems like something wrong is happening. It's all comes back to that to me.
Shutting down
the
CIA and the National Counterterrorism Center as well.
Oh, yeah.
If you remember the FBI doing that.
Big one.
Yeah.
What about this subjective DNA that they said that they could run it 10 different times and get 10 different results? And meanwhile, they're still promoting that Tyler Robinson's at 95% when they couldn't even get straight how many people were on the DNA or how many people's DNA was on the evidence, I should say.
I mean, for me, it's been what it was since the second that they released that it was a 30-06. I'm sorry, but like ballistically, it's not a thing. So
everything we've seen, this has been my
big thing. I've said this since 9 months ago. Once we see the trial, I have to see Tyler Robinson carrying or having a 30-06, and you got to show me at least him in the prone with the rifle, getting ready to take a shot. And they don't have that. Well,
and you were the one that said
they don't have him leaving. And remember how many times people told you absolutely can see a rifle when he jumps off the roof? Well, what did the lead prosecutor say? He said, I can't tell you that it was a rifle. All I can tell you is a black object. Okay. So the prosecution and the lead investigator are also saying we have no video footage of him with the rifle. We have no video footage of him taking a shot. We have no video footage of him leaving with a rifle. But and then you tie that also to a 30-06, which is almost impossible for that ballistically to have happened. And now, like, how is anybody supposed to ever believe that? You know, and I think the big problem, I was talking to my wife about this last night. Sorry to run along here, but the big problem now is it doesn't matter what the results of this trial are, because nobody is going to believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie with a 30-06 because you don't have any evidence of it, and it doesn't make sense. So this is going to go down in whether he becomes guilty, innocent, it's going to go down in the history books as a JFK style event that nobody will ever believe, you know, and that's a problem, I think.
I just asked in chat, I said, did you guys watch Barron last night? And Daisy's in there like, y'all better vote yes. So just for anyone that didn't see it, I think Barron hit like 44,000 people live.
So
yesterday.
Crazy, dude.
I think that's his record. That's crazy.
Good job by our audiences rating him. That helped too.
And Nate, to your credit,
you
were saying from day one that you thought that it made more sense to be a 2-2-3. And now the only evidence, the only evidence of either Tyler Robinson or any type of gun on the scene is an actual round of a 2-2-3.
On the
that
scene
they
itself.
Flip-flopped. Yes, that's what I'm saying. On the scene itself.
On the actual scene itself, the only rifle or rifle rounds or anything evidence-wise we've seen is a 2-2-3 from an AR-15 platform, not a 30-06. Not to mean that's what happened, but I mean,
we're talking about physical evidence.
Yeah.
In my chat, Danksters, I put in a poll. Do you think Tyler Robinson will go to trial and be convicted of capital murder? Yes, he's going all the way. No, something will change. He won't make it to trial due to an 86 with the dead emoji. Let me know what y'all think.
I just thought I would share this. Somebody on X said that they just sent me a message on X and said that YouTube's not showing that I'm live. And it's not showing the red ring around my icon and stuff. And I just double checked and it's not, but it's showing for Valhalla and everybody else. That's interesting.
I was dealing that.
It might figure itself out. YouTube can be wonky and like lag a little bit on notifications. They're also really bad about it too, right?
You're number one on my feed right now.
No, I mean it's not showing like the red ring. It shows that I'm live on
live. I mean,
on your page.
Yep. Interesting.
Let's see.
It is for me. If I go to your page.
Yeah, I don't see it.
It shows it for me. It shows you live. It might just be an interface thing for you right now.
It's probably just my stuff over here.
I didn't get any notification that you went live though. So there's
Yeah.
that.
Good point. I didn't either.
Okay, it looks like people said they're seeing it, so I don't know why I can't, and this person that messaged me couldn't. But all right, cool. So in chat, real quick too, if you watched Baron last night, he showed the vehicles, and he showed that they looked. Actually, I'll just pull it up because I don't want to just. Let me see. I will pull it up instead of just talking about it because that makes more sense.
So we're here covering the trial all day, ladies and gentlemen. So stick around, get comfortable, come in and out. I think we're all streaming it, right?
Yep, all day today and all day tomorrow.
Yep. I'm not sure what's the lineup for tomorrow. Jesse and
I can't give it away.
No,
I can't.
Interesting.
I announced it earlier, and I said there was a wild card.
Interesting. Let's see.
So if you want to know so Jesse and Fire should be here, but then the fourth person for the panel is a mystery. It's a wild card. So it's
I'm not pooping. I'm eating breakfast, and I don't like eating on stream. So calm down. Calm down, chat.
And if you're going to talk about Valhalla pooping today, you need to get more detailed. Like you have to put like an estimated weight or color or consistency. Like let's make it more exciting. Let's kick it up a notch. Yeah, some people in chat said they're not seeing a red ring for me. Interesting. Okay. Why can't I? Do you guys have the car images side by side? I don't know why I can't find it.
No, but I can find it if you want.
I think it's a pretty big deal, right? They're selling it as the same vehicle, and this is why they can show he's on campus and why they can show where he was when and driving around, but they're not. They don't look like the same vehicle.
Yeah, they keep saying they proved he is on campus because of shitty security camera footage and a picture of a car that you don't have the license plate to. How does that prove who that is? I'm still trying to figure that out.
None of it is proof of anything so far. I have seen not one conclusive evidence. I don't know if you want to run any super chats while we.
Yeah, we probably should. There's already a.
Well, I want to show this real quick, and since I have to run everything and show this, I can't run everything all at once.
You got it.
Yeah, I got it.
They should make it so we can all help. I don't know why.
That would be a huge upgrade to
at least a setting to turn that on. You know what I mean? Like if you don't want to have it on, that's fine.
All right. We'll definitely get to them, but I just want to show this real quick. All right, I think I got it. Can you see both? You can only see the one.
I just see the one.
Let me just change how I'm sharing. Share the whole thing. All right. There we go. All right. So the one on the right, this is the one that was this is his house. It's either his parents' house or his house he was with Twigs at. But you can see it has the license plate holder. It has kind of like the bumper itself sticks out further than this little mini spoiler down here.
Yeah.
And you can see how that is. Now, this is the one.
Yeah, the spoiler sticks out further.
Look at this. There's no license plate holder, at least in this image. It looks very pixelated and blurry, but this thing's definitely sticking out.
You can tell the spoiler on the bottom sticks out further on that version of it. Well, that's not the same car.
Look bigger too, yeah.
No,
so in chat, if you don't think it's the same car, put a 1. If you think it's the same car, put a 2.
No hood scoop either.
Yeah, you can tell by the hood too. The hoods are different. To Danks' point, that's not the same car.
One's a 6-cylinder and one's an 8-cylinder.
Yeah, I think Tyler's official one is the V6, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and this one's like a souped up. Obviously, has some aftermarket stuff on it.
Do you see how the on the one that you're looking at right now, the blinker has lights on it on the mirror? On the mirror, look on the left mirror on that side. Yep, you see how that has a blinker?
Oh, you're right. Yep, and that doesn't.
There's no blinker.
It's not the same car.
It looks like that one has a sunroof too. I mean, it's hard to tell. It could be.
Is that a blinker or is that a reflection? Because there's a lot of sun on this side. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think there's too much different about that car for it to be the same car. I mean, the front spoiler is the easiest giveaway.
They say it's a 2013, right? 2013 Challenger.
I'm not sure the year.
I think it's 2013.
I don't think that didn't look like the same car to me, which is a big deal. Obviously.
All right, we're going live in about 8 minutes for court. For anyone that's wondering, make sure you guys hit that like again, subscribe if you're not already, and get comfortable. Grab your cocoa, grab your tea. If you want to grab a drink, you can do what you got to do. I wouldn't recommend it this early, but actually put where you guys are from too. We had some. I think we had people pretty much from all over the world, every corner of the world, the last couple of days.
Did you guys see Officer Tatum set up a fake interview with himself outside the courtroom?
No.
What?
Yeah, he set it up as if an interviewer was coming up to talk to him and ask him questions. It's probably just his wife.
Wow.
Fucking loser, dude.
Did you see Jack
Jack and
Posobiec?
JP's.
He left the courthouse. He had this big ass fat bodyguard being escorted.
Sorry, Sicilian. My channel name is Valhalla space VFT. If you type Valhalla in, typically it's the first one that'll pop up. So we've made it to the highest ranks of Valhalla on YouTube.
There you go, right there.
All right,
Matt, could you pull up that picture real quick again?
I can. It's not convenient.
Can you get the hood of both?
The one on the left, you can't really tell what's going on with it. It's pixelated, but
I just found something interesting. Maybe we can get this information to really see the difference. Hold on, let me see if I get the picture of them both next to each other.
hold on. Let me get positioned here.
Okinawa. Oh yeah. It's been 3 years out there.
I think the only one I haven't seen yet is Russia. All right.
Yeah, the hood, the fronts, the scoop on the front, very different.
Yeah, I have an image right here. Hold on, let me find it real quick. It's comparing the you know what? I could just go share my screen. Here, you want to pull this up to look? Over here on the right, if you look at the hood of the car, the V6 versus the V8, the hoods are very different.
Yeah.
See? And you see this one has the license plate holder. This one doesn't.
Yeah, you're right.
And we could find other cosmetic details. We could see if one has the lights on the side view mirrors or not. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, I think those are definitely different cars.
And is defense going to push that?
Well, I don't know. Who knows?
Hopefully. I mean, I assume they watch.
Yeah, they definitely do, based off of some of the things Kathy Nestor brought up on Tuesday.
It's very interesting.
I'm looking to see if the other person already announced tomorrow. It might not be a mystery anymore.
All right, we got the supers. We're already at like 65. We haven't even started yet.
All right, and let's we all watch
up on these
F-bombs
today.
too. I've heard several already. Where is it? There it is. Okay.
Thank you. Since Charlie's passing's come to light, how many scumbags he surrounded himself with? Why is this nonprofit not being investigated? I think it should be.
Well, that got shut down by the current administration. Remember that?
Well, they don't want it. They don't want it investigated. TPUSA has been one of the leading ways that the Republican Party recently has been getting candidates elected. So why would they want anything touched about that?
It's become a direct extension of the government at this point.
What's up, Nate? How are you today? Hey, Matt. Thank you, Johnny. Doing well. Doing well, man. Thanks
Matt.
To
the channel members. Ray Draper, Nate, you got 8 minutes to prove.
I already did this morning, so don't worry about it. We're good for now. Prosecution team is ate up like a soup sandwich. That's a good military term right there. At least one member of security pulled a gun. It was the Gravy SEAL. Yeah, I think one did, if I remember right.
It was quick. He was the one that's directly behind the table, I believe. Shabalaba. Thanks to all the new channel members. Miss Legend Bree. Good morning, guys. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, and thanks for being with us.
Nate, did I hear you yesterday? Did I hear you say yesterday that you bought Hero Quest? My man, check out Gloomhaven. If you don't, I do know about Gloomhaven. One of my teammates actually was his favorite game. Played it a few times. Challenged you to a Warhammer game. Yeah, I found it in a random. I was in Astoria, Oregon, coastal town, at a random like hobby shop in like the back somewhere, and I saw it, and because we used to be our favorite game when we were kids, and saw it, and so yeah, immediately had to buy it. It's a board game for those of you guys don't know that aren't nerds. BD says, good morning, gang. Ready for day 4. Still working on shit boxes. Excited for Twiggy's interview. Yeah, I think we all are. Thank you guys for these. It's a lot of fun. Remember, Nate, as a fellow IPX, Jesus Christ, dude. No one cares about how much you poop. No need to hide it. I don't know. Again, what has Matt been saying when I've been gone? I don't know how this started, but there's no way it wasn't Matt. I don't know. He's sabotaging me out here.
No, people kept saying it in chat. So I was just like, all right, everybody, you're probably pooping.
Oh, see, it was you.
Thanks. Can you see those?
Yes, sorry, I was. What's up, Critter? Thanks for the membership. Said thanks if you got it from Critter. Philippe, what's up, big dog? Good morning. Wonder if Glitters is on main stage. Glitters?
Who's Glitters?
Is that
what
EK?
Is that, like fireworks or something?
Oh, probably, yeah. Probably. Only 4 of you today. Maybe Bays can make it to the top 5 looks list then. Jesus. At least everybody's getting hostile chat this morning.
Jeez. Hey, I did my hair. I'm looking, for everybody.
Nuna says IDF trying to carry their weapons on empty chambers known as Israeli carry. Oh, interesting. IDF shooter cleared the round, leading to 223 being found on the roof. I don't know how they operate.
Yeah, I mean, I know they start empty, but I don't know if they empty immediately after an engagement. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. Let's see. Krista from the 1900s. I shouldn't be so excited to be bored out of my mind with you guys. Thanks for doing live coverage and commentary on breaks. Each of you brings a different perspective. Also, Bays is my type, and I'm a married woman.
Oh.
That's what I'm talking about.
Looking good, Bays. Looking good.
Not like the second time someone said they're married, but they like Bays. I think I'm pretty sure.
Damn, he's that rough around the, he's like
he's Fonzie.
He's got that rough, but I don't know. I'm not a chick. I don't even.
You got to relax a little bit here, Danks. You're getting a little too worked up.
Sorry.
You have to hide your excitement.
Can't help myself. I'm about to unbutton my shirt here to try to.
All right, they just went to music mode, so we'll be starting here any minute. We'll keep going on these. Donald McGahee. Hello from Maine. I can't believe with all the people at the event, there isn't more video evidence.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure there is, but we haven't seen it.
Delaney, what's up, D? $5. I want to be on one of y'all show work with you, Diggity Dog, Trigger Man, Valhalla, Real Man, Bays. You want to join the Discord? Go to clubvoucher.com, join my community, and come hang out. More than happy to have you. Bays is on there as well.
Yes,
and Jesse.
And Jesse, that's right. Jesse is he's pulling in a lot of people coming and hanging out with Jesse and his private community. They have great conversations. Same in mine.
For this mountain of evidence. I think we all are.
Critter, $5. Love all you men covering this for us. Thanks. Can you shout out new to live chat, Mary Lou Heater? Shout out Mary Lou Heater. Welcome to the live chat. Thanks to all, Kristen. Thank you.
Love the coverage, guys. I'm here for the long haul. Keep shining light. Thank you, Spikes. Appreciate you.
Kyle, it's just who I am. Kermit Radio Voice. Good morning, everybody. We'll have to do it tomorrow. If you do it again tomorrow, we're just going to have to break down and do it. It's going to be another fine day with these fine men as they continue to put together the delicious truth sandwich that we all crave so much. Very well put.
If you look at the video of TR when he had a crash on the body cam TR phone in his right pocket, so I would assume he's right-handed. May help. Well, most likely. The window tint is different. The window tint is different on the vehicles Interesting. That might be hard to tell with the lower fidelity, but could be. Some of the defense evidence must have been leaked.
Thanks to all the members.
Maybe 223 round was Lance Twiggs who claimed after immunity. You guys remember way back there was a video of some random kid walking on that roof, and I believe it was that same building that we were looking at with the 223 round that everybody thought was Lance Twiggs for a while. Everybody remember
the one
that?
where the guy was pointing like there's
Yep.
somebody on the roof?
No, not that one. Not to like pointing at the person on the roof. There was somebody walking on the roof, and then he like came down, and when he came down around the corner, the person filming, he like turned away and hid his face. You guys remember that video?
I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah, that was like everybody thought it was. It looked like Lance Twiggs. That was like
Bayes, are you familiar with that?
A couple weeks into it, that was a big video.
Yeah, I remember people referencing to it. I'm just I'm looking something up on these cars right now too.
Interesting.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, fellas. Will y'all stream the trial too? Yeah, we're planning on it.
Cool, Pigeon. Thanks for becoming a member. Haley M, did you see the filing from the Kirk attorney second day? I did not.
2 day. 2 day as in
2 day. I did not. Someone want to look that up?
Do you see the filing from the Kirk?
Gary Nichols stripping photography. Thank you for the super chat. So far, they haven't even reached the low bar. Well, it's up to the judge, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, Nate. Is that 100% up to the judge for that bar?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, he'll make the final decision on that. Another our German member, or well, maybe it was the Netherlands. I forget where you're from, but thank you.
Joey Hender, is it just me or do these TPUSA lads seem like they're scrambling since a bald guy was driving the car? Came out in cross, ... Yeah, good point. Joey, shout out. Thank you.
Big J says, hi, Nate, friend of the show for real. Did they identify the ammo came from the other roof police officer? Unknown. They're claiming it's from a police officer who just, for whatever reason, was up on that roof of that other building and decided that was the time for him to clear his weapon and eject his 223 round and then just leave it on top of the roof. Just said, F it, I don't need this thing. I'm just going to leave this, rifle round with my fingerprints on it on top of this roof during a active shooting event because that's a good idea.
Yeah, I had people that messaged me that were military and police, and they said there's no way that would have been left.
0% chance, bro.
They would have stopped all training and exercises to find that one round to make sure it's
1,000%, dude. 1,000%. We would have everything accounted for. Yeah.
I stole my husband's Jeep, like the name. Where did they claim to find this engraved bullet? It's should I pull that building up again?
Yeah, if you want. I had it earlier. I closed my browser, so I used it for my video yesterday. Oh, also, guys, quick PSA. I forgot. If you're looking for a day 3 recap, it is up on my channel if you want to watch it on a break or something like that. And I deep dive and show the buildings and where this 223 round potentially was and things like that. So,
Google Earth.
Yeah, somebody just said, why haven't we seen the picture of these supposed engraved 30-06 bullets? I'd like to see those.
All right. So here's what we're looking at. So the Losi Center, where they say that Tyler was, is right here. Let me zoom in more. So they're saying he was pretty much in this area. If you can see my mouse. Wait, we're covering it. Let me move us out of the way.
Close the chat out.
Yep. All right. So in this area right here, and then the building they're talking about they found it on was just right here, and it's connected by this path.
So what's like really interesting? And I showed this in my video. If you actually zoom out, you see how that building also then connects. Look how many buildings that all connects to.
Oh yeah.
And if you knew about this, look where you could have entered from. You could have entered from. I mean, you could keep going. You could have entered from this bottom building here on the roof and walked that roof all the way to where the supposed shooting takes place. Look at that.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. All of it connects.
Wow. Yeah.
And then all the way. I mean, and then there's that pathway straight from that roof right to. Wow. I mean, you don't even have to go down a level. And that
And it also looked like there was a line of sight as well.
I think there might be from if you do to the far left corner, because see how much that's the highest elevated point. I'd have to see, but it looks like there's potentially, if you looked all the way down there, you can see the courtyard. You can see
it's right here.
Potential where the tent is. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look myself, I'd have to get on the ground to see it, but I think that might be in direct line of sight. Brittany says, I have always believed that this case was never meant to get to trial. I had to work last night, so I did not make the court hearing today, but I have been down there the past 3 days. No one is believing this crap. You're actually in the area. I mean, I think most people thought this was never going to make it to trial. I figured he would Big E himself in jail beforehand.
Paul Pearson, it was different cars. I think, most people probably agree with that at this point. Thanks for the memberships.
Thanks, Critter.
Can we get witness who isn't working for the government? That's true. It's been all cops so far.
That's what
cops and FBI employees. You're not wrong.
That's exactly right.
Little Saigon, thanks for the super. Surprise guest Andrew Colbert. I heard he has lots of questions.
He's more than welcome to come on.
They all seem much more comfortable.
I tried to reach out to Blake Neff yesterday, but he didn't get back to me. I'll see if maybe Gary will put in a word for me. Do that interview too.
There you go.
Weakest case ever from all aspects. So far, it feels that way.
He wants to debate me on the evidence of the trial too. I think that would be a lot of fun.
The hearsay evidence?
Why would he want?
He told me he doesn't know how I could see it any other way.
Well, that's because you're not receiving money to see it that way, Base, and I don't think that's computing.
Andy Root, thanks for becoming a new channel member. Smarty Pants Dance, they haven't linked a car ever to the limping guy.
Nate, I will tell you one thing though. I am seeing money. Well, I am getting money for the way that he's seeing it though. You should have seen those supers when I streamed with him the other day. I told him I'll do another show with him, but he's got to read them this time.
Yeah, he's got to read the supers talking shit about him. That's funny.
Pause the court stream if you need to talk. Yeah, we talked about it when we started. We just gotta chill out and just wait till we have some breaks to talk over this stuff.
Well, I mean, what I think some other people were saying too is if we want to say something, we can pause and talk, and then we'll be able to skip through whatever we're waiting for if we want. I don't know. I mean,
I don't want to pause it. I don't want to pause a 9-hour stream as we talk.
Yeah, kind of.
You're right.
It was 9.5 hours last time.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Silver Buff, thanks for the super. VFT chocolate corn twister locked and loaded. Chocolate corn twister. I like that.
$5 says Nate filled the bowl with exactly 37 ounces of what looks like Dinty. Wow, you guys need some help, man. Jesus.
What the heck?
I'm sorry if I missed you answering my super chat yesterday. Yeah, we did get you. We talked about it, Kelly. As far as we know, maybe there was, but we have not heard anything about them doing a gunshot residue test on Tyler when he was apprehended. We haven't heard anything about it.
That's correct.
Keem R, thanks for the big super chat. Matt, buy yourself Nate Danks and Bays a coffee, share a cake. Big love from Scotland. I can't do a Scottish accent, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Scotland. Thank you, sir.
That was not Scottish. All
right. I'm trying. Hey, it's $50. I'm trying.
Nate, if the cop on the roof cleared the 223, wouldn't there be a video or body cam, or am I crazy? Yeah, there would be. But unless, just happened to turn it off like the other witness officer did. So there's that.
Bunker's mama. Learning base name is Jimmy Gallagher. Was the best revelation this week. Great name.
It's a great name.
Thank you.
Follow him on Facebook. He makes great Facebook posts. Philippe 50 SEK, can Daisy research newly bought cars? They were in a hurry. And hello to all. Muma. I don't know. You got to ask her. She's been in the chat. What's up, Daisy? Thanks, Philippe. New cars, though. Interesting. Yeah.
What a circus. Waste of taxpayer dollars. It's true. Like Matt said earlier, or maybe it was Danks, we're all paying for it. Quit questioning things, Goyam. Just pay your taxes and give us your military. It's hilarious because that's literally happening right now.
The grills of the cars are different.
Yeah, very much so.
I think the hoods are too.
I think the car is different.
Video jumping around timestamps. Yeah, I noticed that too when they showed the parking lot video.
Helga Shabalaba Ding Dong, what's up? $4.99. Thank you. Watching from Provo, Utah. I was at the CK event. I think you might have said that once before. That's wild.
Did you witness the stuff, or were you just kind of there hanging out?
I think that I think that I can't remember. I've asked her before. She said this before in one of my chats. I told you before, I'd love to get you on to talk. You know how to get a hold of me.
As a Dodge tech, those are two different models. The left one is a V8 car and the right one is a V6 for sure. Left doesn't have side reflectors either. Wow. There you go. That's a big problem. Do you guys have the vid from the students filming the guy on the roof and their interview? I don't have it. I've seen it though, right? Don't they describe him? How do they describe him? Not like, I forget exactly how they described him, but it didn't sound like Tyler.
I mean, like you said before, though, there's pictures and video of what looks like Lance Twiggs on campus walking around. I don't think it was the same day. It's like he was scouting out stuff previous or something similar.
Somebody just said in comment, good comment here. Did no gunshot test because, or would it show explosive residue as well? Yes, 100%. It would show explosive residue as well. That's also what they're testing for.
Yeah.
Robert Lambert, hi from New Hampshire. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Pearson. Now the question is, who was responsible for the CK event? Tyler and or Twiggs, that crew, TPUSA, but it was all staged, TPUSA real or other. And I think that's what, that's why we're going through the court, see what they have. But I have a feeling most people aren't going to believe whatever comes out from that. But
what if I told you that it could be a mix of all those?
And the more they mix those, the harder it is to figure out what happened. Warrior Doberman mom. I noticed the car in the garage looks like there's something hanging from the rearview mirror versus the picture that's taken outside TR's parents' house. Thanks for all you're doing. You guys rock. Yeah, there's just more and more details stacking up, making it look like it's not the same one.
Hopefully the defense paid attention to that and can be like, that's not his car. So we'll see.
I hope so.
Devin says, if it was a cop on the roof behind the shooter, how did he not see the alleged shooter climb, lay up prone, and shoot right under the nose? I think what they're trying to say is that this was after the event, that there was a police officer who got up there maybe searching for something, and then he decided that was the appropriate time to clear his weapon on the roof of a building and leave his round up there. But at least this sorry if that sounds like Fed slop, but that's because the Fed said it, not me.
Thanks to all the members.
Welcome. Thanks, Anna.
Let's see. Domesticated but distracted. Thanks for being a channel member as well. In the super 2013 SRT 8 5-speed has the added lip factory, it looks like.
You guys are doing the Lord's work. Keep it up, gentlemen. Thank you, Chop Rock Guitars. Appreciate you, brother.
God bless you, bro.
Bullet fired from the speaker in front of CK, RC the short barrel on roof. One phone, one button. They control what you see or you don't see. Bullet fired from a speaker. Problem is that's a stationary, right? And you got to get that perfectly lined up. And with a moving person, it's a little. Nothing's outside the realm of possibilities, though. We see what our greatest ally did with pagers. Nobody thought possible. So we've learned there's some wazoo stuff out there. Dylan says I messaged Valhalla and Jesse on IG about the suit with robot hand. It was on TikTok, had coyote rifle strapped in his bag. Tell me where to email. Oh, I remember what you're talking about. I mean, you guys remember that guy? The guy with the briefcase with the rifle strap hanging out of it, the weird dude. I don't think we learned anything about that guy. Just another, why is there a plainclothes Fed in the crowd?
Well, you could fit a full AR in that backpack pretty easily.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Christy, hi fam. Thanks for the mods. Appreciate you. Good to see you, Christy.
Hope in, thanks for the super.
If our greatest ally was behind this, does Kirk security need to be in the know? Or no, absolutely not. Let me explain how this potentially works. You only need one person working on this as, let's say, the handler, the MK Ultra, getting a patsy, right? One person who can infiltrate, let's say, a Discord chat, monitor it, become part of the group, and help facilitate and guide something like this on behalf of a nation state, a organization, and potentially they work that with a couple patsies like Tyler and Lance Twiggs. So no, you don't. Here's the thing, guys. You don't need 100 people involved to have this be a high level hit, right? You could have one handler or agent who facilitated this whole thing with patsies, right? So it's important to understand that. That's not to say that they were maybe involved in some way, but I mean, the idea that you got to have this massive 1,000-person cover up to pull off a state level hit. No, you don't. You just need one person who knows what they're doing to manipulate people.
Yeah, that's I read that's I've watched. It's common to have like multiple people in between that are unwitting
100%.
Accessories or whatever to the crime.
100%.
They don't even know. They get sent in and they'll spend months and they don't know who's telling them what, they'll just do their job.
Yep.
Holisticology. Listen to Blake Neff disaster on X. How is he not subpoenaed yet?
I think they all should be. All the witnesses.
I do too.
Olado says, as someone who is a practicing lawyer, the U.S. law is odd. Why do the prosecutors go for the death penalty when honestly the evidence is so dodgy? I don't know how they'll prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So keep in mind that the death penalty is on the table. That doesn't mean that is what the jury will decide. Because keep in mind, the jury can decide if he's guilty or innocent, but the jury can also decide whether they think the death penalty should be on the table or not. Right. So even if it's on the table, the judge also has that discretion to say, I'm going to give him life in prison instead. Right. So keep that in mind. Just because it's on the table doesn't mean that's exactly what he's going to get.
And a lot of times they overshoot their what they want. And you can see it back with OJ, Michael Jackson, with the girl, Casey Anthony, Kyle Rittenhouse. They went over what they probably should have. When I mean they went over, they maybe should have done like manslaughter or something else that's not, so death penalty. It's a high charge. And so sometimes that can work against them. If you're not proving that you can even prove manslaughter, it could deteriorate the entire case. Yep. So it's very interesting to do that, but they feel media pressure sometimes.
That I think is Danks. I think what you just said is this case. I think they felt the media like Donald Trump has already came out and said there will be a death penalty for this case, right? And so when the president is saying that, which he also should not be saying that,
he's like, I hope he gets the death penalty. That's a signal, basically.
And so now the judge in the court's going, okay, if we take it off the table, like we're going to get lambasted and destroyed for this, So I think that's probably what's going on to Danks' point.
I don't think Trump said death penalty. He said the worst punishment possible, but still, he implied it, right?
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't read, hold on. Sorry, I didn't read that one. Yep. Taylor Conkle, do you think the AR-15 found was potentially a fold AR? They didn't find a gun. They just found the ammunition for it.
The ammunition to it, yeah.
Yeah, but the Corby Hall.
Most of them, Taylor, the majority of AR-15s, the way they're built, they break down into what you could call foldable pretty easily. So at least into, like, you can break it down into two separate pieces and throw it in a backpack very, very quickly.
And I think Corby also said the one that came up missing was a 308, I believe. So it wouldn't be the same ammunition.
Y'all look beautiful today. Keep it up. Great work, gentlemen, from Canada. Well, thank you. Thank you, Troy.
Thank you.
Sorry, y'all, but Bays tops the looks list in this group. I mean, I wouldn't say that. I do clean up nice when I want to. Thank you, Donna.
He just never wants to.
If the campus cop started his shift at 11 a.m., how has his body cam died less than 2 hours later? Good question. Maybe forgot to charge it. I don't know.
We've been asking that all week.
It's pretty convenient in a lot of these cases that the body cameras just happen to turn off right before the most important stuff, huh?
Yep.
Warrior Doberman Mom. P.S. Matt and Nate, bald is the new beautiful, unless you are Blake and driving TR car lookalike. Nate, would you ever just let it go and just shave it and get rid of it?
Yeah, I shave my head all the time.
Okay.
But I'm getting a hair transplant next month. So
okay.
Not now.
Wow.
In country or out of country? I've heard good things about Mexico.
Well, Turkey is where you go, but the problem is Turkey is a Sunni Islamic nation, and my ass ain't going to any Sunni Islamic nations for the rest of my life. So not with my background and resume. So no, we're going to Phoenix. There's a doctor in Scottsdale.
Welcome, Colleen.
Hoping forgot to say good morning in my last super chat. Well, good morning. Thank you. Bookie Rue, member for 2 months. Much appreciated. State has now 3 days. Defense enough time. The judge, everyone said yesterday at the end, the judge said, do you think we're still going to get this done by Friday? And they all said yes. So we'll see.
They could maybe have it today. He probably won't rush it, though.
Need that Valhalla Discord. I don't have Discord, but I could probably get in Danks' Discord if he's got a group.
Yeah,
I've got a
could set you
Patreon.
up.
We got a couple thousand people over there if you're interested.
Winston, thanks for the super morning, fellas. Can y'all explain? 30, 22, 223 Wildcat rounds says can make 223 fired from 30, but not clear. Thanks, fellas.
223 fired from 30. I'm not sure what we mean here. Right.
That's I think
fired
that's like
from a
that
30-06.
It's like that specialized round that has the neck down to a 223.
Like an accelerator round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he saying they could shoot it from the same barrel that a 30-06 would go out of?
Yeah, so we call them varmint rounds a lot of the time, and you can put like a lower grain round inside of a bigger rifle cartridge, and then you can kill coyotes and raccoons and varmints and gnolls and nutria is a really common one people use it for, because you use a 30-06 round on a nutria, you're going to blow it. It's just going to explode. And like that's not great, right? So
would you only? What's the purpose of using a different firearm to fire that bullet?
Because you can also shoot it further, right? Because the explosive cartridge of a 30-06 round provides way more ballistic power because there's way more explosive powder in the cartridge, right? So stuff like that. Compared to just a regular 223 round is much smaller. The cartridge is smaller. It's going to fit way less explosive powder in. So it's pretty niche, but they do exist.
Do you have some theory about this, or was it a separate gun entirely? You're thinking?
I just figured from my first thing when I first saw this, before I knew anything about this and any conspiracies, day 1 or 2, it just from the wound to the way his body reacted, from the no exit wound to the sound of the gun, it just sounded like a AR-15 style platform to me. Maybe with 300 blackout to be a little bit more powerful, but I've always just thought that like the 30-06 never made sense. And if it was a gunshot, well, what would be the most likely, round that would have hit him? And that would be it to not create an exit wound and all the things like that. So
is there a chance that there was a second shooter somewhere, or like an actual second person, the actual shooter,
that's
somewhere way further away? Or do you think it was still close?
No, there's potential if you have an angle for it where further away makes more sense, because the further away you get, the less terminal velocity that round has, and the more likely you're not going to have an exit wound, right? Like a shot from 300 meters away at a steeper angle. Because again, like if I get hit with a bullet perpendicular to my body, right, the bullet's not going to refract 90 degrees and come straight down. Like that's not how physics works. However, if I get shot at a steep angle like this, right, that bullet comes in and hits bone. Now it just deflects a little bit and can track down through my body. So steeper angle, further away, all of a sudden the no exit wound starts to become plausible. Whereas a 30-06 from a 9-degree slope from 139 yards, not possible or plausible. So that's the reason why I came to that conclusion in my own mind, was how do I make this actually work ballistically?
And Nate, wouldn't that also, sorry.
Real quick, they said they found a separate bullet that fits more of that caliber, right, on a separate roof. That's correct, right?
They found a 223 round, which goes to an AR-15 on the roof of the building 150 meters back behind where supposedly Tyler takes the shot, from the same angle. but at a steeper angle, right? Because it's elevated about 2 stories higher than where Tyler did. Now, all of a sudden, if you had an AR-15 round from 300 yards at a steep angle, you would 100% expect, not like, it's not every time, but like the idea that it would hit Charlie in the neck and track down about 5 inches and lodge, that's 100% plausible from 300 yards away.
It could also yaw and keyhole too, which could explain the size of the wound.
It could have started tumbling.
That's what I was going to say.
Could have started tumbling by then and created a bigger entrance wound. So
yeah,
all of that actually works.
Sorry. Yeah, because I remember when you did that debate with Gary and he referenced the elongated wound and that it was kind of oval shaped.
Yeah.
So from what you're saying, a further away shot would raise the probability of that happening too.
Yeah, because the round is gonna begin to tumble the farther it goes, right? That's just the way these rounds work, because they're spinning when they come out of the barrel. And as the hits against that resistance of the wind, it's going to start to tumble, which means it loses that cylindrical spin and starts to fold on top of itself, which creates a lot bigger entrance wound. But it takes a while for that round to do that. So it's not going to, it's most likely not going to tumble at 139 yards, right? It hasn't moved for now. It could if you had some type of malfunction, but so anyway, not to say that it was a gunshot even, but if it was a gunshot, that all works to make it makes it all work, right? Like, and anatomically, the wound, no exit wound, all of these things start to make more sense. But
yeah, that sounds
who knows?
A lot more plausible.
Yeah, for sure. If you would have told me from the very beginning, if the FBI said it was an it was a 223 round from 300 yards and from a 19-degree slope, I would have just said, oh, yeah, makes sense. But that's not what we got,
Clover's poop gate.
Oh, thank you.
Poop gate began Monday during Nate's lunch break.
Oh, was it during lunch? Okay, I see. Wow.
Kathy Jacques or Jacques. Hello, jury. Let's see what kind of show we have today.
Thank you, Christy. Say thanks if you got a membership. We got members only lives on Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Pacific.
But real quick, caveat: what likelihood that a 223 round from 300 yards doesn't blow through 6 inches of meat in a neck? Still insanely unlikely.
Oh, really?
Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It wouldn't. But it becomes plausible, right? Where you'd be like, okay, maybe like 1 in 10 times, just spitballing here, that you may see that, like a 10-20% chance. Okay, now we're in the realm of statistical probabilities. The 30-06 from 139 yards. There's been a couple like real ballistics experts that I respect a lot that are competition long gun shooters that have said probably it's about a 1 in 100,000 chance shot. So it's of a 30-06 not creating an exit wound from 139 yards. So it's possible, but it's it's like hitting the Powerball. Oh, we're doing it finally. We're a little late here today, Judge.
There's no audio yet. I wonder if he knows we're live yet.
Good morning. Thank you for the party's patience. Court is now in session. Calling case number 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Chad Grunander, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill, Chris Ballard. For the state, County Attorney Jeff Gray also present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, and Stacy Visser here for Mr. Robinson, who's seated at council table.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. And for the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Miss Erica Kirk. Sorry. Good morning, Miss Kirk. All right, as you've probably come to expect, I do need to read the following as it relates to today's preliminary hearing. The court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who may be present. The court is also mindful of its duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. And this prohibition does not apply to legal counsel and support staff for the defense or the state or the media in this manner, or the equipment permitted under any electronic controlling electronic media coverage order, and includes the counsel for victim representative Ms. Kirk. I do ask the parties, the attorneys, if you will join me in turning off your ringer to ensure that we do not have any interruptions. So I am turning off my ringer, and I invite you to do the same. Every person who is in attendance today and every day will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order by the court, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. Spectators shall not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case or to the status of this case as a capital offense. All right. As we begin this morning, I wish to, I've taken a lot of time to think about the comments made by the parties yesterday, and there were additional briefings and a motion filed last night, and the court took the necessary time to readdress it and look at it and be prepared for this morning's proceedings. While I recognize especially how precious our time is, I also recognize that I need to be prepared for everything that's before me. And I took the time this morning to review what was filed since we adjourned yesterday until we've came back on record. One of the motions filed last night was filed by Ms. Erica Kirk's attorney, and I wish to address that. And I realize that the parties may not have had a chance for defense or prosecution had a chance to respond to that. And before I address that, I wish to turn the time to you if you need the benefit of the record as it relates to what was filed by the attorney for victim representative Kirk to this date.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Ballard on behalf of the state. We have reviewed that filing, and we believe that it fully accords with our position in our filing this morning that publishing exhibits to the courtroom is entirely appropriate and indeed honors the victim representative's right to be present in at this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. To defense, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. I read the pleading. I believe that every order that this court has made to date complies with and respects the victim's rights under the Utah Constitution. I think that the rulings that the court has made the last few days do so. And I don't believe that the issues that are presently before the court going forward with the hearing with respect to exhibits in what I'll just call the 16 series interfere with any of the enumerated rights set forth in the Utah Constitution concerning the rights of a victim representative in any criminal proceeding. So that's our position. And I want to also be very mindful of timing issues because we spent a lot of time arguing without the court having the benefit of briefing yesterday. But we have witnesses we have to get to, including a defense witness who is not available after tonight. So I could, of course, as Your Honor knows, say much more, but the court has all the briefing, and I think we should move forward.
Thank you. And as it relates to transparency and publication, does the news media wish to be heard on this issue?
Only briefly, Your Honor. I've also reviewed the submission from yesterday. The court has always set this three-step process. And I think taking each of those stages, admissibility, publication to the courtroom, and coverage by the in-court cameras are three separate inquiries. Of course, the media believes, the media will be the party who stands here at this lectern and says, we believe we should see as much as possible. Maximalist in that way, while recognizing the importance of protecting all the rights, including fair trial rights. But the idea of publishing something, of keeping something off of the cameras at the rear of the courtroom, but publishing it to those who are present here also is a meaningful step towards transparency. And to the extent that the court is not comfortable with placing something on the video feed, the media does believe that allowing the media representatives who are here and the members of the public who are here to view that, even if those watching on the live stream cannot, is a meaningful victory for transparency, and we of course support that.
Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, the state would like to be heard on the briefing briefly,
For,
the briefing that was submitted last night.
all right, so I want to address the motion filed by the attorney for the victim representative, and then we'll transition to that. I'm just trying to do it incrementally so we can get it all addressed. So in regards to that, and I appreciate the position of the parties, it is important for me to hear all sides. Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution recognizes important rights afforded to victims and victims' representatives, including the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and the right to be present and heard at critical stages of the proceedings. The court acknowledges the concerns raised in the motion regarding transparency and the ability to meaningfully observe the evidence presented during this hearing. At the same time, the court has an independent obligation to manage these proceedings in a manner that safeguards the rights of all parties. That includes honoring the rights of victims and victims' representatives while preserving the defendant's constitutional rights, including the right to a fair and impartial process. The court has considered the request that exhibits be displayed in real time to the courtroom. After careful consideration, the court determines that not all exhibits will be visually displayed to the gallery, and notes that it will use a tiered method as described. First, whether it will be admitted to the court for consideration as it relates to probable cause. Second, whether it will be displayed only to the gallery. And third, if it will be published through the camera to the public at large. This ruling is not intended to diminish the significance of the victim's representative rights or concerns. Rather, it reflects the court's responsibility to regulate the presentation of evidence in a manner consistent with the integrity of the proceedings and the fair trial rights implicated in this manner. The manner in which evidence is displayed remains in the court's discretion. That discretion must be exercised in a manner that is appropriate and appropriately balances Ms. Robinson's constitutional rights. I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights,
Oh, no.
Ms. Kirk's rights as a victim representative, and the court's obligation to conduct the proceedings that are fair, orderly, and appropriately transparent. Transparency is an important principle, but it must be maintained in a manner consistent with the constitutional rights and protections afforded to all parties. The court does not make a blanket ruling as it relates to any exhibit, and as previously stated, each exhibit will be afforded its own due in weighing whether it shall be published to the courtroom or beyond or not. And that concludes the court's ruling on that motion. All right, counsel, the last matter as it relates to the briefing, I'll hear that, and there is a slight edit to, and I'm not sure when the state wishes to publish State's Exhibit 16. So turning to the state, do you wish to be heard about the motions filed last night prior to the publication of Exhibit 16? Again, it's your choice on how you move forward. I just want to see which order you want to go.
We do want to be heard on the briefing from last night and specifically about Exhibit 16. I'm understanding Your Honor has an additional edit to that. Is that correct?
I do, and there might be value in hearing that, so that may or may not change your positions. So let me just put that on the record,
Okay.
and then I'll hear from you. I just want to make sure you're able to be afforded everything. So as it relates to the edits, last night, I believe it was between 6 minutes and 57 seconds and 20 minutes and 29 seconds, which is not to be played, and then 32 minutes and 55 seconds to 35 minutes and 47 seconds, which is not to be played. And I believe that what I received reflects that. And is that the understanding of the parties?
Yes.
All right, the state has said yes to the defense. I'm not saying if you agree with it, I'm just saying, does it reflect the timestamps?
May I have a moment?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Judge. I think, Your Honor, and then let's just see what the court is referring to.
Well, I'm asking, did you receive a copy of the edited video?
Okay, so I'll answer that question directly. The state sent us a copy of the edited video. The redactions of the audio were exactly as the court ordered, but we noticed that the video, which followed, ended up being inconsistent with the redactions of the audio. So I brought that to the state's attention last night. I believe that they ultimately forwarded to the court what I'll call version 2 of the redactions, which redacts the video that would have made the audio redactions sort of superfluous or ineffective. So that's sort of where we are. But we may be not communicating with each other about the same issue. I'm not sure.
Well, okay, I just want to make sure that in regards to what was to be cut out comports with those timestamps I just gave.
It does. Plus, the parties believe that additional video.
For anyone who's not caught up on all this stuff, they're talking about the Tyler Twiggs, I guess, interview with McBride.
Still
And there
trying
were
to,
some leading questions and things the defense felt.
still
And
trying
right
to get
now
it
they're
across the
arguing about
line
which
here.
pieces can be shown and which pieces can't.
First of all, we prepared the redacted video as Your Honor ordered. Then after discussing with the defense, we prepared a second version that still maintained the audio redactions as the court ordered, but we took out the video portions that the defense brought to our attention.
All right, and I didn't see that, but here in this is the court's own independent finding after spending significant time last night reviewing it. So I'm requesting a video only redaction between 20 minutes and 29 seconds and 25 minutes and 23 seconds.
That's not that much.
And so what I looked at was what was on screen. So any video showing anything other than Mr. McBride and Lance Twiggs was to be redacted, with the exception of the screenshots of the images pulled from the surveillance video and the FBI bulletin, which I believe was also briefly displayed.
I think we're all on the same page based on what the court just said.
Your Honor, I think we have just a 1 second difference. Our timestamp is 25:22 of the additional edited version, but I think it still omits the video portion that we're discussing.
All right, well, it's a good day when we are literally on the same page. I'm glad that within 1 second, we are all in agreement about this. So that the court, and it sounds like you're one step ahead of the court. I was going to say that if you had it, you simply turn off the monitor for that section. But if you've already made that change, then all the better. There are 2 additional changes as well. And this is very short. And so I'll leave it to the state if you wish to just in real time pause and fast forward or wish to redact it. I'll leave it to you. So the additional requested audio and visual redaction, so this is not to be played whatsoever, is 27 minutes, 18 seconds to 27 minutes and 25 seconds. And the second is 28 minutes and 11 seconds to 28 minutes and 18 seconds.
Your Honor, just to make sure that we've got that correct, the additional redactions would be 27 minutes and 18 seconds to 27 minutes and 25 seconds.
Correct for the first one.
And then 28 minutes and 11 seconds to 28 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yes.
And Your Honor, while we're talking about additional redactions, let me approach. When Your Honor made his ruling yesterday afternoon, it wasn't entirely clear the basis for these redactions that the court proposed. The state's understanding was that those additional redactions were based on the potential that the video 1102 would be showing duplicative evidence and would be displaying evidence that would be duplicative of future exhibits. And then also potentially a concern about admissions by the defendant. Portions that the court has ordered to be redacted do not have any of those concerns as far as the state's view of that evidence. And I would like to be able to point the court to those. We've got 2 brief portions that we believe don't implicate those concerns and should not be redacted.
All right.
Does Your Honor have the transcript?
I do.
In front of you? Okay. First of all, at the very, very bottom of page 10, beginning with the words, "was he," and then over to page 11, down to timestamp 1646. That portion is not cumulative of additional exhibits, and it contains nothing that could be classified as an admission by the defendant. That's the first portion.
So going back to page 10, I don't see "was he" at the bottom. Where are you? How many lines from the bottom up are you referring to? You may. Oh, I see. Right here. Okay, now I see what you're saying. I missed that. I was looking at the beginning of the line, but I see your point. Okay. So from "was he" on page 10 until
16, the timestamp 1646 on page 11.
Okay.
That's the first portion. And then the second portion that we would ask not be redacted is a small portion of page 19. And it begins, let's see. It would be the 5th paragraph down, Mr. McBride stating, okay. And then ending at timestamp 3340. Again, that's not cumulative of any anticipated exhibit, and nor does it refer to any admission by the defendant.
Thank you.
Have you heard?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. With respect to the first of the two portions that Mr. Ballard referenced, I want to be totally transparent with the court, of course, that was not a section that we asked the government to agree to redact. That is a section that the court independently determined was appropriate for redaction under the various principles that the court has enunciated. So I just want to be transparent about that.
Thank you.
The second portion that Mr. Ballard addressed, which is on page 19, we did suggest, and it is in our highlighted redacted transcript,
See that?
and the court agreed with us. This is not relevant. This is not admissible under 403. I don't understand how this questioning by Mr. McBride and the answers to these questions by Mr. Twiggs, and now I'm going to quote the Utah Rule of Evidence, has any tendency and reason to make a fact of consequence more or less true. That's the relevance question. So I understand that the court has said, I can make determinations of which portions of this transcript to rely upon. But from my perspective, what the state is asking the court to do is to broadcast a portion of the transcript, which we are saying is not relevant, and to the extent it has any relevance, is significantly outweighed by undue prejudice.
All right.
I am not Mr. Twiggs' representative, but I think as a witness who has counsel, there might be something that Mr. Twiggs' counsel would want to say about this as well. I don't know what it would be, but my firmly held belief is it would be consistent with what I'm saying, which is that it is neither relevant nor probative of anything of significance, especially in compared to the undue prejudice. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Novak recognized Mr. Twiggs was represented during this statement. His counsel knew that this was being prepared to be produced in court, and his counsel made no objections to this part of the interview. And this is critically relevant. It provides important foundational information about Mr. Twiggs and identifying information about him. And then also it's very relevant to the enhancement that we have charged.
All right. Thank you. Anything further before the court rules on these two requests? All right. In reviewing the first section, again, citing to page 10, and I know it is, to anyone listening, this may not make sense when I'm saying page 10, but it's roughly just a few seconds after 1539 on the video, starting with was he, and ending at 1646 with the last word asking after hearing and considering what has been argued, the court agrees that this, in applying a balancing test and as it relates to transparency, to ensure the court is taking a very narrow approach in what is or is not published to the public, that this is permissible. It doesn't run afoul of the issues that the court addressed previously, that the court is trying to avoid by publishing portions. And in addition to that, independently of the court's decision-making, it appears that the parties also agree as it relates to the first requested edit to unredact to allow in. So I am ruling that that may be played and published through all mediums
Well, it looks like we're going to get some of it at least.
via video. Turning to the second section, this is page 19. It is roughly right after 3327, going to just before 3340.
Sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, what we asked was just before 3307.
3307.
Correct, yeah. Yes. In right after 3255,
All
where
right.
Mr. McBride states, okay.
I see. Thank you. Let me just take a quick second to review this. In relation to that request from right after 3255, starting with okay, is that the spot you're talking about, Mr. Ballard?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And specifically to 3327, the court stands by its original ruling. That is not, there are several reasons why the court, the court's ruling isn't whether it's relevant or not. It's whether it should be published or not. And again, as previously stated, the entirety of Exhibit 16, the court is receiving without any redactions or edits. The court is considering it as it weighs probable cause. However, for publication, the court finds that the requested section from roughly after 3255, starting with okay, ending at 3327 is, the court finds that there are interests served by not publishing to the courtroom or to be broadcast. I note and I recognize, Mr.
This seems like something they should have talked about before today.
I know. Seems like just a continuation of yesterday.
So is this actually going to be done by in a day tomorrow, like they said?
that this.
The prosecution said this is the last thing they have. Then the defense has witnesses as well. So, but for the prosecution, I believe Lance Twig's testimony is the rest of their evidence. They're wrapping it up. So
Shall not be transmitted into the courtroom because of certain statements made in there that do not serve the interests of justice for publication. However, the court finds from 3327, starting at okay, until just before 3340, I'm sorry, up to 3340 may be published. Did that notation make sense?
Did to the state, Your Honor.
All right, to defense.
Understood.
And so this is the appropriate balancing of being transparent while at the same time maintaining the constitutional rights or balancing the constitutional rights of all parties and what is appropriate for publication. And this may be published not only to the gallery, but to the media as well that goes beyond the gallery itself. All right. Anything further on State's Exhibit 16?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And I note the defense is nodding their head as well and not indicating any more is needed to be discussed at this point. All right. I think we've put State's Exhibit 16, we've addressed it. Turning to the state.
There we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would just like to briefly emphasize a few points in the briefing that we filed early this morning. Last night, the defense raised the issue of publishing admissions by the defendant or confessions. They cited to one sentence from the United States Supreme Court opinion in Estes versus Texas that relies on the Rideau versus Louisiana case. And that one sentence in Estes has no precedential value on the issue that's before the court today. Estes cited to the dissenting opinion in Rideau, which is very curious because that dissenting opinion, Rideau was a change of venue case. And what the dissenting opinion held is that the court properly refused to change venue in that case, even though the defendant's confession had been televised multiple times. So it's puzzling that that's what the Estes court would rely on as supposedly constructing some kind of rule about publishing a defendant's admissions. In addition to that, Estes has no analysis of that point from Rideau. Again, it's just one sentence. And Estes itself was a case about televising a trial. It wasn't about pretrial publicity of a defendant's admission or confession. And as we noted in the brief, subsequently, the Supreme Court has limited, although it hasn't expressly overruled Estes, it's limited that case to its very narrow facts. So it's difficult to see what precedential value that one sentence from Rideau could have on this issue before the court. Even if it could have some applicability here, the circumstances in Rideau are starkly different from the circumstances here, the statements, the types of statements from defendant that we're talking about. In Rideau, what the police did was orchestrated a recording of an uncounseled, unmirandized police interrogation. The police recorded that interrogation. It was leading questions. They recorded the defendant answering those leading questions. And then it was the police that immediately released that recording to the press, who then publicized and televised that. The defendant confessing to police, answering the police's questions. That's not the types of statements that we're dealing with in this case. What we're dealing with are statements that defendant voluntarily made to close friends and associates of him and his roommate. Sorry, just one other point about Rideau and that dissenting opinion. It's interesting that in that dissenting opinion, that judge that the court relied on in Estes continued on in his opinion and said it's an impossible standard to require that a trial court be a laboratory that's completely sterilized and free from any external factors. So again, it's hard to see how Rideau has any precedential value. And even if it did, the circumstances are completely different than the types of statements that we're dealing with here. The state has also cited to several other courts that have easily distinguished Rideau and have made it clear that there is no blanket ban on publishing, especially just in court, a defendant's voluntary admissions. I think the most interesting case is the Sixth Circuit case, because there it dealt with essentially the issue that we're dealing with here, which is publication of a defendant's statements during a preliminary hearing. And that case is especially important, the DeLeslie case, because there that confession was ultimately held to be inadmissible. So an inadmissible confession was played to the public and interested media members so that in a way that it had, as if it had been played in a preliminary hearing. And even though that confession was subsequently publicized and ultimately held to be inadmissible at trial, the court did not hold that that was a violation of the defendant's fundamental rights there, that the court could deal with that through voir dire. It was not inherently prejudicial. And then the state has also cited to the Ohio case of Mamon, and then also the Alabama case, Burgess versus State, where those courts reached essentially the same holdings, easily distinguishing the Rideau sentence from Estes and making it clear that there's no blanket ban on publishing a defendant's admissions, and also that Rideau is easily distinguishable. And the court, because the court can deal with those pretrial publicity issues in the way that we've discussed several times already through the tools that the court has available in selecting the jury. I think it's also important to point out that transparency is critical in this case. This court's noted repeatedly the extensive media coverage. That's why we're having to take this additional time in these hearings to be able to discuss these issues. And transparency is critical to the state's right and the people's right to a fair trial. Where there's a vacuum in the evidence, it just fuels speculation. And then finally, as has already been argued, it's critical to the victim's right to be able to attend the hearing. That's a hollow promise if the victim representative is only able to be here physically, but then is shielded from some of the evidence. Does the court have any questions?
No, not
Thank you.
at this time.
Hey, real quick, Matt, pause there.
Thank you, Your Honor. The peril.
So, hey, shout out to our stream, all of us. Just on my stream alone, we have more people than Megyn Kelly, Officer Tatum, Paramount Tactical, and the Charlie Kirk Show combined. And that's just me. So thank you guys very much for having made us who you come watch instead of them. You guys are the best.
Case and the Rideau case is this. Mr. Rideau's confession was televised by an act of the state. It wasn't a confession broadcast through a courtroom. It was a confession made to law enforcement and then broadcast by action of the state. And that's what gives rise to the constitutional problem, which is its state action, which violated Mr. Rideau's right to a fair trial. This court has granted the media's request to electronically publish this entire proceeding. That's state action. And the state has supported the media's request over Mr. Robinson's objection. So that is also state action. So that's the parallel. If there were no cameras in this courtroom, we would not have a problem. And in fact, Ms. Kirk's attorney's briefing seeks a remedy which has nothing to do with the cameras in the courtroom. What Ms. Kirk's counsel seeks is the opportunity for people in the courtroom to see the evidence. So the state is going even further than Ms. Kirk's counsel. The state wants to publish what it calls confessions in the same way, essentially, that the state published Mr. Rideau's confession. Now, the only other thing I want to talk about is that Mr. Ballard's correct that the blanket rule that there is unrebuttable prejudice that's stated in Rideau. We could talk about why dissenting judges say, oh my God, the court has established a rule and I don't like it. That's what's going on there. But it was in the Skilling case, Supreme Court decision in 2010, where the court said, yes, we really are going to let judges decide whether potential juror exposure to pretrial publicity makes them makes them unable to serve. But there is an extreme case. That's not my language. That's the Supreme Court's language in Skilling. There are extreme cases of pretrial publicity where prejudice is going to be presumed. And so that's obviously about what has to be proven in terms of the prejudice. But when it's an extreme case, what the Supreme Court is saying in Skilling is there's a presumption. And I believe that this court has already made findings over the last 9 months that this is an extreme case with respect to the quantum of pretrial publicity, the way in which it's being monitored by the public, the speed with which these proceedings, even this week, are being dissected and broadcast through all of the technology channels that we have. So it's our view that this is the extreme case that the Supreme Court talked about in Skilling. We wouldn't have any state action giving rise to this problem if we didn't have cameras in the courtroom. And that's why we think that exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 need to be managed in the way we've asserted. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ballard.
Like we already debated this yesterday. What are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, Mr. Novak's misrepresented the state's position. We're not going beyond what the victim representative has asked for. As we made clear in our briefing this morning, that we filed this morning, we are asking that these exhibits, unredacted, be published in the courtroom. Not electronically, but they be published in the courtroom. It's not the camera in the courtroom that's the problem. The issue here is the public's right. This is a public hearing. The court's ruled that it's a public hearing. Kearns Tribune recognizes that preliminary hearings are public, and the public that is here in this courtroom should be able to see the exhibits that are admitted and that the court is going to rely on. And that is even more important to the victim representative's right to be able to be present and to observe these proceedings. Thank you.
All right, counsel.
Your Honor, if I may, I'll be brief. I want to begin by saying thank you to both the parties, to the state, to the defense, to the court. Today, the time that's being taken today and the nimbleness that's required to talk about things like the transcript in open court is a challenge. I recognize that it presents difficulties and that it takes time. And I want to begin by thanking both the parties and the court for taking the time to do that. It's important to the public, and I appreciate the court doing that. I know the public does as well. The only thing that I want to say with respect to this question about admissions or confessions is something that I hope will help the court. The court is looking at Rideau. It's looking at Estes. These cases from 50 or 60 years ago in a different media environment under the United States Supreme Court. I want to urge the court to do what the court has done before, and that's to look at Algier. This is a 2011 Utah Supreme Court case. It's obviously in the wake of Rideau. It's obviously in the wake of Estes. Here in this state, unanimous Utah Supreme Court upholding a decision made by Judge McCleve below in a case that has striking parallels to this one. In the Algier case, there was a murder trial. The court received a letter, a notarized letter from an inmate saying the defendant in this case has confessed to me. Told me that he was involved in the shooting, gave me details of it, threatened me and my family if I did that. I want the court to know that. That was provisionally sealed for many of the same reasons that the court could conceivably consider keeping some of this information from the public. The court did a two-step analysis. It began by trying to determine whether or not there was a presumptive right of access to that document. The answer is yes. There is a presumptive right of access to this proceeding as well. Like Mr. Ballard just said, because this is a preliminary hearing, there's a presumptive right of access for the public. The second question was simply whether there's some kind of balancing that should be done. Notably, in paragraph 17 of that Algier case, it stressed something that we have said over and over again, which is much of the information that would be revealed through that letter had already become public at that point. And the idea of sealing a document that contained allegations or details that were already in the public sphere would only create the impression that information was being kept from the public when it was not. We stress what we did yesterday, that as we understand it, much of the information that is now under consideration for the court is already in the public sphere. The right case to analyze this under is Algier. Algier would dictate in this case that the court recognized there's a presumptive right of access to this material, and that the presumption, the balancing test that would be needed to overcome that presumption of access has not been satisfied here, particularly because so much of that information is already in the public sphere. That must be an animating factor here, and we ask the court for that reason to grant access, both publication to the courtroom and, in our view, publication on the cameras as well. But we again do recognize that middle step is a meaningful one. And if the court were to decide that information be shared in the courtroom but not on the general feed, we would recognize that as well as a meaningful step towards transparency in this case.
Counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Nyman on behalf of the Kirk family. And we appreciate the court is trying to balance here, but the Kirk family's waited 10 months for this hearing. And they have a right to be here, and they have a right to hear the evidence. They have a right to see and feel what's going on in this courtroom, just like they want to understand what you were viewing.
Here we go.
They want to see the evidence.
So over the top.
Oh,
And we understand you have to balance, but at a minimum, this courtroom needs to be open for the evidence to be displayed openly in this courtroom, for them to see it.
oh.
Utah Constitution gives them the right to be here, and not to see the evidence. What's the point of being here? We ask you
To decide whether this goes to
the
trial or
evidence
not
to see.
to
Please.
make sure you get what you want. Well, this guy's fucking garbage, dude.
Anything further as it relates to exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3?
I love how the judge doesn't even
as it
respond
relates
to him,
to
though.
what's been briefed or any other arguments? I just want to make sure it has all been received before the court issues its ruling.
No, thank you.
Not from the state,
There
Your
we
Honor.
go.
All right. And just to be clear, as it relates to the state's request, so under the three factors or the three levels, admission to the court, publication to the gallery, and then publication beyond the gallery, what is the request for each of these exhibits?
We are asking, Your Honor,
Day four,
we are
sorry.
asking for admission. We are asking for publication within the courtroom, but not publication electronically on to the electronic coverage in the courtroom or of these proceedings. We do want to make clear that once the exhibit is admitted, that the witness will be reading from portions of the exhibit, but again, we're not asking that be displayed in any way so that those outside the courtroom could capture that and reproduce it.
Thank you. Just the court just wants to. And just for clarification, 16.1 is the text messages, 16.2 is Discord chats, and 16.3 is photograph of notes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And finally, and this hasn't really been addressed by any party, but it is a factor the court's weighing, how much of 16.1 has been published to the public prior to these proceedings? And this is open to all if you wish to weigh in. I just want to make sure that that's clear because that wasn't really addressed in the briefing and it's a factor. So I want to make sure that issue has been presented by the parties if you choose to.
Your Honor, with respect to Exhibit 16.1, some of those text messages do appear on pages 8 and 9. Pages 8 and 9 of the information that is public.
Could you give me a rough estimate or percentage of how much of the total amount of 16.1 appears in the information? Again, I'm just trying to create a record of what is out there from your perspective, so the court can consider that in its analysis.
You weren't wrong, Matt, though. They got to get going. I mean, if we spend the whole first half of the day doing this still, there ain't going to be much time left for anything.
Mm-hmm. And no, they said that 40 to 50 exhibits, but I think a lot of those were all kind of bulked together.
Yeah.
So I think they have covered a majority of the stuff, to be honest. We didn't see the gun,
The prosecution said this is the only thing they have left is this testimony, which means this entire trial will be hinged on the hearsay of Lance Twiggs and some flimsy DNA. That's it. That's their case.
Lance Twiggs, a very, very compromised witness.
And to Baze's point, it hinges on the testimony of a guy who's got DNA all over the murder weapon. You know, it's like, I'm not sure he's a credible witness.
And did the prosecution try to say that Tyler Robinson or that Lance Twiggs claimed that Tyler Robinson threatened him?
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
I didn't either.
I thought I caught that. Well, we'll check back later before I comment on that more.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
That seems like a contradiction of those transcripts that came out about their
my love and all those things.
Yeah,
He didn't seem very threatening in those, did he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard him say that, but we'll double check that later.
Someone asked if hearsay is allowed outside the preliminary. Not as far as I know. I think
Then
hearsay is only allowed right now during the prelims.
What evidence do they have? It was all hearsay outside of this. I mean, this testimony and the DNA.
You know what evidence they have? Someone else's car and someone else's bullet.
Yeah.
And a picture of some guy that they're saying is Tyler Robinson, but you can't really tell.
A bald guy with 3 of his buddies and a bullet from a different rifle. That's the main hard evidence right now. That's crazy.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 16.1 is 18 pages total of photographs of text messages. It's approximately 5.5 pages of those 18 pages that are reproduced in the information. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. I appreciate you doing that on the fly. Anything further from any party?
Come on, Judge.
To defense?
No, thank you.
To the prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Media?
No, don't do it. Come on,
Just point out to
bro.
the court that in addition to the text messages, I believe, I haven't seen the other exhibits, but I believe that at least the note itself, which is another one of the exhibits, is also described in the information.
Thank you. Ms. Kirk's victim representative attorney.
Oh, look at his face. Don't fucking come up here, dude. No way.
Look at, he rolled his
Oh,
eyes.
did you see his?
that?
He just rolled his eyes at him.
This has not been easy, as you can
Oh
imagine.
no.
And I think the family deserves to see the evidence that's been gathered in this
Oh, shut
investigation.
the fuck up.
They deserve to know what happened to Charlie. So we urge the court to please, again, display the evidence here in the courtroom.
Thank you. Thank you to all parties. I appreciate the diligence and hard work that you've put in.
The judge literally rolled his eyes when he got
Briefing
up to walk
these
up
are
there.
important exhibits as it relates to what should be considered for, again, to be clear, these exhibits are being admitted to the court in its entirety. The question before the court is publication. It's in the courtroom and beyond the courtroom.
See what he does.
So this is the ruling as it relates to the briefing. And I know it wasn't a formal motion, but I'm just trying to be thorough in my approach. This matter comes before the court on state's request to publish exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing and defendant's objection to that request. The exhibits consist of text messages between Mr. Robinson and a witness, Discord messages between Mr. Robinson and others, and a written note the state attributes to Mr. Robinson. Attorneys for Mr. Robinson argue the publication of the exhibits during the proceedings subject to electronic media coverage would create a substantial risk of prejudice and impair his rights to due process under the 14th Amendment. The defendant relies on Rizzo versus Louisiana, Estes, and Skilling, and asks the court to consider any admissible exhibit for the purposes of the preliminary hearing while limiting their public display or broadcast. The state responds that Rizzo and Estes do not require a categorical restriction here. The state argues that the exhibits are materially different from the televised custodial interrogation at issue in Rizzo because they are written communications allegedly made outside law enforcement custody. The state also argues that the potential prejudice can be addressed through trial management measures, including voir dire, and that the victim representative has an interest in being present for and able to follow important criminal proceedings. The court has considered the parties' arguments, the nature of the exhibits, and the procedural posture of this preliminary hearing, the defendant's due process interests, the public nature of the criminal proceedings, and the interests asserted by the state and victim representative. On the present record, the court is not persuaded that the publication of exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing creates the type of inherent or presumed prejudice that requires categorical restrictions under Rizzo, Estes, and Skilling. Unlike the broadcast interrogation in Rideau, the exhibits at issue are written communications allegedly made outside police custody and are being offered in the ordinary course of a judicial proceeding. That distinction does not eliminate the possibility of prejudice, but it weighs against treating publication of the exhibits as presumptively unconstitutional. The court further finds that any potential prejudice arising from media coverage may be addressed, if necessary, through the appropriate trial procedures, including voir dire and any other measures warranted before trial. This ruling is limited to publication of the exhibits during the preliminary hearing and does not determine their admissibility at trial, and I insert if one occurs, or foreclose any later request for relief based on a more developed record. Accordingly, the defendant's objection is overruled. As it relates to this preliminary hearing, the state may publish exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3, and the court is authorizing, with the exception of the third to last page on exhibit
should show almost all of
16.1, because it contains information, including a phone number and address, to be redacted before publication in the courtroom. But as it relates to 16.1, because it was publicly distributed by the state, that 16.1 in its entirety may be broadcast through electronic media. That is the ruling of the court.
So they're going to show it all.
Counsel, how would we like to proceed?
Wait, not the whole video,
Your Honor,
right?
just to clarify the
Sounds
record,
like it.
the state has redacted that portion. We anticipated that needed to be redacted in 16.1, so we have redacted that portion. We believe that the best way to proceed now is we have the edited video ready that comports with the additional edits that the court has ordered.
Oh, he already ordered
We
edits
propose that
before
we
that.
take a
Okay.
break so that we can show that to the defense, make sure we're on the same
Got
page.
it.
And then we anticipate coming back and playing Exhibit 16.
All right.
Here we go.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the caution being exercised by all parties. We'll take a 15-minute break, come back at 10:50. Court is in a brief recess.
So I'm not sure I like the rationale behind his reasoning, even though I want to see it all. But his rationale for the reasoning here is, well, we need to show this to the public. The state wants to show this to the public, and we need to show it to the public because the state already showed it to the public. That's not a great way to look at it. Like, just because the states did something inappropriate and leaked evidence they shouldn't have doesn't then mean you're like, well, they already leaked it, so now let's show it. I'm not sure.
That
sure
sets a very
great.
dangerous precedent for leaks in the future.
I think so too.
Because then how do you know that it's a leak?
Now, of course, we want to see everything, right? Because this is what we do. But and if you guys don't understand why the defense has issue with this, is because what's going to happen, and I promise you, wait till later tonight, go look at Officer Tatum, go look at his and Graham Allen, go look at their Twitter posts. It's going to show Lance Twiggs saying Tyler said he did this, and you're going to see all of these MAGA influencers pivot from it's the evil, deranged, transferry leftists to you have to believe the evil, transferry leftists. And
that's a really good point.
That's exactly what's going to happen
really
tonight. Just wait. They'll show now Tyler Robinson admitted it, right? They're not going to give us any context. And that's what the defense is worried about happening. And that is going to influence the potential jury pool, who's going to see people like, Big Tits Tatum out here talking about, how he already admitted to it. And now the public maybe see that and goes, well, he already admitted to the crime, right? So
now, hold on. Are they going to show both? Because he gave 2 recorded statements, one back in September, and then he came back and recorded another statement in April. Are they showing both? Are they showing the April one?
I think it's
just showing, just the April one.
Yeah, I think
okay.
That's a good question, because what if they're inconsistent?
100%.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the April one. You could check it. I looked this morning.
I don't trust Lance Twiggs, not because he is a alleged transferee, but I think that because he's an alleged transferee, that it's fair to say that anything that he says, especially if he's compromised, is probably a Democrat hoax.
But it won't be. It won't be. They'll say believe all transferees. That'll be the right's new message. You know what I mean? It will. I swear to God, just wait until tonight. And I promise you we can come back tomorrow and I will pull up Benny Johnson and Officer Tatum's
Steven
Instagram
Crowder is
and Twitter
going to be
posts.
yelling like that prosecutor.
And the big problem is not so much them, is that you're going to see it on the mainstream media. Fox News is going to run this, right? So like tens of millions of people are going to see this and it'll be misrepresentative. And it will. A lot of people who don't pay attention to the case are going to see that and be like, oh, he already admitted he was guilty. So it is a big problem. I don't think that they should do this, but it is what it is. Even though I want to see it, right? I personally want to see it. I don't think that this is a good idea to do this before the trial.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah, we got super. So you got to find where we left off. Maybe the round was a light primer strike and they had to chamber a new round. Oh, for why they ejected the 223 round? Yeah, 100%. Like malfunctions are pretty common that way with AR-15s, right? So that wouldn't be that rare at all.
Vicky Garrett, Bayes, they're just jealous of you.
Okay, well, not reading this one, not the part of it. Kevin, thank you, though, for the very generous donation. Hero Quest is my favorite family game. They recently did an update with a few classes. I think we got the original one. Actually, there was an extra class. I think there was an elf maybe now. But anyway, thank you very much. But also, don't use those words on my channel. I'm not a fan of that at all.
Nerd alert. And yeah, that goes for all the channels. I've seen some stuff in chat that is definitely inappropriate. And on my channel, I have Nightbot. But on everyone else's channel, they might not. So you guys are actually hurting your creators by putting that stuff in chat.
And those of you guys know my channel, I am not a fan of racism and race baiting and race wars and any of that. You guys know that. So let's not do that.
Granny J65, thanks for doing this so we don't have to suffer fools and take a break when stressed. Love to all.
Might be Danks or Bayes.
You guys.
Oh, that's yeah. One of you guys.
I don't see it. I'll read it though. I'm super excited. It says Denick 701 for $5. Just want the truth to come out like a big, giant, grunty LOL.
Sorry, my mic is muted.
Oh. I quit. I quit putting a front spoiler on a 2013 Challenger to watch this stream.
Bro, that's one of the best trolls on the internet right now.
All right, we got Big Tatas is a clown show. Keep up the good work, guys. Remember, our greatest ally didn't have anything to do with this. Probably not, right?
Yeah, JP Sears had a good video on this.
Oh, I love JP, dude.
I don't remember if it was yesterday or today, but definitely go check that out. Let's see.
We should have got him on.
Oh,
yeah.
I should.
Matt, I appreciate how even keel you are. Hey, Bayes, was I even keel last night on your show?
Oh, I thought we were supposed to keep that a secret.
Yeah, did you crash out last night, Matt?
I was just testing
Yo,
you out.
TriggerSmart let it rip. You'd have thought he had a couple of drinks. I'm rubbing off on him already.
Matthew, thank you for the very generous donation here. It says, a fun fact about the bullet on the second building. Remember, after everything, they were climbing over the left side, looking for things on the ground. If somebody shot, they could have been looking for a bullet in the area from the 223. I don't remember them. I don't know what was going on with that back building where they found it, though. We don't even know where exactly it was. All we know, it was on the roof of that building somewhere, you know. I would like more information on that. I hope the defense digs into that.
Yeah. For people asking who JP is, it's JP Sears, Sears. He's a comedian and he does commentary and podcasting. He's an awesome guy.
He's like also the nicest dude like ever in real life. He's so nice. He's so nice. Yeah.
You know his content's good when Brandon Tatum's trying to jack his style.
Him, Jesse, and I are doing a show next Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. So
yeah.
JP
texted me the other day. He's like, "Hey man, I was gonna use the same title as you in my video. Would it be okay if I did that?" And I was like, "Of course, dude. You don't have to ask me for permission on what you title your videos." But that's just how nice he is, you know.
He's a nice guy, man.
Yeah, I did an interview with him as well on my Off Script YouTube channel. That's down.
Oh, did you? I gotta watch that.
Nice.
Yeah, we did like, I think it was like an hour and a half, and we went deep into everything. So if you want to see,
Yeah,
the
me and
man
him
behind
are definitely planning on doing some content together eventually.
Yeah. So check him out on Off Script. Let's see. Rock. Oh, that's not me.
Recovered 223 have dimple in the primer. Very good question, right? As if it was attempted to be shot and malfunctioned. You know, like, does it go from red to green and over and over? Good question. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see the round, but I bet we won't get to. Unspent. Is that me? Oh, unspent 223 rifle rounds are essential for maintenance on industrial roofs. Yeah, the janitor up there is usually packing heat with his AR-15, huh?
Hey, those are my last memberships for
Maybe I
the
have
month.
some. Do I have some?
I gave some memberships. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Saturday
let's-
members only.
No,
Do a
I
quick
gave mine
check.
away already.
Yep, I did too.
Gave all
All
mine
right,
away
well.
already.
I try to sprinkle them out through the week.
I didn't even know about this till you told me about it, so I've missed out on that for a year and a half.
Oh, I think it's new. I
Is
noticed
it? Is it?
last
Okay.
month or two? Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Danks, I got you covered up
Oh,
there.
you're good.
Brian Swope, thanks for the super. Is the bald guy Sneff? A lot of people are asking that question.
Blake Neff.
He was the only person from TPUSA, or one of the only people from TPUSA.
He also
that
said he got in a
stayed
car and
behind
didn't know
that
where
night.
he said he also got in a car and didn't know where he went. So,
He said he didn't recall leaving his hotel.
of course. I don't know who that is, but
The only bar reached as of now is Foo Bar, Sandy Phillips. What's Foo Bar? For I don't know.
effed up beyond all belief
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
or recognition.
oh.
It's a military saying.
What's up, Christy? Y'all got brothers? I'm single. LOL.
I don't.
No brothers here. Just the homies right here.
Going to UVU to walk around and restock my ammo.
Oh my gosh.
That's funny. Good joke.
Chastity Phillips, 2 months.
I was gonna say that Baze looks like my younger brother earlier. Actually,
He does, huh?
yeah. Thank you. Nate tuning in for day 4. Yeah, what's up, Brain? My buddy and I, when we recorded last night, looked up what type of AR style rifle the UVU campus police carry, and it was 5.56, not 2.23. Now, the reason why this is a great point, the reason why 2.23 is more interesting than 5.56 is typically military and law enforcement use 5.56 caliber, not 2.23. 2.23 is typically the civilian equivalent that you'll find used in an AR-15 platform. So it is far more likely that it was someone not in law enforcement whose round that is. Very good point, Rain.
Well, also 5.56 is hotter than 2.23, so 2.23 barrels, you shouldn't shoot 5.56 through it because it can actually like damage the barrel and blow up the gun.
Yep. Spoke to Mitch McConnell. That's another good joke. He said Tyler did it. Old Mitch. Yeah, I don't think Mitch is with us anymore. They just don't want Thomas Massey to be able to run in a special election for the Senate seat. So I think they've got him in a janitor's closet right now.
I left Mitch McConnell's funeral to host this show today. It's terrible. Sorry.
Oh, Mitch.
The Salt, thanks for the super. Baron has audio from 910. There were multiple reports of a man in all black with long hair with a long gun. Yep. And black gear. There's also reports of Qureshi going hospital to hospital looking for Charlie. Yep. Let's see. Valentina Kesson, thanks for the super. Don't they need to take the car, bullets, etc. automatically when it's a part of the investigation? Greetings from Sweden. That and the phone and the microphone and all kinds of stuff in the vehicle.
And the SD cards from the cameras that apparently Terrell Farnsworth never actually turned in.
But I think what they're saying, their excuse is that it wasn't technically a crime scene yet until the police arrived afterwards. I think that's what everyone's saying.
That's a tough sell because the police were on hand during the shooting. 6 of them.
That's what Blake said. He said there were officers there, so why did he need to call 911?
That's what Blake said?
He said a lot of wild things in that X space. I covered it last night. Oh my god.
Oh my god! Wow.
He also said that he didn't consider himself a key witness, even though he
What
was
an
standing
idiot.
right there.
What an
He's
idiot,
like, I'm not a key
dude.
witness. What are you talking about?
What an idiot.
He's like, I'm one of the. He started to say he got cut off, but I'm one of the witnesses. Like, nah, bro, you were right there.
Yeah, you're standing literally 4 feet away from the dude. I'd say you're a pretty key witness.
And he refused to tell who Tyler Robinson met with.
I did see that one of you guys talking to him. I don't know about you guys, but I think Utah is off my list of tourist destinations. Semper Fi. Yeah, I know, brother. I'm gonna stay away from Utah as well.
Can you smock? Thanks for the super.
223 does not equal 556. This could be important. Exactly what me and Matt were just talking about.
Proud Louisiana, thanks for being a member, as well as the super. Have you seen at Daily Planetoid on X has a vid of second person running on different roof at the same time? We'll definitely have to check that out.
Especially because those buildings are connected. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just going to write this down really quick.
Yep.
Yeah, that was like a perfect Call of Duty map up there. You just jump around across the whole map.
You can get the entire campus from that roof. It's crazy. Sundress says husband's unit had to police call the 29 Palms Desert. After someone lost their NVGs. Oh my God. If you're in the military, you guys have no idea. That's everyone's worst nightmare, let alone a live round. Zero chance that round was accidentally left behind. Praying for y'all, your wives and babies. Yeah, when something like this gets lost in military and law enforcement, it's not like you go, oh, well, you will stay there until it is found, regardless of how long that takes. So good point.
That's good to know. Interesting.
I stole my husband's
we call it hands across America. Like you will line up hand to hand with everyone and you will course the entire area back and forth until you find what you're looking for. And you will not leave until you find it. I'm talking days.
Is that just a military tactic or is that a
That's
police
it.
to do?
It's both. Yeah. Because everything is serialized, sensitive. Like it's just everything is tracked. This is the military, law enforcement and military are very good about that. But yeah, it's that's why, again, you hear like, oh, the police officer just left it there on the roof. 0% chance. It's not a thing. Which also makes me very questionable. Why did the lead investigator try to say that as his reasoning? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Everyone knows that's not true.
Let's see. I stole my husband's Jeep. Sorry, I meant where did they find Tyler's bullets? Do we know the exact location?
Where did they find with the rifle?
I wish they would say in the other guy's car.
It's in the chicken coop where they found him. Which again, it's like, why did he leave that behind? I don't know, but he did. I saw that, but I didn't see TR. God, please. Shout out to the coasters. Is that right? Shout out to the coasters. The evidence will prove no evidence. Love you guys. Thanks for staying true. Well, thank you.
Now, do you think the judge said if it makes it to trial just to be politically correct, or do you think he actually is hesitant that it won't go to trial?
No, he has to say that because he hasn't received all of the evidence yet. So if he were to say when this comes to trial, he's already made his decision, and that would make him look biased. So he is required to say if this makes it to trial because he hasn't made his determination yet.
Yeah, he's just being PC.
Chris,
he could have.
Who's flying the drones?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I heard it was media. I heard it was like media drones only.
I think that it was Tyler. I think it was Charlie Kirk's team that was flying the drones.
Not according to Brian Harpool. He said on Sean Ryan's show they had no drones.
Then he said that he showed Charlie footage of drones. And where are you going to get footage of drones unless
I don't know.
It was like video of drones flying around? And I mean, I don't know. I think they had drones up. I think they always did. And
I think there's a distinction, though. I think a lot of people think that the drones were up. I think from what I've heard, the drones were up before and or after, not during, according to the media drones and stuff.
So in fairness, you have to be careful with these little fuckers when they say things because they'll give you partial truths. What he said was his security detail didn't put up any drones. That doesn't mean that TPUSA's media didn't put up any drones, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
They're crafty when they'll give you little half truths.
Well, according to testimony yesterday, I think that we're going back in.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Well, while this is going, my mod Sonia 203, she says, "Can I join you guys in a live stream? It looks so fun." Just kidding. No cameras on me. Do you guys think this will be another JFK? No real answers.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, looks like it. I don't
We
think
should
we'll
do
ever
that.
find out the truth.
Yeah.
Me neither.
I think we should do that some night where we like take call in to let people be on. Obviously, we have to highly moderate it and pre-screen, but I think that'd be interesting for like a members or something.
I've done
Me
it.
and
Baze and I
Dank's
have done it.
that. Yeah, it gets a little risky. Trust me.
I was
People
gonna
don't
say
know
you
the
guys
code
are
words.
you guys are ballsy, man. I
Yeah.
can't do it on a live stream.
Yeah.
I could do a pre-recorded video and do it, because then you can edit just in case. But
You get people like Baze on there. It's real risky.
Yo, I'm on my best behavior when I stream with you guys, though. I did let it rip for a minute last night, but it was okay because it was my stream. I saw that Andrew Colbert.
Guess
video.
we're
I
not
almost
back.
lost my
We're not
shit.
back yet. Let's keep going, I guess.
Yeah, he said the public's waiting to come in. Hold on, let me mute this freaking music here. There we go. Kenny Schmuck, thanks for the super. Does anyone remember what caliber the missing full they are by
No.
chance? I think.
You unmuted the music.
Oops.
Now the music's playing,
Oh.
bro.
Okay, I can hear it either way. So yeah, but thanks. Kenny Schmuck, does anyone remember what caliber the missing full they are was by chance? I think it was a 308, but but it definitely comes in different calibers. There's like 5 or 6 different calibers it comes in.
Yeah.
Candace said that guy on her show for an interview a while ago. Yeah, and he's also, I don't know if you noticed or not, but he's also in a lot of the live streams. So he's regularly hanging out in the live streams as Corby Hall with a couple numbers at the end. So he's around. Let's see, Mike Watson, the 27 minutes body cam. What did he actually see?
I would love to see that. Show me what you did, right? As soon as the gunshot goes off, I'll be able to see where you looked. I'll be able to see what you actually went and did. I think that stuff's important.
Hopefully we see at least that in the trial if they get there.
Buckeye Danny, thanks for the super. Not to echo Candace Owens, but how sus are we that many guys were wearing the same outfit that day as it relates to the all grainy footage of him?
This is a hard one. Coincidences, but also pretty weird. If it was like, hey, look how many guys are wearing a black shirt and jeans, I'd be like, okay. But everybody wearing like maroon shirts and shorts, that's pretty weird. Unless you were at like Virginia or like a few of these colleges where that's the school colors. But it is weird.
Weren't a lot of them, weren't they all wearing hats and sunglasses too? I mean, it's a sunny day, but
yeah,
I don't know. Pretty synchronized.
There's a few kids that look exactly with the exact same outfit as Tyler on. Remember that picture of the guy running away in the exact same shorts and maroon shirt and black baseball cap, and everybody thought that was Tyler?
It's wild.
Let's see, Liv Lakova. Thanks for being a channel member in the super. Seen the Dodge behind TR coming up the stairs. Yeah, there was a Dodge Challenger. Something was creeping behind him as he's walking up. So someone else is driving his car. If it's his car, right? We don't know if it's his car.
Yeah.
Andy Rue, thanks for the super. Snuff too busy doing laps in a Charger with 3 dudes.
Bald. Anna Kyra, great interview with John Bray Trigg.
If you guys are really interested in a deep dive into John Bray's microphone theory, I think you should watch the show me, John, and Matt did together. I think we really dug into that theory really deep. It's a couple months back at this point, right, Matt?
Yep.
Not yet had the opportunity to show the final edited versions to the defense.
All right. Well, how much time do you need?
Long
You
as
still haven't
takes
done
to
it?
show
Nope.
That was the point of the break.
10 minutes.
All right. Well, we'll go into,
10-minute recess.
well, I want to make sure sufficient time is done to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we were at this point. We'll be in recess for 10 more minutes.
Look at his face.
Start screenshotting his face, guys.
He's so annoyed.
This guy is not happy.
Work, and also we can inform the bailiff as soon as we're done if it's ahead of that time.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I thought we were ready to proceed.
He pulled
Want to be
everybody in,
respectful of
too,
all
the whole
time-
public and
everyone's
everything.
time, but all at the same time, keep this hearing moving forward. So court is in a position.
He's so annoyed. Oh my God, look at him. Oh, I feel bad for the judge right now. He's like, you motherfuckers, dude.
Damn.
All right, well, let's keep it moving.
He said, call everybody in. All right, 10 more minutes recess.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back soon.
I'm not sure who that is.
That's mine. I found out what gout feels like this week. It hurts bad, but not as bad as that DNA interrogation. Yeah, that one was painful. Cousin Fat says, reminder, the FBI released footage of the exact area of the rooftop where the alleged shot was fired, but cropped and started the footage seconds after the alleged shot. We need that unedited video. They don't have it, dude. They admitted to that in court on, was it Tuesday?
Yeah, day 2.
They don't have it, bro. There's no video footage. Supposedly, there's no video footage of that.
They said they have everything but that.
Everything but
that. They're claiming they have everything but that exact moment. They have him crawling on the roof. They have him running across the roof. They have him in the vehicle. They have him on campus. They have him changing. They have him limping with something in his leg. So they have everything but the moment he took the shot.
Matt, they have that as in the shitty, grainy camera footage from 100 meters away.
Yeah.
That's what they have.
Yeah, they have their version of that. Yeah.
Lizzie, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, first time super with y'all. Not a normal watcher, but your coverage of the trial has been tops. Thank you for the time commitment. This and the logical insights on the breaks. Need the truth to come out and the liars to be held accountable. Well, thank you very much, Lizzie, and welcome. Glad to have you here. Glad you're with us, and I appreciate being, first super chat.
And real quick, make sure you guys hit that like. It helps push this out. And also make sure you subscribe to everyone's channel that you see here. And like I said, we'll have a mystery guest tomorrow, assuming they don't give themselves away before tomorrow. We'll see what happens, but it should be fun.
So my chat in here, I got almost 11,000 people in here. Make sure you guys are supporting my friends as well, right? So make sure you go subscribe to Bays at RealBayes, and then also to Dankster at Dankster Intel, and Matt as well, all right? So share the love.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Were they debating on releasing the Lance Twiggs interrogation because of a confession? Thanks for the time to keep my 10-hour shift entertaining. As far as I understand it, they're worried about Lance Twiggs saying that Tyler confessed, right? And Tyler's defense team having no ability to cross-examine the witness who's making those accusations against Tyler. That is unconstitutional. Due to the
while being guided by an FBI agent.
Yep.
Twice.
Nate, were you able to pull the side-by-side pic from the email? Yeah, I looked at him last night, but I haven't shown him on stream yet. We could maybe do that at lunchtime, but I did, yeah. He's got like the good hairline side-by-side pictures and stuff we can look at later. Thank you, by the way. Some judge in both TR and the Bricks and Minifigs cases, cop corruption is deep. Same judge. Yeah. I haven't looked in that, but apparently that's a really corrupt case too, from what I've heard.
King Quacks, $4.99. Thanks for keeping this hearing way more interesting than it actually is. Hashtag faking gay. Thanks for the super. Yeah.
F&G, baby.
Christy, $5. Thanks again to the mods. I'm outspent my streaming money for a month. LOL. Just save your money. Yeah. Don't blow your, it's not necessary, but we appreciate it.
Yeah, never put yourself out to do
That's what I always tell my audience too.
Yeah. Not necessary. Shaina, shouldn't we be looking for Pixel Man? I think that's what we are looking at.
Yeah, that's what we have.
Christy Yant, would GSR still be detectable after 33 hours? Yes.
If you don't use very specific a type of soap that can clean off the residue, which you should use after you're done at the range, by the way, then yeah, for sure.
Gary Nichols, Stripping Photography. Matt, I emailed you a pic as a possible example of the car. All right, I'll definitely check that out. Thank you. Tammy Stevens. Hi, guys. I would like to see pics of TR's shoulders and neck. I think Valhalla might have that actually now.
I do have those, yeah.
Check for bruising from a 30-06. Positioning that fast, taking a shot, had to bruise.
We talked about that before. Tammy, you're 100% right, especially on someone his frame. That'll bruise me, and I'm a big boy. Somebody as tiny as him, he's gonna have black armpit. Will the judge allow EK to make a WW interest? Are pyros allowed in the courtroom? Unfortunately, she does. She's not getting her regular hero's welcome. Nate, earth.google.com shows the line of sight for the 223. Yeah, I went through it yesterday, but I couldn't tell for sure. But I think from what I showed in my day 3 recap that I do think there's a portion of that roof, because it's about 2 stories higher, does have actual line of sight to where Charlie was. But I'd really need to see it myself, to know for sure.
I don't remember who it was, but they were showing Gary. Gary covered that angle from that spot in his the 3D model thing that he put together and all that. And he had a red line of sight going to the tent. So
someone else covered it yesterday too.
Yeah.
Blake Bednarz went up there with the camera, I think, and he said that he showed the different angles, and he said that there's no way that you could take that shot.
Yeah, but he said that when he was like 4 or 5 feet from the edge.
Yeah, it looks like you got to be all the way in the furthest left part of the building to be able to, and like out on the corner of it to be able to see. Yeah. But again, I would have to see it with my own eyes, like to really know.
I mean, it's great he's doing that. It's great. And actually, shout out to all the people who are on the ground out there in Utah right now, doing all the research and measuring and, investigating and stuff on the ground. But yeah, I mean, that was a kind of a biased position. I think he went based off that side shot. That
oh, yeah.
But he was a ways back. He was a ways back from the edge. Yeah, I saw it. I think that was from yesterday or something. Let's see. Lori Nelson Posner, awakened baby boomer here. All of you praying.
Love to hear that.
Scarrica Kirk, how's it going, Miss Scarrica? Hey, thank you for the lives. Come and see my new skits. Yeah,
I've never heard that one.
You ever heard of it?
No, Scarrica Kirk. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, she's VIP.
That's a good one. Yeah, I've seen her around.
Oh, that's funny. Nate, you and the boys need is it Modern Warfare 3 Gulag Rescue, Tyler? If he was smart enough to park off campus during the shot, why would he park on campus at all that day? None of it makes any sense. I don't know. If the expert can't tell the difference between the cars, nothing he says should be believed. Same expert who just conveniently left out the fact that the witness said that a bald guy and 3 other men were in the car. But, never in my life, as a right-handed person, have I used my left hand to text on my phone and placed my phone in my left pocket. I don't think, I haven't thought about this, but I started thinking about it since you guys said that. And I noticed, I always put my phone in my right pocket too, because I'm right-handed.
Yeah.
Just imagine if they found Blake Neff Speed's DNA in the Challenger.
Jeez. Thank you, Mom Ranger. Thank you. Saturday morning, 10 a.m. members only memberships.
With gunshot residue, would it transfer when he changed after? Oh, 100%. It's on his hands and skin, man. Not just his clothing. Can you FOIA the body cam footage to see if his battery ran out or was it turned off? I'm sure we could FOIA it, but I will bet you they won't give it to us.
Not during a trial like this. Hearing all that.
Active investigation and trial, yeah.
Jen's Peace Pen, thanks from Australia. For Matt and Danks, people don't understand both defense and prosecution, want everything made public. People are saying only defense trying to stop it. No, they're saying only prosecution. Thanks for the coverage from Australia. It's Friday, 1:15 a.m. Wow. Jesus is king. Say his name. There you go. Yeah, I think I heard something interesting last night. There was people on the other side of this thing that are like, pro TPUSA and all that. And they were pissed off at the judge. And they were, saying both sides are kind of saying the same thing. They both think it's kind of sketchy what's going on in trial. And they think it's kind of rigged and all that kind of stuff, which how can both sides be rigged at the same time?
I'd say if both sides think that, then it's probably a pretty fair trial.
Yeah. Mom Ranger, gifting everybody. Thanks for the 5 TriggerSmart memberships. Make sure you guys show some love in chat for Mom Ranger for the memberships you receive.
I'll cover his, was that a bath shower emoji. Breaks. Matt Bayes show. Love Matt Bayes show. Thank you
Poop
very
breaks.
much.
Valhalla's poop breaks. I think it's the
Does the person have a backpack on jumping off the roof? If not, where'd the backpack go? It's in his hands. I keep trying to tell you that, guys, that is what he's carrying, is the black backpack. That is the floppy object that he picks up off the ground and takes off running with. Otherwise, where is it? Where'd the backpack go that he had, right? Because it's not on his back.
Yeah, if you're bored, there's a video I did. I spent way too much time on frame by frame going through that whole situation. You can go check it out. I zoom in and enhance it and everything and do frame by frame all the way through it.
I've done that too, yeah.
Sandra Allen, let's see. A photo that may be of a particular interest to you all. Email address, I tagged you all, but suddenly they were taken down, but I took a screenshot. Mine's in my description. I think all of us have an email or some way to contact us down in the description. So feel free to send that to anybody, I guess. Or if you're on X, you can hit us up on X too. Nate, do you have an X?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I tried to. I had one for a little while when Dan Bongino came back to doing social media. I made it specifically to talk shit to him to try to get blocked by him, and then I signed up under like one of my team emails, and I can't remember what email I signed up on, so now I can't even get access to my account. So I said, screw it. It was fun, right? Like to try to get blocked by old Bonjana, but outside of that, yeah, I don't use it.
AWC, what's up, big dog? $5. Can we FOIA Tyler Robinson's jail calls? Also, do we know the vids they show in court aren't AI for certain? It seems a sketch to me. I don't know about the jail calls.
They are recorded, but I'm not sure if that is something that you can FOIA to the public.
I think it's because some of these jails are private, right? They're like privately owned. So
some of them are, yeah.
But I don't know. That's
for-profit prisons. Well, thank you, Mom Ranger. I appreciate it. It's a beautiful little puppy dog you got there. Thank you.
Tashi's, I want to know who's the random guy with the badge and gun on cop's body cam who follows cop onto the roof after the shooting.
We all want to know who he is. That just some of these things they say in passing, right? Like he just kind of said it in passing. It's like, what?
Well, we need to get this to the ladies because like Maya, Daisy, there's a whole bunch of girls on X that are killing it, doing research and all this stuff and finding people. So if you can figure out who that was.
Alley Top Files.
Alley Top Files, yep.
Obviously an undercover Fed. So again, why was there so many undercover Feds at this event?
Yes, good point.
It's GenR77. Thanks for the super. Great collaboration the past 4 days. Thank you. It made listening to this hearing so much better. Thank you. And we have one more day tomorrow. So we'll see y'all there tomorrow too.
Mom Ranger, thank you for the gifted memberships.
Hey,
hit us
big
all
ups.
up.
Yeah.
Big ups.
Very, very generous of you, Mom Ranger. Thank you. Could TR be in a car club that got infiltrated? I don't know. I know he's obviously, in the video game Discord stuff, but I don't know about a car club.
His car looks normal. It doesn't look like the one in the video.
Yeah. Nate, was so happy to hear you down the alcohol. Gave up the alcohol. May God bless you. Walk. You guys are all doing something much more meaningful than providing commentary. You all have shown us growth. Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, I'll still have a drink here and there at like dinner or an event. You know what I mean? But I definitely have given it up in my everyday life, which has been great.
Congrats.
Yeah, that's a great thing, man. When I did that, I just feel so much better.
So much better all the time, yeah.
Tippy Belva, thanks for the super. It's just a name. It's not a corn star. Love you all. Not sure what that means.
It's not a porn. It's just
don't say that word.
Yeah, that's why she said it that way.
Oh,
yeah. Don't say the P version of that. Not on stream. Love you guys. His lapel mic went boom. Now, I can promise you, his lapel mic is not what went boom. There's a lot of confusion on this, and I can see it's people that don't follow this that closely that think John Bray's exploding mic theory is the lapel mic up here. That is not what the theory is. You guys need to understand that. I've debunked that as not being possible. We're talking about a Rode mic underneath his T-shirt being the culprit. So it is an important distinction to understand.
And that's correct, but I think a lot of people interchange those for the Rode mic.
No, I know. I'm just saying, but like,
Yeah.
there is a lapel mic theory and there is an exploding Rode mic theory. These are two different theories, right? So
Yeah.
it's important to understand that.
Mom Ranger, thank you for the membership. Welcome.
Angela, what's up? $5. Danks is my #1 guy, but just want to say I appreciate you all so much for giving us the facts and not the Fed slop. God bless you all. God bless you too. Thank you, Angela.
I think Danks is blacker than Mr. Let Go. All right, we're back in.
The way I talk or what?
Oh, are we going to do it?
I'm looking to
Come on, Judge.
to confer with defense to ensure that states exhibits 16, 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 were shared. Ms. Hunt.
We have reviewed Exhibit 16 with defense, and it comports with the court's order. At this point, we would like to put Agent Davis back on the stand and continue with displaying that, publishing that.
All right, Agent Davis, if you'd like to come forward, I remind you, you're still under oath. If you'd like to have a seat. There
Davis
should be
is
a
back.
water bottle to your left. And after you're situated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone and bringing it close to you so the record can pick up your testimony. Ms. Hunt, your witness.
And just for the record and the court's benefit, we have made the edits that the court has ordered. We have shown them to defense. Pursuant to the timestamps that the court ordered, we wanted those to be reflected very clearly. So there are sometimes large gaps of just black, empty, silent space. When there are large gaps, we will fast forward. Some of those are short enough that we'll just let it play if the court is okay with that, with proceeding that way.
Thank you. I appreciate giving a heads up so all parties know what's going on. Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
So at this time, we would move to publish on the monitors.
There we go.
Exhibit 16.
All right.
Here we go.
There's a monitor for your benefit right there next to you. For the camera, there is one for that direction as well as for the gallery.
Where are we at time-wise here? No, that's not right.
This meeting is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. Understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
First, we're going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do.
Chewing gum.
Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay. And will you describe your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway?
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate. So I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone? Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we got it recorded.
Just fucking echo.
Yeah, just to make sure.
Yeah, it's on their end, guys.
Okay, I just want to double check. All right, cool.
Yeah, it's on their end. It's not us.
Okay, so again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. They're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Wow, get your shit together, dude.
You don't own my mic, but that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right.
He doesn't sound like a transferee.
Then no,
Where's Farnsworth when you need him?
Is that mic on?
He looks like a psychopath.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met, you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
You mind? Take it right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Finally made him take his gum out.
Thank you.
He doesn't even look nervous.
No. He looks like an utter psychopath, dude.
It's like Michael Myers in the Rob Zombie remake of Halloween.
Yeah.
So what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day?
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that like automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Automated message?
So crazy, dude.
Wow, they cut a lot of that out, huh?
Yeah, I think
How would
it's
he-
like 12 or 13 minutes shy of what it's supposed to be.
He asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where our Dremel was, and I told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember, because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay.
That sounds like the most Fed slop shit I've ever heard in my life, to be honest.
Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server of his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally, who are these people?
This is his friend group. They play D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Or go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
So Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And these other people are just others that are members of the server.
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, DM means Dungeon Master. So these are most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
We're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages. Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up.
What?
Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
It puts the lotion on the skin.
Wait, did anybody catch that when he was talking about the text thread that first he said it goes from the 10th to the 12th, and then he backpedaled and said the evening of the 11th? I wasn't just hearing that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was just a mistake or
So
a Freudian slip.
erratically, was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay, before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat, but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images.
Zero emotion.
Zero, dude.
I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is a press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last 2, definitely do look like him.
Do they?
Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
But he's not 100%.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This looks like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I had my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friend's end.
Okay.
Just like Michael Crooks.
A little bit now.
Just doesn't use social media.
But let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
Played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends. There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a full friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Wait a second. Sorry, I'm pausing here. Earlier he said he had never met him before and didn't know him when he moved in, and now he's saying that they played games together before he knew him and all this. So wait. Okay, let's keep going.
Well, no, before when he said never met him, he said never met him in person.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
Complete contradiction to everything that we've heard, just like everything else that's been presented. This is nothing like I thought it was going to be.
All right, so before that, you have been?
For a short time, yes.
Okay. And I understand you're going by Luna at some point?
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
Oh. Just on the weekends when he's dressed up.
Yeah. Well, they're almost at the end.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've missed anything. The Dremel that you talked about, you said he had asked for that, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And had he told you it was to inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our, like, our apartment, we had a section where we kept all our, like, random tools for household stuff, in our, like, lower basement level pantry. So yeah.
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 11:02 purposes.
This judge got to be like, you got to be kidding me.
All right, that concludes State's Exhibit 16. Ms. Hunt.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Davis, I asked you yesterday, but I want to remind the court and those present. Were you physically present at the interview we just watched in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, I was there.
And aside from the court-ordered redactions, did it appear to you to be fair and accurate about what you remember that interview that day?
Yes, yes, I do.
During that interview, did Mr. Twiggs, was he shown or referenced certain items of evidence?
Yes, he was.
What types of items of evidence was he shown?
It was the text messages between himself and Tyler Robinson, a Discord chat messages, and a handwritten note.
And
I
then
thought
we
that
also
was
saw
destroyed.
Video, he was also shown the FBI press release photos of the potential suspect.
That's correct, yes.
Have you reviewed all of those items as part of the investigation?
Yes, I have.
You're familiar with them?
Yes.
All right, I want to put just on the witness's screen what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 16.1. And for the record, this includes the edit that the one edit that the court has previously ordered.
Thank you.
Let me know when you see that on your screen.
I see it. I see it now.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of screenshots of text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. This is a photograph of Lance's phone.
So sorry, you said photograph, you also said screenshot. Can you differentiate or clarify there?
Sorry. These are photographs directly from Lance's phone.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview, he's showing the FBI agents these text messages, describes them to the agents, and at that time, his phone was photographed.
And you testified, I believe yesterday, that Mr. Twiggs' first interview was the morning of September 12th, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Were you physically present at that interview?
Yeah, look at those blinks. You're
Have you
right.
spoken with
Nervous.
officers or agents that were?
Yes, I've spoken to one of those agents that was there.
Oh my God.
Swallows.
And you stated
blinks.
that first September 12th interview of Mr. Twiggs was recorded?
Yes, audio, video recorded.
Have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
So you stated that we're looking in State's Exhibit 16.1 at a picture of Mr. Twiggs' phone.
Yes.
Do you know who took these photos?
Yes, it was Agent Larson with FBI.
Did you speak with Agent Larson and confirm that?
I did.
And you kind of made reference to this already, but how did Mr. Twiggs initially show law enforcement the relevant text messages?
Yeah, during that first interview on September 12th, he shows them the phone and then allows them to photograph the phone.
And does he identify it as his phone in that interview?
Yes, he does.
Does he refer to any particular features of the phone that allows him to make that identification?
I believe the second interview, he refers to the large crack in the upper left screen. That so he identifies that from his second interview that was given on April 20th.
And according to your review of the recording of his first interview and in speaking with the agents that were there, did he have his personal phone with him at the time of the September 12th interview?
Yes, he did.
And was this same text thread that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.1 shown to him during his second interview sorry, let me get the date right, April 20th, 2026 at the Utah County Attorney's Office that we just observed part of in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, it was shown to him.
Was he asked how Tyler Robinson is saved in his phone, like as a contact?
Yeah, just as Tyler.
Without saying it, obviously, did he identify Tyler Robinson's phone number?
Yes, he did.
Did you check the number that Mr. Twiggs gave as Tyler Robinson's phone number against law enforcement records?
Yes, I did.
And do they match?
Yes, they match.
Is State's Exhibit 16.1 a fair and accurate representation of the text thread or the relevant text thread between Mr. Twiggs and Mr. Robinson?
Yes, it is.
As part of the investigation, was a Cellbrite extraction performed on Mr. Twiggs' phone?
Yes, it was.
Did you personally review that extraction?
Yes, I have.
And according to that extraction, did Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs exchange text messages on September 10th through 11th, 2025?
Yes, they did.
What time was that first text sent according to the Cellbrite extraction?
The first text was September 10th at 11 p.m.
All right, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 16.1, and then pursuant to court order, I would move to publish it to the monitors.
Mr. Novak.
We have no further objections beyond those that the court, of course, is very familiar with at this point in time.
All right, I'll note the standing objections made by defense. Those objections are overruled. This 16.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the gallery as well as electronically distributed through the camera.
All right, Agent, I'm not going to go through every single message, but I do want to have you read aloud certain portions of them. And I apologize to counsel, these are not actually given a page number. I have page numbers, but I'm happy to confer that we're on the same page as we go. So here we're looking at page 1 of State's Exhibit 16.1. If you could read a little more than halfway down where it begins Wednesday, 11 p.m., will you start reading underneath that?
Yes. So this would have been from Tyler. It says, drop what you're doing, look under your keyboard.
And I apologize. Let me stop you there. How do you know that that message would have been from Tyler Robinson?
That's just, so any of the messages in gray would be from Tyler, and messages in blue would be from Lance. It's just the way the iPhone distinguishes the messages. And also Lance in his interview also acknowledges that, who was saying what.
And up at the top, who do we see that this thread is between?
Tyler.
All right, sorry to interrupt you. So read that again, starting from look under the keyboard.
So after that, then Lance responds, he says, what? And then he says, you're joking, right? And then Tyler says, fuck, I tried to delete that.
We could scroll down to page 2. And if you can continue reading along.
Okay. And Tyler says, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck at home for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. And then Lance replies, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Tyler says, I am, I'm sorry. Lance says, I thought they caught the person. And then Tyler says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude and interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering.
We could scroll down to page 3.
Me and Danks did that shit so much better.
Reading.
Lance says, why? And Tyler says, why did I do it? And Lance says, yeah.
Where's page
Tyler
3?
says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate.
Why did they show us?
Shoot it out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. We'll update you shortly. Or sorry, we'll update you by midnight. And then Lance says, all right, stay safe. How long have you been planning this?
Scroll down a little bit, please, Kimberly.
Just the full confession over a public
replies,
phone.
A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it.
We can scroll down to page 4 and continue reading about halfway down. I'll stop you about halfway down.
This is while they were spot, but I don't want to chance it while they were parked there. If they'd found it, I imagine there would be more commotion. Again, I'm sorry for roping you into all of this. You shouldn't have to worry about this. And Lance replies, does anyone else know? Tyler says, not to my knowledge.
All right, I'll stop you there. Let's move to page 5. So this should be page 4. So just scroll down 1, please, Kimberly. And if you could read starting sorry, Kimberly, scroll a bit more down. If you could read, I don't know, about a 1/3 of the way up that starts with guess.
Okay. Tyler says, guess I'm just sitting in my car watching reels for another hour, hoping this guy fucks off.
Can continue.
And Lance says, are you okay still? And Tyler says, yes, check and spot again now. Will.
Sorry, now we're on page 6. Continue reading.
We'll update soon. He continues, the squad car was moved further away enough that I should be able to move in. I backed off because I thought I heard footsteps, maybe a foot patrol, but the crickets here are so fucking loud. Gonna see if the road closer to campus is open so I can drive past and check shit out. Probably still closed off though. Getting worried, hard to know for sure, but I'm not finding my rifle. Could be in the wrong spot.
Oh.
Lance says, do you think they found it? And Tyler says, dunno, they haven't published anything if they have.
He didn't remember where he put it.
Behind.
Oh, sorry, Kimberly, if you could scroll down.
Originally. Also, does it have a serial number?
We could scroll to page 7. And I'll continue reading. I'll stop you on this page in a little bit.
Okay. So Tyler continues, IDEK, if I had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits, didn't have the ability or time to bring it with.
And stop there, please. And then if we could go to the next page, page 8. And if you
So he had a full change of clothes on him in that backpack as well.
Okay, so Lance says, was your change of clothes there or was that also gone? Or did you bring those with you originally? Anyway, you could replace the gun or would he notice? Then Tyler says, only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. I'll bet that canine sniffed it out. Little snitching bastard. Replace it unlikely. I don't fully know what the gun was because it was old as shit and Gramps did some modifying. There was a 4-digit serial on it. God only knows who it's registered to. Hopefully some dead guy who gave it to Grandpa. And he continues, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News. I might have a stroke.
And then continue. I'll stop you in a moment.
He says, all right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really fucking sucks.
Let me stop you there. And then if we could go on to the next page, page 9. And do you see the first blue message we see on page 9? Can you start there?
Yes. So Lance says, do you need it for hunting? And Tyler says, no, my dad wanted to use a high caliber for the rifle hunt. Judging from today, I say Gramps' gun does just fine. IDK. I think that was a 2K scope.
It's not.
Lance says, geez. And then Tyler says, OMW home 3.5 hours. Lance says, drive safe. And then Tyler says, delete this exchange.
And I'll stop you right there. And then, sorry, we're on page 9. If we can scroll to page 15.
Lance didn't delete it, huh?
He didn't delete his loves texts.
Isn't it interesting how we started out with this theatrical Shakespearean my love talk, and then later it becomes all F-bombs and
the second,
like the entire tone shifted.
On page 15, if you could start there.
Okay. So this is Tyler. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. We hope to keep things sort of quiet here.
And then I'll stop you there.
Okay.
And we can remove the exhibit from the screen. Thank you, Kimberly. We mentioned a Cellbrite extraction of Mr. Twiggs' phone. Do you know what time that last text was sent?
Yeah, I recall it was just before 8 p.m. on September 11th. It was, I think, 7:42 p.m. is my recollection.
I'm sorry, September 11th?
Yes.
Would September 12th
Leading the witness
make sense? Or
yep,
you're saying September 11th?
So September 11th was when we turned himself in.
Okay.
On September 11th. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to show just for the witness States Exhibit 16.2. Let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do. Yep.
What is it?
This is just more photos of Lance's phone. And
How
these
do you-
are these are sorry, I had to blank. Sorry, go with your question, please.
Oh, you're very nervous, huh?
I'm just asking what it is. So you said it's a photo of Lance's phone. Do you know if that's from the same time period as the exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
And what is it of?
These are the Discord messages of that Lance had talked about.
How do you know that?
So Lance, in the first interview with FBI, shows the phone. The photos are taken by Agent Larson, and then these images are shown to Lance during a second interview, and he confirms that these are those same messages, and this is photos of Lance's phone.
You mentioned an Agent Larson took the photos. Do you know if he's the same agent that took the photos of this exhibit 16.2?
Yes, same agent.
And you spoke with him to confirm that?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if Mr. Twiggs is actually part of this Discord thread?
Yes, he is a part of it. He doesn't, in this section, he doesn't reply to it, but he does state in his statement that he was part of that thread.
Does he identify whether Mr. Robinson is part of that thread?
He does.
And when did that happen?
He identifies that in his first interview with the two FBI agents, and then he again confirms that in his second interview.
Did Mr. Twiggs say what username on Discord Mr. Robinson used, at least with respect to this thread?
Yes, it's the Tyler/Icum, IKUM.
And is Exhibit 16.2 a fair and accurate representation of that Discord thread?
Yes, it is.
Did law enforcement send, as part of your investigation, did law enforcement send a subpoena to Discord?
Yes, they did.
Were these messages recovered via that subpoena?
They were.
Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
And in State's Exhibit 16.2 that is before you. When is the first message from Tyler sent?
7:57 p.m.
And it says yesterday. Do you have any knowledge of what day that would have been?
Yes, this would have been September 11th.
So Tyler sends the first message that you're seeing on Exhibit 16.2, September 11th at 7:57 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified earlier that Mr. Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office approximately at 9 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And although you weren't physically present there yet because you were flying down, how do you know that he arrived approximately around 9 p.m.?
Just based on the police reports I reviewed and then go back and look at the video and such.
Judge, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 16.2 and publish it pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Aaron. We've already lodged all of our objections on all three phases.
All right. Noting the objections, standing objections by defense. State's Exhibit 16.2 is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the gallery, not for distribution on electronic media.
It's like it's dead quiet in here. It's not just me, right?
No, I'm like genuinely upset right now. This is the first time that I'm doubting whether Tyler Robinson was even involved unless he was under serious duress.
People asking about audio. They right as he said that this can't be published to electronic media, they cut the audio. So I think they're actually watching it in the court and talking about it and stuff without broadcasting it out to the public.
Yeah, that's all the stuff they were debating about before. That's why at some points they cut the visual, but you could still hear it. Then they went back to the visual and audio. There's different parts that are being played, public, not public. But this is sad.
Yeah, this is wild.
So all of this lines up exactly with the Kash Patel narrative. So this is what you would expect. But it's interesting they would show the text messages, but not the Discord messages. Why not?
And the judge knows. Well, I mean, I can't say that definitively, but like the judge doesn't look happy about this. Like, think about it. Like, and this is why I said it feels like a show trial. Do you really think that the prosecution, the defense, the judge, Erica Kirk, the people in that room, at this point, based on what we've seen these first 4 days, believe that Tyler Robinson did this?
I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a handwritten note or letter from Tyler to Lance.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview with FBI, he tells them about this letter note he found under Tyler's keyboard per a text message he received. He states from 11 p.m. on September 10th. And so at that point, Lance finds this. This is the letter he finds under that keyboard.
Okay, so to clarify, Mr. Twiggs gets a text from Mr. Robinson around 11 p.m. on September 10th, telling him to look under his keyboard.
Yes, correct.
And this is what Mr. Twiggs represented was underneath the keyboard.
Yes, yes.
How did law enforcement get this photograph?
So following Lance's first interview at St. George PD, his phone is recovered at that point, taken into evidence. It is downloaded, I believe it was the following day or shortly after that. The FBI transported that phone to the RCFL, which is the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Salt Lake City. The phone was downloaded through Celebrite. And after that, following that download was complete, SBI received a flash drive containing that download. From there, it went to a SIAC analyst to go through that data of his phone to look for any pertinent evidence or information that may be on there. And at that point, that this image of this letter was located.
All right, I'm going to break down a few things. You mentioned, I just want to make sure the record's clear. You mentioned Celebrate a few times. What is Celebrate?
It's a downloading software that's commonly used by law enforcement. I don't do that myself, but it's commonly used to recover data, to download electronic devices, particularly cell phones.
And then you mentioned SIAC. What does that mean?
It's the Statewide Information Analysis Center. It's a division within DPS. It's a fusion center. They assist law enforcement with intelligence, various intelligence information for our investigations.
You mentioned that you don't personally do Celebrate phone extractions. Have you spoken to the law enforcement officers that performed the Celebrate extraction on Mr. Twiggs' phone in this case?
I don't believe I specifically talked to those individuals, the RCFL, that did that. But they, yeah, that was then provided to SBI.
Did you speak with officers at SBI that have recovered this photo that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.3?
Yes, I've spoken to, I have spoken with an SIAC analyst who in particular found this image. I've spoken to her personally as well.
Was Mr. Twiggs shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16.3 during his second interview?
Yes, he was.
And again, you were present for that?
Yes, I was there.
Is Exhibit 16.3 a fair and accurate representation of the photo law enforcement obtained from Mr. Twiggs' phone and that he was subsequently shown in the second interview?
Yes, it's fair and accurate.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit Exhibit 16.3 and then also publish pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Just noting the objections that have previously been made, and I think that the court's order is that it may be published in the courtroom only.
Thank you. Noting the standing objection by defense 16.3, correct?
Correct.
Is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the courtroom and not be shown or videoed.
Well,
and what are they showing right now?
Discord messages, was it? Or is it the note?
They
Also,
did
why
Discord messages.
Why did Kash Patel say that the note was destroyed?
Yeah, I heard it was burned and there was a picture of it.
That's what Kash Patel said.
Yeah.
But now they have it? What? Why did the head of the FBI say that Lance Twiggs destroyed the note but they had photos of it, but now they actually have the note?
Yeah, because Lance put it back under the keyboard.
That's the director of the FBI that said that. Lance said he didn't do anything with it. He put it back down and he left it there. So what's going on, FBI? Also, I don't know if you guys picked this up, but you're telling me that these guys are dating, love each other. They have that, and Lance said he has never heard Tyler even talk about Charlie Kirk, politics, or anything LGBTQ rights related. And then
yeah,
Tyler
I started getting DMs right away about that.
Tyler
That
planned
there's
all
no way.
this and didn't even mention Charlie Kirk's name before this to his lover. Really?
Yeah, that's that.
That's bed slop all
sell.
over it.
Tough sell for me on that one. They just never even spoke about this at all. Okay. That also kind of kills the.
All
right, we're back in.
Images that the
Yeah,
FBI released to the public would have been on September 11th when those were released. And this was, those were those images that went public of the suspected EVU shooting suspect.
How do you know that?
I've viewed the FBI's website, and I recall seeing these images released on September 11th.
Does States Exhibit 16.4, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you reviewed from the FBI and that the FBI released?
Yes, it is.
The state moves to admit Exhibit 16.4 and publish according to court order.
Mr. Novak.
No further objections. Thank you.
All right. Noting the standing objection by defense, overruling that objection, States Exhibit 16.4 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom.
And again, in the Discord,
Okay. They're also putting the graphic warning up. They're just showing Discord messages. Are there images or something in there? Seems a little strange to put graphic content warning when it's just text messages.
Maybe what the reason why they don't want to show the Discord messages is, I don't know. I don't even know. Actually, I think that whole thing is faked. But that's my personal opinion.
Well, while that's going, Diligent was showing this.
Whoa.
This is Tyler on the left and some other dude that was there on the right that looks a lot like.
Whoa. That was somebody that a different person at the event?
Apparently.
Wow. Put sunglasses on, put it in a little bit of a degraded camera.
A very
Bro, we're
degraded
moving into Black Mirror territory. That's some crazy shit. Imagine you don't even know it. You got 1,000 lookalikes just like you. Oh.
I thought that was Lance.
Yeah. I mean, well, they kind of all look the same.
That's
It looks like,
that's what I said yesterday, dude. Is like every 20-year-old 5'10" white dude that lives in Utah looks exactly like that with a hat and sunglasses on. You know what I mean?
For real, yeah.
We have 25,000 in chat. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Check out all the different channels. And obviously, we'll be back again tomorrow. And if it goes past tomorrow, we'll just keep going. But make sure you guys join us tomorrow as well. We appreciate all the support.
So this is basically their case right there. They don't have anything else. So it's basically Lance's word. Lance's word is pretty much the entire case.
And how can they use that to put a man to death? That doesn't seem realistic.
We'll see what the defense has, right? They should be able to cross-examine.
My question is, did they do a lie detector on either one of them, on Tyler or Lance?
Probably not. It's not required.
Yeah, it wouldn't be admissible anyway.
Yeah, court doesn't take lie detector tests.
Well, they damn well should.
It's too easy to beat.
It's like 25% or more.
Also, pathological liars pretty much always pass lie detector tests, even while lying, because they don't actually have the physical symptoms that interact. So that's another reason why it's a big problem.
Well, I mean, this is a good time for a poop break, Nate.
What do you?
I'm just kidding.
How do you guys think that Jesse's feeling right now about his theory?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. Lance is
His story here is just very odd.
Not even just a story, his demeanor. Chewing gum, super calm. Matter of fact, everything. No changes in facial expression. I mean, I don't know if he's on SSRI or something, but something's
I'm
off
sure.
there.
I'm sure he probably is.
Yeah, pale white ghost.
This is just like sad.
All right, guys, real quick in chat. If you think we should raid Baron again and see if we can get him up over that 40,000 viewers concurrent, put a 1 in chat. Put a 1 in chat if we should raid Baron again after this. Someone says, a lot of people are saying they think it's fabricated, this whole thing with Twigs. Got a lot of ones, guys, so we got to get this set up with Baron.
He does not.
Yeah.
I just like also the initial text, like this theatrical Shakespearean, my love, and all these different things. And then the next page is like normal 20-year-old kid dropping F-bombs and LOLs. And it's like, dude, what happened? What happened to the Shakespeare? Right.
Well, the tone changes, but what I didn't see was the time difference between them. That's why I took screenshots. Like, was it like 2 hours later? You know, that can make a difference maybe, but maybe the more stressed he got as he was, you know, if that was the case, the more stress he was getting, maybe his language changed. I don't know. Lots of ones. So Baron,
also,
get ready.
He just happens to admit to literally everything possible. It's like if you were like, hey, if you were the prosecution, you're like, hey, we need you to admit to all of these things. That's what he did, and then the very thing he says, delete this conversation. Really? Over public, not even Signal, just over iPhone message. Hey, love, my love, look what I did today. I don't want anybody to hear about this, but I'm just texting it publicly. Please delete this. LOL.
None of it adds up,
man.
After pulling off one of the most efficient and successful, you know.
This is the only thing that's going to get him basically convicted would be Lance's testimony. So, like, if he didn't say any word, if he didn't say a word to Lance or leave any written record of this, then what? This is the only thing they have.
Well, that was another thing that I was curious about. When they keep saying he confessed, who did he confess to? Are they just putting it on the messages? Like, notice Lance, like, he didn't.
It looks like it.
He didn't definitively ID him on the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he never talked about the LGBTQ stuff. That he never
Charlie Kirk.
Never talked about Charlie, and he didn't verbalize a confession to Lance.
Correct.
It's only allegedly from these messages that are shady as hell.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't add up. Anybody could get into a phone. You know, we already know the technology today.
Look at this judge right now. He looks like he's questioning every life decision he ever made to get him to this point. Don't worry, bud. Go through with letting this kid get sentenced, and maybe you'll make the Supreme Court. Trump will nominate you real quick.
The scary thing, Bays, is you're not wrong when you talk about stuff like that.
I know.
So here's what Baron said. He said, your boyfriend has been gone for 12 hours. You don't know where he went. He left earlier than usual that day. You testify he didn't text at all that day until 11 p.m., but at 4:30 p.m., almost 6.5 hours before 11, you randomly texted him you loved him and didn't ask anything else.
Also, look at this right here. Do you guys see this? He says, drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard. Why does Lance Twiggs already know what he's finding? Look at his response. What? 10 question marks. You're joking, right? Question. What do you mean you're joking? Lance would have no idea what the context of this message is because he doesn't know Tyler had anything to do with this. So why is Lance already?
That's a good catch.
You're joking, right? How could you? What? Like Lance doesn't know at this point anything about this.
Well,
so why is
there's no timestamps though? There's no timestamps. So this could be he looked and then he says, "What? You're joking, right?" Right? I mean, there's no way to know with that. Now, if there's
no timestamps, there's the reason why there's no timestamp there is because that reply came within a window that doesn't need a new timestamp on iPhone, which means that response would have come quickly after that.
Previously,
that's true.
Day that I did it, I believe it's day 2, perhaps.
That sounds correct.
The court provisionally admitted it. contingent on additional foundation being laid, whether through testimony or through evidence. The court notes that such foundation and testimony has been laid in order for the foundation to be laid for 5.1 to be admitted into evidence for full consideration by this court. And so that is received. As it relates to publication,
He's nervous. Look at him kicking around in his chair.
taking in consideration the argument by Mr. Novak.
See it?
Well, first noting the objection, the standing objections by defense,
Right.
that is overruled as it relates to the admission to 5.1. But going to the publication, the court understands the argument made by defense that this is going toward perhaps religion, and that the enhancement, and let me just read that from the information, victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression, and that was also noted as an enhancement for count 2 and count 7. The court is not going to engage, the court can weigh how this is applied, but it finds it relevant, how it relates to the enhancement is for the court to weigh as it looks at the bind-over decision, and it's not engaging in that decision-making today, but finds that it is relevant, it is admissible to the court, and is publishable to the gallery as well as to the public. And so if the state wishes to publish State's Exhibit 5.1, it may do so at this time.
Thank you. Yes, we do. And Kimberly, I don't know if we want to use the same kind of slow scrolling. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that doesn't help anybody. So
When they use white ink on white paper,
Yeah.
what the hell is
Good-
this?
Good
No,
job.
it's
Good job,
it's-
Court.
It's the way, it's not white ink. I don't think, is it?
I think it's just the
No,
glare.
it was a joke. It was a joke. But yeah, it's pretty bad.
But it looks like it. I mean, it does.
Yeah, I mean, cool.
White ink
Thanks.
with black outline.
Good job, Courtroom.
I should have actual paper signed by people with, remember back in high school when we used to have those lamps go over a desk with the magnifying glass to see the whole document.
Mm.
Ooh, it's like, what is this?
All right, I believe that should be sufficient. And Agent Davis, I apologize. I'm going to take you very briefly back to State's Exhibit 16.1, which is the text thread between Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs. Kimberly, if you could turn to page 17. And because this has already been admitted and, Court, correct me if I'm wrong, published not only to the gallery, but to cameras at large, I'd ask that it be displayed in that fashion again.
All right. Any input from any other party on that request? All right, thank you. It may be published, and the media may pick this up as well.
Agent Davis, if I can direct you to the very last message on that page. starting with if any, if you could read that out loud.
Okay. This is Tyler. He says, if any police ask you questions, sorry, let me start over. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. My lawyer should be Doug Terry. I'll see if he can reach out to you and make sure the police follow.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need from that exhibit. And then finally, Agent Davis, you testified before that you flew down to Washington County Sheriff's Office and observed Tyler Robinson there, correct?
Correct.
You got his name there.
Yes.
You stated that you transported or assisted transporting him up to Utah County Jail.
Yes.
And that you were the booking officer.
That's correct.
Do you recognize Tyler Robinson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could point him out and briefly describe something that he's wearing.
He's an individual seated at the defendant's table in the center chair with a gray suit coat and a green tie.
Your Honor, if record could reflect identification of the defendant.
Counsel?
No objection.
All right. I'll note for the purposes of this hearing only that Agent Davis has identified Mr. Robinson in court.
Wow, good job.
And
None
Judge
of us could have done that.
You may.
Ready to pass the witness. Thank you. And I don't know, now would be a good time for lunch.
All right. We'll go ahead and
Better
break right now
cross-examine
for
this guy.
lunch for 1 hour, well, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Let's come back at 1:30. We'll resume. We'll pick up the defense for cross-examination if they choose.
There we go. Cross-examination after lunch. That's good.
Before we go on our lunch break.
Not the state.
Wish I could
We'll get-
cross-examine that fucking ass.
We'll get to see what the defense has to say about old Twiggy boy here.
Here, if he has other things to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you.
No cross-examination. May this witness be
What?
excused.
Yes.
Agent
The
Davis,
defense said
down.
they had a key witness that can only testify today. So I think what he's saying is he wants that done first to make sure they have time to get to the defense's witness, and then they'll probably come back to it.
That makes sense. All right, let me see.
Wow.
I like literally feel like sick in my stomach right now.
I mean,
Well, you shouldn't get emotional
they will
about it.
cross-examine him, guys. The defense wants to bring up their key witness. They said earlier today at the start of the trial, the witness they have today, today is the only day that he can testify. So they have to get him in. So I think they're going to do that first and then go back to cross-examination of old Davis there.
All right, now you heard what they said. So hit the like, subscribe. This is lunch break. We have roughly an hour until they come back. So we're going to hit super chats and just hang out and talk. And this, you guys are more than welcome to hang out with us and obviously come back if you're going to go do a quick break or something. But we will do super chats here in just one moment. I'm going to order pizza for my kids and then I will be right back. So you guys got about 5 minutes and then I'll be back with you for super chats.
Yeah, buddy. I don't know, chat. What do we think? What do we think? I don't know. I don't know if old Lance is coming across as very credible to me so far.
Yeah, very shady to me. This whole thing it's the same as what we've been getting this whole time. It's the same. Nothing's changed. Just more slop. Nothing pointing in any indefinite direction or definitive direction of Tyler. Maybe like why all the video and stuff? Why not just use GPS footage or GPS metadata from the phone? You know, they said they have his phone. They say that. Why are they showing images or video? They could literally just show that as well as that. Hopefully, they have something. If not, it's you're sentencing a man to his death on the word of somebody else and putting them on trial on the word of somebody else and just some footage. And obviously there's multiple people that look like him there. And the photos
on
that
the
they've
word
shown us-
of someone else who's potentially involved in the crime.
Exactly.
That's kind of a problem to me.
It is a big problem. DNA on the evidence.
All of it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like also, you know, hopefully defense has all those questions in cross-examination. Just a lot of these things, you know, like the engraving bullets. He was engraving those where he was talking, like asked about that like a month beforehand. So he'd been like planning all this entire time. And again, but the point is also never once he mentioned Charlie Kirk's name.
I was just about to say
the boyfriend or the friends, but he was planning this the whole time, and he just kept
throws the motive.
silent.
Sorry for cutting you off. I'm just like,
no, you're good. I'm saying the same thing you are.
I wish Matt didn't disappear because you guys were talking over each other. He said I shouldn't get emotional about it, but the thing is, like, I'm not like emotional. This isn't like a mental thing. Like, this is like a physical thing. Like, I feel physically sick to my stomach, and not just for Tyler Robinson, because we still don't know what his level of involvement, if he was under duress, you know, if he wasn't involved, you know, but like this is our country. This is our justice system. Like, this is what's supposed to keep everything balanced. What's supposed to keep people going. You know what I mean? Like, if this is what it is, then what does that say about the rest of it? What does it say about our Constitution? What does it say about the future of our rights? You know what I mean? Like, what kind of world is our kids going to grow up in?
I've said from day one, as soon as the TPUSA, mainstream media, the president, everyone involved immediately was like, this kid's guilty. Nobody else is involved. Ask no questions. Shut your mouths. I was like, oh, it doesn't matter what happens. They're going to railroad this kid, put him into death, whether they have zero evidence or all the evidence. That's what they're going to try to do. No, and we're seeing it right now, right? Where we're just like, so your biggest, all your evidence is hearsay. You have no video or photo evidence actually of this guy committing the crime.
Yeah, they don't even have a motive there. They don't have one clear picture of Tyler Robinson on that scene. They don't have one clear picture of a weapon. The only evidence of a weapon is a bullet that came from a different gun, which is the same caliber round that we've all been hypothesizing would have been used had he been shot.
Some text messages from a boyfriend that look like total bullshit. That's it. This is their case. And is that good enough to convict him on the jury of his 12 peers?
And Erica Kirk is sitting in the front row right now, hoping that this kid gets the death penalty.
Well, it's weird because she already forgave him, so I don't know why she would be hoping for that.
She should be apologizing to him now. You know what I mean? Like, forgive him before. Now she should be getting on her knees begging for forgiveness after what we've seen these first 4 days.
It's just, I don't know. Like, I was expecting real evidence, right? Me and Matt talked about it. I was like, I've said on my channel since day one, if you can show me clear footage of Tyler on the roof with the rifle taking the shot, and you can actually see that it's him, all right, I'm on board to be like, okay, it was 1 in 100,000 Powerball shot that this happened, right? But there's none of it. There's nothing. So what are we doing? Right? It's just like the word of some random psychotic kid. That's the case. I don't know.
That's where we're at, and it's scary. I always tell people it could happen to any one of us. You know, that's why I'm covering this. I believe this is important, because if it could happen, and indeed, maybe Tyler was involved in something, but being alone doing this, I don't believe that. And
no way.
The way that this is shaping out to be some weird, crazy psyop, especially if they have people look. I can't imagine. You know?
And you already know what Fox News and all these other scumbags, you know, like the right-wing conservative, you know, people that still push this type of nonsense. Like, you have to be like, if you have the nerves to sit in front of a camera right now and advocate for this kid to go to jail and to be put to death, you have no heart.
At this point, right?
At this point, yes. Good. Thank you for correcting me. At this point,
there's nothing that we've seen that makes you go, this kid is guilty for sure. To your point, Bayes, like, you are so intellectually dishonest if you're trying to push that as the narrative. Like, yep, lock case, all the evidence in the world. It's like,
and yeah, there's still a chance this will go
to
trial, and more will come out, and then we'll see something to make us think otherwise. But, like, you know, and again, like, we're 10 months in, And we've been hearing, just wait till we get there. Just wait till we get there. And like, this is it. This is the first week. All this rhetoric that we heard for 10 months, they were building it up to this, like assuming the sale. And it's like, now that we're here, it's like,
yeah,
I can't even think of the right analogy off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chat's going absolutely crazy. They are feeling probably the same as all of us. I mean, it's right. It's just feels like it's right in our face, and it's on purpose. I just can't help but feel that way.
Yep. All right, we got to do supers. We're like, you guys have been very generous today. We're gonna be here for a long time getting this done. So
And
we got
just
an
real
hour.
quick-
We gotta burn them.
Yeah, and just real quick, what is this? There's a huge load for some reason on StreamYard, and it's kind of acting up. If for any reason, if I disappear, I will be right back. So just stay on with Valhalla, keep doing what you're doing with Bays and all them, and I'll be back on, and we'll be right back up and running. So don't leave. Just hang out. Let me see. Let me get the supers pulled up. You guys have Papa John's and Papa Murphy's pizza where you're at?
Papa John's is one of my favorite pizzas, man.
Really?
Yeah, I love
Oh, it's
Papa
all
John's.
crap at it. I mean, I live in New York, so there's like,
Yeah.
Oh, well, you have good pizza. Out there.
Yeah, I got good pizza.
That's different. That's
We have
different.
we have government pizza.
Yeah, I live in Oregon, bro. There's pizza chains. That's what you got.
All right, ready? Let's do it.
Yep, let's cruise.
Stacey Noble, watching Base react to X-Base convo was so funny in Base. Spoon's ready. Lots of Alpo coming. Christ is King. Kyle Wilbur, thanks for becoming a new member.
Thanks. Is that you?
Yeah, I was just trying to find my get orderly over here. Keeping up. What's up, Jen? Thank you. Keeping you and your expectant wife in my prayers. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, less than a month out. Thank you,
That's
Jen.
exciting.
Is it your first one?
Second.
Now you know the drill.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, my daughter is about to be 7.
Every officer would have to write a supplement report of everything they did and saw during the crime scene. They're lying. Story is nonsense.
I mean, typically, you would probably know this better than anyone else, Valhalla, I think, here. But if they're giving these statements, shouldn't they have it down to like the second of everything that happened in super like vivid detail, or is this pretty common? Like, is it common to see it this loose? Like, I think it might have been.
No. They would have it. They wouldn't have like every he said this sentence at this timestamp, this sentence at this timestamp, but they would have the general timestamps of like, hey, I pulled him over at this time, right? Interrogated him, let him go, took him to jail. That'd be timestamped, yeah, for sure. But not just like, oh, sometime around 9,
yeah,
he got detained. Yeah, no, they would, especially brought into the station. They would have that to the second of all of those things. So, video showing his right leg stiff walking, then 1 second later, his left leg is stiff. Yeah, Ian showed that the other day. Did you guys see it? Yep, we saw that. Brian says Charlie did this to question to Candace once. What's one thing all enslaved civilizations had in because I'm on? There was more slaves than masters. Well, yeah.
Brittany Gordon, thanks for the super. Why not match cell phone metadata and cell phone tower pings for a slam dunk day 1? Weird LOL. I think that's coming.
Yeah, it's probably coming. Not mine.
Who's up? Are you guys tracking?
I'm tracking.
I was on mute. My bad. Lanessa Franco, $20. Thanks to Baron Coleman. Now I know who all of you are. Shout out to Baron. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Lanessa.
Had in common. My bad. Yeah, we got it. We're good. Bays, saw you were in a late night live space last night with some characters. Did you learn anything relevant or interesting?
I wasn't in there that long. I was kind of just shooting the shit. I learned that Blake is a big techno head and that he drinks a lot of Red Bull. That's pretty much it.
Was Blake in there again?
Yeah.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. He was driving back from Utah.
Was there any new information? You talking about?
I was literally in there for 10 minutes. Huh?
Bednars or Neff?
I'm talking about Neff.
Oh no, Bednars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was like, what?
Sorry,
And you just I was like, you're just casually not saying anything about it.
Yeah.
No, I would have brought
whatever.
that up.
Who cares about that? But yeah, I thought it was Blake Neff.
Sorry, should have.
I'm with Candace. It was the mic. Too much like the pagers. A lot of people like that theory. I think missing AR was 300 blackout. That would be wild. You know why? Because now we have a 30 caliber round that matches the ballistics report and also AR-15 style platform. That's what I thought it was very initially. I thought AR-15 style platform, if you actually go back to the very first time I talked about it, I figured probably the 300 blackout, but yeah.
Would that also explain the fireworks sound if it was subsonic?
I think so, yeah.
Jen's Peace Pen, $2.
Go ahead.
Will they mention the 3 other arrests with rifles?
The defense should.
They should.
They've mentioned it, so thank you.
I think that's me. Kathy, what's up? Gary oversized equals oversized garden gnome. That's funny.
I think he's pretty little, actually.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Where this whole was it Kandaharian giant? Where'd that whole thing come from?
I think that's a joke, sarcasm.
Okay. Let's see. Well, everyone's small to you. Ray Draper, cop on the roof. If he went to the roof after the shot, if making the item ready, why wait until he's up there with an active shooter? If clearing hours after what scene was clear, how would you forget your ammo? Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like, at what point of time would the person have been up there to even have their gun? You know, like, is this when they were searching for an active shooter, or is this like afterwards when the FBI and all the, you know, he said hundreds of cop cars and thousands of officers. So if you think about that, you know, that makes it more likely that one got dropped or what, you know, got ejected by accident. I don't know, but
again, you would expect a 5.56 round, not a 2.23 round.
Correct. And actually, Danks, since you're super legit with the AI, can you double check that? Can you search and see if they issue 223 as standard in Utah for I guess for UVU
for the for regular police?
Yeah.
Shouldn't, but we'll see. Anyone catch when they said TPSA security had 40 to 50 people in the crowd? I don't know if I caught that, but I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like, it's a big event.
The Harpo interview, he said they had 13 people, and a few of them were plainclothes in the crowd. I didn't hear anything about 40 or 50 people.
No, I mean like TPUSA, not the security detail, like representatives. You know what I mean? Like college kids that are there working for TPUSA, shit like that.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was more.
But this says specifically TPUSA security had 40 people in the crowd.
No, the security didn't. Security detail was what, like 11 people, 12 people?
I think they capped at 13 was the
13 is what
it was 12 with like a wild card that came in last minute or something.
Yeah. Okay.
You might be mixing up TPUSA security
probably.
with the feds.
Yeah, with that.
Let's see, Jan Jack. Why is Lance always called a furry? Who came up with that? And was it to make him seem weak and not possibly involved?
The media did. Right-wing media.
There's something interesting searching this.
What'd you get?
So I said, does the state of Utah Police Department issue a standard 223 bullet as rifle ammo? What is the typical rifle ammo distributed? And it says there's no single-wide statewide Utah Police Department standard issue, since Utah has no unified state police department. There's UHP plus hundreds of independent municipalities and county agencies, each setting their own policies. They got Utah Highway Patrol. They phased out M14s in 2013 and Remington 870 shotguns. Everything from AR-15 patrol rifle, Colt. They've got unified authorized ammo includes 223, 5.56,
interesting,
9mm, 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, 45 ACP.
Yeah,
they're all at 22 mag.
Yeah, so it could have been hundreds of officers all over the place, and someone biffed it somewhere.
Maybe. I just still tough sell that you're on top of a white roof, ejecting, rifle rounds, and just no big deal. I'm just gonna leave this here. I don't know, man. Is Bigfoot a suspect at this point? Maybe. I believe Tyler is left-handed. Watch him today in the court. Holds his pen in his left hand. We'll be on the lookout for that. That's an interesting one.
Tommy the Third, Dankster supporter. Welcome.
How'd you guys get John Oliver for the chat? Danks does look like John Oliver. Now I can't
Does he?
unsee it. Yes, dude.
Now I gotta look at somebody here.
I have to look this up.
You don't know who John Oliver is?
Don't look.
From last
No.
weekend tonight? You do.
Oh my
okay.
gosh.
Yeah, you do. You do
Get
look
outta
just
here.
like him.
Crazy.
You look like a bigger version of him.
I probably am.
That's funny as shit.
And I can't do shit about this right here. I was like, I could put my contacts on maybe.
It's probably the glasses. How many witnesses are going to be disappeared? Who knows?
April showers, May flowers. $20. Thank you. Do we know what happened to the witness that wanted to talk to a reporter same day it happened, but was physically stopped?
I do remember that.
Yeah, that student or whatever.
The TPUSA kids like ran up and stopped him from talking to the reporter. I do remember that.
Yeah, but
I don't
that
know.
was the same person that Phil Lyman was doing the training on the script. Remember? That's the same kid.
Yeah,
so
you're
that
right.
kid was like practicing the script with Phil Lyman, and that girl was filming, and it was like a team of Phil Lyman team. Then he goes, and that was after they had rehearsed it. That was like, I think the whole thing was a show. All of that.
Yeah, you're right. I do remember that.
Yeah.
Renee Crisis King, thanks for the super chat. Hi, gentlemen. Thank you for covering this. I can't believe this evidence will give probable cause. No way in trial, in my honest opinion. Want justice ultimately for Charlie.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting because there's two different camps. There's like the Charlie Justice camp, then there's the Tyler Justice camp.
Yeah. No, I'm not in the Tyler Justice camp at all. I'm in the Charlie Justice camp. I want to know the truth about what happened.
Same.
If that means Tyler was the one that did it, that's fine. If that means he wasn't involved at all, that's fine with me too. I would just like the truth.
Let's see. Sheila Lawrence, thanks for the super. Sass did it. Light Yagami. Yep. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Nancy Harris, you cannot see the silver gas cap. I was actually gonna look at that. There's a chrome gas cap on the left side of his Challenger. You cannot see the silver gas cap when the car is leaving the garage, and there's also an obvious cut in the tape when he is walking to the car right before he pulls out. Love you all. Go Max. Yep.
Philippe, 50, Valhalla, Bangkok is great for hair transplant. When you're there, watch out for the little Blake Neffs with honkers.
My boy, I was in 1st Special Forces Group. I've been everywhere in Asia. I'm well familiar with everything in Southeast Asia, homie.
And they loved him
I can even tell you where in Bangkok, in Soy Cowboy, where you can go to find that if you'd like, by the way. Not that I would know.
Do you like Southeast Asia as
I
just
love
like
it,
visiting? Yeah.
That's what we call real Asia.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
People and everything.
Vin Diesel was in town driving a Dodge Challenger, filming Fast and Furious 28 with his family in the car. Oh, it could be, the bald driver, dude.
That is, that's the comment of the day, I think, so far.
That's funny.
It's hilarious.
Emmy Joe, I vote Matt and Danks. Talk nerdy to me.
Talking nerdy to me.
Hey, I got you. If it's, but actually I'm taking her. I don't got you. I don't know if it's a woman or a man or something in between over there.
It's Emmy
Joe.
So I think
Emmy Joe. Okay. Oh
it's
yeah.
probably a
Emmy,
woman.
probably a woman.
Yeah, but that could be like Luna. So you gotta be careful these days.
Yeah. Luna. Thank you.
Intrigue K, where's the video evidence? The head of SBI saw TR in the woods twice, and any change of clothes found. Thank you all.
I don't
That's
think
right.
they
They
have
didn't
it.
show that.
Nope.
Paul Pearson, thanks for the super. 223 DNA. Yeah, we don't know if they've
I'd
done
like
anything.
to see that.
Yeah. Good point.
Should have found a fall guy with a smaller caliber pew. Would have made the case a lot better.
Oh, you're on mute, bro.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
muted, Base.
Truth matters. Thank you very much. Most body cams show a low battery indicator on the recording before the unit dies.
True.
Worth investigating, I think. If his
It also-
model,
Go ahead. Sorry.
if his model was one that does, justice would require a perjury charge, I think, but that's justice, not just us.
Yeah, and most of them will notify the officer as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought they had an audible tone or something that went off.
They do. Well, maybe not in Utah, I don't know, but with the cameras there, it had to pick up the cop as he was ascending to the roof. I'd also like to hear the radio transmissions from the police department. Yep.
Kimberly Davis, this is JFK Magic Bullet Neck EKMK Voltra Charlie Manson vibes. Yeah, I think them bringing Lance out changed the whole feeling of all this. I would love to believe CK is alive, but I hope CK would never let someone take the fall and die and his crew flip what he built. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, how important, like, for people that believe the staged theory, that they also have to believe that he would allow someone to be put on trial.
You got to believe Charlie
be
Kirk
murdered.
is a horrible human being that didn't actually believe any of the things that he said, right? So if you want to believe that, that's fine. But
I mean, Jesse and I have talked about this, and it's like, well, it's like some things might change for somebody if they're like, either you take a bullet or you get out of Dodge. We're giving you an out. I mean, what do you if it's possible that he could have taken an out? You know what I mean? I don't know. I still think that all of this is bull, you know what, bull hockey. So what's a better explanation unless it's literally a cover up where there's hundreds of people involved, at least 50 to 100. So that's a lot of people to be involved on a cover up of a murder. So it's really hard for me sometimes to get there. It doesn't make sense that he's alive, but I still leave that on the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, everything's on the table for me. I just think it's probably the least likely of everything.
Yeah.
And for anyone that's coming in, make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe to all the different channels. And also, we are in recess until about, about another 40 minutes. So we're just going through super chats and just hanging out until that comes back on.
Bays, you're looking good. What moisturizer are you using?
No, that's my central air being broken. That's just sweat.
That's your sweat?
Yeah.
Sweat and good lighting.
What was that product in Tropic Thunder, like Booty Sweat or something?
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite movies too.
Yeah.
That
I
movie's
love
so
Sponsored by
funny.
Bays. Renee, Christ is King, thanks for the 5 TriggerSmart memberships. Everyone, make sure you guys give a big thanks and show her some love in chat.
How do they select the judge that resides? I don't know, because this is his first trial in Utah, I believe.
In Utah, it's on a lottery system. It's just randomly pushed out. Yep.
My thought as to TR's involvement: he met with TPUSA, was told to go on the roof when the event happened. He shit his pants and ran. If you believe in the patsy theory, sure. Which I do. I personally think he was a patsy. So 223/556 does not tumble on its way to the target. Yes, it does. Eventually, shoot far enough, it will. Every bullet will.
Well, and even at an angle too, once it hits its target, it can tumble when it hits. It doesn't have to tumble in the air before it hits, but yeah.
Yep.
Bucknut 2022, $4.99. Barron had on show that there was an angle from where they found the 223 round, 300 yards out. It was done with a drone. Thanks for the super chat.
There's a lot of dronies. There's a lot of people that are talking about this drone thing.
Oh, I went down that rabbit hole for a while. I mean,
Nate, great, but let's remember this is just something this liar said on a stand. Could be Fed slop adjustment. Upset the mic theory. Oh, I definitely think it's all Fed slop.
The Bells, I'm stuck on the screwdriver. I want to see they had DNA to see if it matches the gun they claim was used. That's a good question too. Does the DNA that they found that supposedly matches in each case, since they were all run separately, do each of those match each other to put all those together too? I mean, I don't know if they even do that, but it's interesting.
Don't know.
Not.
Cash took those engraved bullets and sent them to Valhalla, where he will see Charlie, apparently. Yeah. Why AR platform bolt action break open variants? Why? And I'm not sure. Sorry, Omi. I'm actually not sure what you're asking here. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Danny Freedom. Erica Kirk on stand. My dog stepped on a bee.
It is an AR. Also does not explain the crazy shore reaction. Not sure what you mean here either. Sorry, Lisa, but thank you.
Maybe like the seizing up and all that. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Nah, that's...
Ginger does snap. Welcome.
The judge got bubble guts. That's why he's late.
Bubble guts.
You guys
That's
are killing
funny.
me with your some of these comments. You're really talking cryptic, guys.
Chocolate rain. Let's see.
After the Briggs and Minifigs Brahma, I don't trust Utah police or the courts or the Mormons. Yeah, and that's not even the only super sketchy thing that's happened in police departments in Utah. There's a lot of cases like that. Did anyone else notice how it seemed like there was an intentional extra blur on who was getting out of the car in the neighbor's Ring doorbell? It looked that way, at least. Just looked to me like just really shitty camera footage. It looked like it was almost underwater. Yeah, I couldn't see anything in that. I don't know. On that doorbell camera footage.
Yeah. When the car pulled up and all that.
Where'd Nate go? Just kidding. We know. I haven't been gone long enough, guys. You guys drastically overestimate how fast I can shit.
And you also assume he's not sitting on a toilet right now.
Built into the studio.
Welcome to Nicole R. Saturday mornings, 10 a.m. We have members only live streams.
Carol Clausen, thanks for becoming a new member. Christy Yant. Matt, I love the Mr. Clean look with bald, beautiful head. You have them all beat on the panel. Thank you. And actually, fun fact for those that don't know, since we're here, people ask me like the eyebrows and all that stuff. Like I have alopecia. I've had it since I was like 15 years old.
Huh.
So I've actually been bald since I was 15.
Wow, that's wild.
You know how much money? I've saved on shampoo and all that stuff, and haircuts. It's crazy. It's like over $1 million, I think, by this point.
Scott Willard, $1.99. You see guy in parking lot, backpack and rooftop video. You see
It's the same person?
Maybe. Sandy Grove in Florida, welcome.
Yeah.
What about the wind? How does that factor in new bullet situation? The UVU shooting vid makes smoke or dark pixels moving right to left of the frame. Sure. Yeah. Wind is a huge variant in long gun shooting. However, from anywhere from 139 yards to 300 yards, the wind's not going to have that big of an effect on the round. Little bit of an effect up to 300 yards, especially with something like an AR-15. So it'd have a little bit of effect, but you'd need to know that as a shooter. But let's say if the shot came from the location they're claiming, it's going to have, this much effect on the round from 130 yards.
Yeah. Now with Nate's theory, I actually looked it up. So say we're at like 300-ish yards, 223 or 556. That day, during that time period, they had between 7 and 14 mile per hour wind.
That is high.
So if you look at a 55 grain, which is most likely, that can be up to 14 to 18 inches of movement.
That's what I was going to say. Probably one half body length.
Yep.
But I mean, but here's the thing: if you're a professional shooter, that's no problem. 7 mile an hour winds at 300 yards. I mean, you just aim probably half a body length off center mass, and you're going to be just fine. You get out to 700, 800, 900 yards, right? In 7 to 10 mile an hour winds. Now you're looking at, full on long guns, like full body frame offsets to the left or the right. Is this mine? Made a quick reference site for the evidence, charliekirkevidence.com. Okay. Down South Shooting says, not saying I 100% believe this, but isn't there a possibility that a bullet can keyhole out of the barrel if the grain weight of the bullet does not match well with the barrel twist of the rifle? Maybe, but I mean, now you're talking about potentially having that round not fire correctly at all. So, yeah, I mean, it's possible. I guess, but I don't know what the context of that would be.
I don't know if
I
it would
about
stay
you,
stable
Matt.
long enough to
Yeah,
make it to the
that's-
target.
Right, that's what I mean, right? Would the round even fly correctly enough to have an accurate shot? Probably not. So maybe, but I'm not sure.
Dale Gina Clemens. What's up, Dale? Good to see you. $2. A Patsy sometimes requires the Jack Ruby option. Jeez.
Not letting the public see Lance is horse. You know what? Yeah, here's the thing I don't like. If you're going to show it in the court to the public, because there's like people that we know in that courtroom, you might as well show it to everybody. Or don't show it in the courtroom either. You know what I mean? That seems bizarre to me that you're going to show it to the public in the courtroom, but not the public as a whole when those same people get to see it that are the public. You know, that seems weird. Kevin, thank you. Hey, Nate, you are a cool cisgender person. I'm not, unfortunately. I'm a straight male. Do you think Tyler will get unalived in his positive enforcement area by our greatest ally? Wait, are you trolling that? I have to speak like this. You do have to speak like that. I don't know, man. At this point, he made it farther than I thought he was going to make it. I didn't think he was going to make it this far. So we'll see.
And I think a lot of people think if that was going to happen, it would have happened already.
Yeah, I think so too. He wouldn't have made it this far if not. TPUSA grasping for straws like Hunter Biden on a trip to Colombia. They know they have lost the narrative. Now, Hunter Biden would say absolutely not, because he doesn't do that version of the drug. He does the smoking version of it. He makes those jokes himself. So,
Mommy Manners. A man proved on YouTube, Charlie Kirk Operation 322, that Charlie was shot with a drone in the back of that area, neck and exit wound, and cutler mass. Charlie fell backwards. Please check. Yeah, I've seen that. And I know, like, early on, I think Jason Goodman and a few other people were heavy into that, doing a lot of research and showing that stuff. But I just don't see it myself. I'm sure it could happen, but I don't.
He definitely didn't prove it. He might have a decent theory. Nobody's proved anything yet. So,
yeah. Sorry, pizza's here. Just giving them the code. All right, let's see.
Thank you, Paul. He called Tyler a she. That was funny. He did say that at first, and had to correct himself.
Was it after the Luna name thing?
No, it was in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Said Mrs. Robinson. I mean, Mr. Robinson. Woofy says everyone involved in the preliminary hearing works for the state, even Tyler's defense team, judge, witness, prosecution, defense. This is a trial, literally kangaroo court. I mean, you're not wrong.
Excuse me. Lethal Latin. We either have a transferee, Jason Bourne, sniper, or government setup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which could be possible. I don't know. I mean, have you seen any of this stuff, Nate? There's been a huge amount of people on the left and liberals and stuff that have started doing that. There's like
we have
yeah, go ahead.
In our competition shooting scene here in Oregon, where I shoot, there's always like a whole group of like 12 of exactly that show up as a group. It's actually really popular in that community in shooting.
Paul Pearson, they've effed this up so bad a court appointment lawyer couldn't even pull off a cover up. Appointed lawyer? I'm not sure what that. Yeah. What are you guys' thoughts on Erica Kirk's lawyer?
Is he a lawyer?
Wait, is that the one that's yelling a lot?
Or is he an actor? Because he does not act like a lawyer. And this emotional outburst theater is embarrassing. Actually,
I agree. Same.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
It's a little intense.
You know, the judge, if you watch both times, didn't even respond to the guy. He just stared at him and let him walk off, and then went, "Okay, anyway," and went back.
Well, he rolled
on
his
what he was doing.
He rolled his eye at him. So I mean, just yeah. Like this freaking guy again.
That's on me. Okay,
sorry. Actually, we didn't do that one.
Oh, smoking gun in this case will be found in his cell after the guards fall asleep. It's hard to do in jail, right? It's because he's not in prison yet, is he? Or are they holding him in prison? I think he's in jail, right?
Yeah, I think he's just in jail,
which is shitty. That's
Very.
worse for him.
Yeah.
Alice DePaul, remember aviator sunglasses guy with a big duffel bag at the event? Did
Mhm.
anyone talk to him?
I don't think so, but I do remember him.
Aunt Lang from Canada, right under our nose. Bald prosecution member and team. I see 4 of them. Did they go park in front of Mrs. N's ring camera? LOL.
Not even going to mention Charlie's security team. They might get into
Hmm.
something like that in the trial.
Mhm.
I'm not sure. Joe says, not a lawyer or judge, but all these reactions is allowing them to shape the case any way they like. Yes, just saying. I mean, I think that's what the defense was trying to argue, but it got overruled. Danny says, or Denny here, he clarified it, has it been discussed whether or not TR even admitted to being guilty when turning himself in? Ain't that what they said in the beginning? They said he admitted it to his parents, who then turned him in. But as far as we understand it now, it sounds like that's not true. So I don't believe he's confessed, other than Lance's text messages. Have we seen anything beyond that?
I don't think so. Don's Odrosky, thanks for the super.
All right. Not reading that name. I don't know why everyone's so worked up about this being held in little, you know where, us, you know what's known for our reason, respect for human rights, and equal enforcement of the law. Yes.
Don Odrosky, I am curious if TR's parents are present. That's a good question. I haven't seen anything yet that said they were there at any point during this, but I'm sure, I would think they would be.
Yeah, I'm going to assume they are. Kevin says, Tucker doesn't say unalive or our greatest ally. Well, none of us are Tucker Carlson with the biggest platform in the world. So fortunately, the rules we have to work around are a little bit different than Tucker, my friend.
He is independent, so he can do that.
Yep. This is court filibustering. What a joke. You should all wear maroon hats and black hats and glasses. That would be funny. I don't have a maroon shirt is the problem. I'd have to go buy one.
Yeah, I don't think I do either.
Joe says this is why TV court cases are open and shut in less than 60 minutes minus commercials. Yeah, it's a little bit different on TV, huh? Are they going to show Lance's testimony? Man, these are still from 9 in the morning. Woo! Yes. Well, they did, huh? What it calls confessions.
Mitch Harper, this judge sucks. He's indecisive and trying to placate everyone.
I think that's kind of his job, though, in this pre-hearing trial.
For the most part, I've heard that people actually like him so far.
I think he's done a pretty good job.
They think he's fair.
Fair. Yeah, I think he's been pretty fair to both sides. Maybe this isn't even the real twigs. Isn't it highly suspect that someone receives immunity and doesn't even have to testify in person or be cross-examined? They're saying it's because of this pre-hearing trial. In the actual trial, he will be forced to in person. Sir, people already think your client didn't do it, but with you doing all this shucking and jiving, it makes the defense look bad. Okay. Thank you, Tony.
Helga Shabadala ding dong. Helga Shabalagba ding dong. I can see the courthouse roof from my house. Oh, So you were there at the alleged situation, and you were very close to all of it. Interesting.
Was it you, Helga?
I think it was.
From your house? That's a long shot, maybe.
Jen's peace pen. Is that me or you? I don't know.
That's me. Yeah. Jen's peace pen from Australia. Did y'all see Ben on his show? He said his security is getting updates from CK. Yeah, we did see all that. And
I just saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. Which, doesn't make sense. So if something's happening to one podcaster or one personality or whatever that's like in the politics and there's something major happens, I could theoretically see communication to like alert the other ones, but they weren't on good terms. So
they didn't. No, they hated each other. So that doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Let's see, Paul Pearson. Let's spend 2 days arguing about taking testimony from a guy with DNA on evidence and threatened by misdemeanor to convict Patsy of capital murder. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to get around his DNA being on everything. If it was on like the towel because they share the house, maybe.
Yep.
But not every single item that they're using as evidence against. I don't know. It's
I
kind of
agree.
sketchy.
Yep, I agree.
Punch Bowl Puppy. Did any of our girls get into the courtroom? Yes. Brandy and Teresa definitely did. I think Billy and Lane might have also got in. And I'm not sure who besides that, but they had to go at 5 a.m.
Oof.
No, actually, it was after midnight. They got a text or something after midnight saying that people were already in line.
I think Lala got in too. I'm waiting to hear back from her.
I think Brandy Siciliani actually is like in the news because she was sleeping. She had like a mat and her blanket and everything, was like laying down sleeping in the middle of the concrete, like in front of the courthouse.
I don't blame her.
That's dedication.
Mm-hmm. Congrats. I like or dislike TPUSA even more now. That's even possible.
Colleen, welcome.
Ray Draper, Erica and her attorney have the same acting coach.
They definitely do. I thought EK already saw all of the evidence. She said that, but that's not how this also works. The prosecution is not just going to show the victim's family members all the evidence before trial. So that was made up, I'm sure. Kirk's lawyer went to the same acting school. Yeah. Michelle says media attorney isn't for either side. SL Tribute is center left. Desert News is owned by the LDS Church. Same for KSL News. Kirk lawyer, I recall a family case where a client asked his lawyer to tell the judge his ex was a B. Lawyer did it. Got praised even though he lost. Yeah, that's not very professional. Your Honor, it's our only hope at railroading this innocent man and preventing further investigation.
Always watching. Just because something is in the public sphere does not mean it's proper or accurate.
True.
Shifty linked in $5. Cue the Mario World Game Over sound clip for the prosecution, please. Mario World.
Haven't ever heard that one.
It's been a while, probably.
Come on, these lawyers are beating this horse to death. They were earlier. I need to get off my phone. Disrespectful. Go watch somebody else's channel if you don't like it. Officer Tatum streaming. Go watch him. There you go. Go fuck yourself. You think I care about being on my phone or not? No, get out of here. Thank you for donating money to me, though.
Mrs. Legend Bree, he is fed up flipping them pages like that. The judge?
Yeah.
Yeah. Boom.
Wow. Dan, thank you. 50 VFT memberships. So everybody who got those memberships, make sure you thank Dan in the chat. And also, guys, we have fantastic emojis on this channel. So if you became a member, make sure you get in there and use those emojis. Thank you.
Shifty Lincoln. Hey, Charlie, I feel you, bro. Go to the theater. They said it'll be fun. They said FML. It's leading towards the setup. Let's see.
Ono Kakaila. I don't know why I put an accent on that. EK forgiveness. EK forgives Tyler, yet wants to bury him and his right as quickly as possible. I mean, what qualifies as a speedy trial? Do you know, Nate? I mean, it's been a year.
Yeah, but that's normal for high-profile cases. Look at Luigi Mangione's case. They're in like, what, year 3 almost now? So
and then they drop. Then they drop most of the stuff, and he's
he's like almost everything dropped from his charges because the police effed that up so bad. But yeah, I mean, it's not that normal. I think what we consider speedy trial, we would expect like, hey, a couple months. But yeah, it can take years for these big ones. The Kirks have a right to wait for the trial. I'm sick of the Kirks. Erica start a freaking cry harder charity for kids in need. Love you, Bays and Nate. Thank you. Friends with Matt says the liars unalived Charlie, and now they're lying. I don't know. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know who did it.
Oh, I'll be right
Kelly
back.
Warner.
I just don't believe the FBI narrative.
All right, Bays. This is all BS. EK wants transparency in court, but not in real life. She doesn't have to answer any questions.
No, I guess not.
Mrs. Legend Bree. They were speaking on another case using case law to support their argument when they said that about threatening, not this case.
Okay. That's happened a couple times.
Yeah. They're so smooth how they slide it in there. Like what? Tyler did meth?
Nah, it's usually because I'm eating food. But thank you.
Melania Catherine, there we go. Wouldn't Erica's lawyers already have all this info? Not necessarily. He's doing nothing but making her look more suspicious. This trial is nothing more than convicting the public. TR is guilty, and it's so obvious. I don't know. I would assume they can't just give out evidence like that, right?
No.
Shifty, it won't go fake tears Eric Kirk's way, and then Jack Ruby will pop out of the woodworks.
A lot of people have that comment.
Dons of Drosky. At this rate, the preliminary hearing will go longer than the trial. Let's go.
Yeah. That's what it says. This is boring. I'm going to share exciting news instead. After 10 years of trying, my wife and I are expecting our first kiddo. Love y'all. Well, congratulations, brother.
Congrats.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Don't forget the Pixelated Man also has evidence. Has evidence? My theory, multiple patsies on campus dressed the same. First one to go MIA gets the charge, which was TR, weird game of Tuck Tuck Goose Patsy. There's a lot of them dressed like that.
I'm just looking at the side comment. Someone said there's a new computer science building southwest of the Losi Center, like Agent Davis said, but it's not on Google Maps or Earth.
That'd be interesting.
Huh. Amira Bobby, thanks for all your commentary on this pretrial, fellas. Good seeing you in Barron's chat last night, and hope to see you there again tonight.
Yeah, we will be. We're gonna be raiding him. What time's he starting? Like same time?
I think I'll probably do 6:30. I don't know. We still have to. He usually decides like closer to the time he starts. So
okay.
We won't know
He doesn't
for a
have like
couple
a regular schedule.
No.
I feel like in a playing card game with my brother-in-law, kids, or something. We haven't confirmed anything other than Blake Neff driving Tyler around like Morgan Freeman on a Sunday. You're a daisy if you do. Yeah, maybe Blake was the getaway driver, allegedly. Wait to see all the BS evidence being leaked. Wouldn't be surprised to see this.
Honey Badger Girl. If the state truly wanted transparency, then they wouldn't have Lance Twiggs there in person, or they would have Lance Twiggs there in person to answer questions, and shame on them. I don't know. I think based on what we've seen, there's a pretty good chance he'll be in trial. I mean, he'll probably be.
Oh, he has to. He has to be, because
we'll see.
You have the opportunity to face your accuser in any
Well,
trial,
and we'll see if he's like still stone cold, no emotion. You know, if that's the case,
being
then-
cross-examined, that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah. See if he gets blinky.
Not having his hand held by the prosecution, who's the one interviewing him. Yeah.
Jen comment, how does the judge not know how to pronounce? I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Voir dire.
Clown world.
It's voir dire.
Voir dire? Is that a legal term?
Yeah. Voir dire is here, hold on. I'll look it up.
That huge needs to loose his seat. Okay.
Voir dire is a legal term that translates from Old French to speak the truth, and primarily refers to the pre-trial jury selection process where attorneys and a judge question prospective jurors to uncover biases or preconceived notions.
Okay.
So
I didn't know
effectively,
that's what that was called.
Mrs. Emma and Marie Bay. Thanks for being a channel member and for the super. If they go to court, when will the trial be? We have no idea. It could be a year out. I mean,
let's hope not.
Yeah.
I'm hoping 6 months or less, but I think that's like probably going to be too soon.
Anna, EK lawyer didn't read the room or the judge. You ain't lying.
Yeah. Wish my job had this many breaks. Yeah.
And this long too.
Oh, he leaking. Okay.
What the fuck?
You talking about Valhalla?
I hope not.
I hope nobody's leaking over here.
I hope nobody is here.
Bayes, he's coming back. He might be leaking.
It might be Bayes. That's it.
Oh,
yeah, I hope nobody is.
K-Nate, $9.99. I saved the dispatch audio. A cop says shooter near CS building in jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle. Later, a dispatcher says shooter on roof in same location, same description, but adds black vest.
I have heard multiple witnesses say that's what they thought they saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Bayes, you leaking?
Huh?
You leaking?
No, I'm good.
Let's see. Lord of the Rings. Are they allowed to broadcast? Are they allowed to broadcast and put evidence out to the public prior to the preliminary hearing? Is that
They
right?
did.
Yep. Shouldn't they face some sort of penalty for illegally leaking evidence?
They did, but I don't know. Apparently, it doesn't matter.
I mean, they were held in contempt. The prosecution for something. It wasn't that bad though.
That was for speaking out about the evidence.
To the media. Yeah.
The Constitution states the accused must be allowed to question their accusers. Yep, just talked about that. Letting them use a tape to prevent cross-examination is BS, even in prelims. I think this is like a Utah thing that it's allowed. I don't think this is normal. It's like a hearsay thing. Workman says whoever is on the roof was probably part of a visual signal as the person on the roof got into position. The baseball signal was given, and then the dominoes fell. Person on the roof got scared and ran. Plausible. I, as someone, spent a lot of time doing tactical things with teams. I'm not a fan of the hand signals, baseball signals.
Yeah,
it's just not something that we do. I mean, if you're being silent and quiet at night, of course we use different hand signals, right, for patrolling and different things. But if you have a radio, homie, like it's just it's very, very unlikely.
Or CQB in close quarters, but
yeah. If you're trying to be silent, yes, hand and arm signals are obviously what we use. But in this scenario, from trying to do hand signals from underneath a tent up to a shooter on the roof and like all these moving pieces and also keep in mind the shooter is going to be concerned with taking the shot. He's not going to be sitting there looking, waiting for somebody to do a hand and arm signal for him to go, oh shit, I got to shoot now. He's going to take the shot when he has an available and open shot and he's comfortable taking it. So that's why I'm not a big fan of the hand and arm signals. Now there is some weird stuff going on, but people move around all the time when they're standing. So
when I think there's a video on X that shows like 5 or 6 different events that Dan Flood is at, and he does the same stuff at all of them. Same hand movement, same arm stuff, that same like baseball thing. He does all that at all of them. He's always
he pulls his sleeves. He always pulls his sleeves up because he's tight and he wants people to see his biceps. That's what he's doing. If you use high tech like an AR-1 Taiwan, you can see your target RC, and it can be done costly. I think Mission Impossible with 21st century tech. Okay,
I think that's a drone one again, maybe.
But there's no evidence that shows the messages are from Tyler, other than it being his phone. No, we don't know anything about that. Who else had access to his phone? Probably Lance Twiggs.
Well,
definitely.
And Lance also said with the Discord stuff, he said he kept saying it was Tyler's friends, but he was in there too. That language is weird. Like it's his friends and it's his thing. I was in there, sure, and yeah, I'm part of it, but it's his friends. I don't know. That's weird.
I think that Lance Twiggs is more involved than what we know.
100%. I've thought that from the beginning.
It sounds like he's trying to distance himself from all of it.
Of course.
Yeah. Weird language.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah, I know about this. Let me give them information, keep myself off of the chopping block.
Who's up?
Oh, The pic on X Twigs looks like guy in stairs. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people think it looks like Twigs.
Oh, we talked about that yesterday. Yeah.
Yep. Dralatina, thanks for the super. However, at the trial proper, the defense will have an opportunity to bring in more testimony from Lance, including asking about his original September 2025 statements. All is not lost.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks
Yeah,
for being a mod.
cross-examination should be super interesting there.
Yeah, and thanks for being a mod, and thanks to all the mods who are here with us, helping keep everything clean. Much appreciated.
Shout out to the mods.
JP Hanks, Twigget already took money, compromised already.
I want to know more about his family's financials and what's happened since.
Didn't we went over that last night, Baze, didn't we?
Couple LLCs and
Yeah, the family. Was it you that looked it up? That
yeah, it
the
was.
family has something weird going on with.
It's like a faith and family nonprofit website for some kind of thing that's like registered in Texas, and then they have all these little LLCs, like 7 or 8 different LLCs that were formed since like January of 2026.
That's
weird. And then obviously the house got paid off. They moved.
Yeah, I don't like that.
know.
I'm going to work
Yeah,
on
I
my
don't- I don't
camera
like
for a
that.
second. I'll be right back.
Yep.
All right.
They're going to eliminate him after this. He's the key witness, so I don't know. I don't think they want to get rid of him. I think they want him there. Cartman's voice, race wars. The only baiting I do is master fishing.
No.
Okay.
Savage.
Might be Danks.
Oh, showing some love for my boo, Danks, investigator in charge.
Yeah, buddy.
Do any of you guys ever get in trouble with your wife over messages you get from being on social media and being a creator?
No.
No.
My wife doesn't give a shit.
Why? What about you, Matt?
What? Yeah. What are you doing? What are you saying?
Well,
are you
no, there-
sending messages
no, there
you're
was,
not supposed to be sending to girls?
He's smirking.
No, nothing like that.
What are you
No,
doing,
nothing like
Matt?
that. It was I was in a chat. Who was it? I think it was Zach Costello. So I was in someone's chat, and someone was like, TriggerSmart's my husband, or I claim TriggerSmart, or something like that. And then someone else was like, no, I claim TriggerSmart. And then I got a email from like the husband of one of the women, and I was like, I don't know, like this had nothing to do with me whatsoever. I'm not, so kind of strange.
No, my wife doesn't care about that.
Let's see. Let's see. Did I already do that? Nope. Forget you're on TV, and when y'all start talking and asking questions, I'm just answering like you can hear me. That's awesome. I do it to Baron also. It's the longer podcast. Yeah, and I think it's kind of cool how Coach has the, what is it? Buy me a coffee. How people can leave like video messages. They can actually like talk and interact like that. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Has anyone looked at Candace setting this event in motion? There's a lot linked back to her. Conspiracies started from her. Are you trying to say Candace Owens planned the unaliving of Charlie Kirk? Tough sell, bro. I'm not sure where we have any evidence that would suggest that. But TPUSA says that all the time.
Yeah. Kenda Burgoyce. When the Fed sloppers start posting Twigs as a valid witness, we can all agree to comment fake news or trust the furry. It's like a manual bot attack.
Yep. What do you think will happen? Is he found not guilty? Arthur, I think it's going to depend on the jury. The problem is where he's at in Utah. It is an uphill battle. You have everyone in that courtroom is going to be a MAGA hardcore religious. Every single person you bring into the jury, and that is not the demographic that you want to have as the jury if you're Tyler Robinson. So I personally think they're going to find, even with the slop that we have, if this is all they had, I think there's still a very high chance that he gets found guilty in the trial because of where they're at personally.
Sorry, I lost my spot here. There we go. Might be Danks. Pops, thanks for the super.
Stinger and everyone with common sense wonders why the judicial system is such a shit show. Yeah, it is.
Lil Sis Crispins. Is that the name of your cat? Tyler, I'm trying to look at the picture, but I can't tell. Tyler's a 4.0 GPA. He was supposed to leave like crooks and messed up the plan.
I mean, it makes sense. I can't imagine them wanting this to go to trial. Like if this wasn't going to trial and there wasn't, all this stuff coming out, I don't think it would have been as obvious.
Danny V777RA, thanks for the super. We are about to see April vid of LT with limited immunity. Yep, we watched that. So this is hearsay of hearsay fed to LT.
Yeah.
Thank you all again, day 4.
Yeah. That's what we got.
So okay. So they kept saying that something about McBride from the FBI, but isn't the lawyer's name also McBride? Or is that the McBride they're talking about? That's starting to confuse me now.
Yeah, I was getting a little confused too.
If you know in chat, can you let us know? Or send me an email or something. I'm starting to get confused about the McBride thing.
We should lead with, why was Tyler meeting with TPUSA in the morning, and who exactly were they? EK and AK don't want to discuss that. Sounds like Blake Neff doesn't want to discuss that either, based off of him he was asked about this, and he refused to talk about it. So, yeah, I think we all want to know what's going on there.
Amanda Danunda, thanks for becoming a channel member. Mama Nani B, thanks for the super. There's been no evidence so far that convinces me most of those images are TR. Still leaning toward an intentional mic malfunction. You guys are great.
Thank you. I ended my 20-minute call with Mitch McConnell earlier to watch the stream. Yeah, he's doing well from what we heard. 223, shooter aim for, 300 yards of drop, hit, neck. How much drop would we have from 300 yards at a 2-3 round? 12 inches, maybe? Just off the top of my head. 12 to 18 inches, probably.
That sounds about right, yeah.
I think you'd have more drop than that. If he was aiming T-box, caught here, that's actually, no, you would probably
and
be more drop
downhill.
than that. And downhill,
Yeah.
he probably would have hit him in the chest. If he was just aiming T-box here. If he was aiming high, top of the head, maybe.
Yeah, it says
somebody, that was math off the top of my head, guys. Anybody want to run that math? Any ballistics guys in here run that math for us?
It says 11 to 13 inch drop.
11 to 13. What did I say? 12?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we got, boys.
He's good. He's good.
But Gary would say, I don't know anything about firearms. So there you go. Can experts say the video shows Taylor 100%? No.
Even Lance
they
Twiggs
refused
couldn't
to
say
say
that.
actually.
Yeah, and Lance Twiggs said he couldn't even identify 100%.
I'm just trying to understand why y'all are so surprised that this is a mock, because if the government is hiding something, you probably won't find it anyway. So what is the point here? I don't think any of us are that surprised at what we're seeing, to be honest. Thank you, Justin.
Nadine Mason, thanks for the super. Imagine what would happen if EK pivoted post pretrial and declared she was no longer convinced of Tyler's guilt. Love you all. They have too much reputation staked in it already.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that would include Trump and everyone else too who said the same stuff.
Yep.
Let's see. Pick constant. Where's the proof that TW was transferee? More fed slop. Nothing regarding TW is provable.
I think he means Lance Twiggs.
Yeah. I mean, even the relationship didn't even sound convincing. Even when Lance was talking.
No, it didn't at all.
We started dating after 3 months. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. How did the founding fathers not know about the, being kicked out of where on top of Christendom widespread in Europe? They just ignored it. It's hard to ignore this. Well, probably wasn't an issue in 1776, homie. Keep in mind, it became an issue in 1913 if you know your history, but janitors routinely use 223 to shoot any pigeons flying over the administrator's cars. Ah, there it was. Yeah, the janitor.
It's always the janitor.
What have we heard from campus police? Anything? That was the first person who testified on Monday. The guy who accidentally had his body camera shut off, saw a holster that he wasn't interested in, that just randomly had some guy with a gun show up behind him and decided that's who was his partner now. So that was the campus police officer that we saw all that from.
And if you remember, UVU put one person up on the Hall of Flags, and that was the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Amy C. Just wanted to send a token of my appreciation for the broadcast this week and for keeping me company while this prelim trial is ongoing. Better than any Netflix or network broadcast by far. Thank you very much. And we're glad you guys are here with us. This is awesome.
Solid work by Tyler's counsel, Nicki Minaj. Sorry.
Chrissy Meeves, do you think 223 was meant to take out Tyler Robinson, Matthew Crook style? A little interesting.
Unaliving the Patsy?
Yeah.
That is interesting.
It is very good question.
Could you imagine like a triple assassination where they all shoot each other in the back of the head, except for the last dude? Then they have to track it all the way back.
That's like the opening scene of The Dark Knight. Yeah, when they like continually like take out their partners as they go, and it's just the Joker left at the end. Weekend at Bernie's, aka McConnell's. It is Weekend at McConnell's right now. Not me.
Marcellus, $10. Are we thinking Boom could have been last resort in case shots were missed? Also, the stick that was found by the lab coat dude may be foldable. Sticks placed around for accessibility.
I don't know. Basically, they're talking about a failsafe, right? A failsafe.
Yeah.
If you're trying to take somebody out, you want a failsafe if whoever is your shooter misses the shot, which is possible, right? I mean, I don't know.
We don't know, man. That's what's frustrating.
We're supposed to be back from recess any minute now. So keep an eye out for that. And we'll keep going a couple more.
Thank you, Marcellus.
We'd like to see the 223 round, but we all know their body cam went down right before that. Parent show was fired last night.
Catherine, what do you think prompted Tyler to turn himself in? If he did, he figured out he was being framed. Twigs told him too, they will kill you. Trader's remorse. There's a lot of theories, but yeah.
No, we already know. No, there's no theories. We know. The family friend who was a former sheriff went to his house and told him, you need to turn yourself in or they will come kick in your door and probably shoot you in the face.
Yeah, so he's basically
the prosecution has stated that multiple times now. So that's why he turned himself in. He was told to by a former sheriff.
Which is not necessarily an admission of guilt.
Nope. You skipped over Beavers twice now.
Yeah, we're back in. I just had to get past this. Give me 1 second.
We left off with Agent Davis being excused from the stand, no cross-examination, and turning to the state. Are you ready to proceed?
State call Sergeant Jennifer Falmuina.
All right, Sergeant, if you wouldn't mind coming forward and being brought into the courtroom.
So this must be the defense's guy. They can only go today.
Right, Sergeant, if you'd like to come forward, you're still under oath from your previous testimony from the previous day. So if you'd like
all right, I'm going to go grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
Witness stand, be seated.
Sounds good.
To your left, behind the monitor should be a bottle of water. After you're situated, if you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone toward you to ensure that the audio is picked up. Mr. McBride, your witness.
Sergeant Falmuina, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We briefly covered some of your involvement in this case the other day. I want to return back to your initial assignment to this case. When were you first assigned to go to the campus of Utah Valley University?
On September 10th of 2025.
What time did you get that assignment?
I believe it was approximately 1:30 p.m.
And where were you when you received that assignment?
I was at our headquarters office in Salt Lake.
And did you go directly down to the campus?
Yes, I did.
And will you describe what you're seeing as you arrived there?
Yes, when I arrived there, I actually arrived near the south end of campus, and that's where I saw multiple police cars as well as multiple officers from various agencies. Then I was asked to respond to our command post, which was in the Fugal building there.
And the Fugal building, we've had some testimony about this, but is that just to the south of the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
And were you there while officers were securing campus?
Yes, I was.
And do you know generally how that was done?
I don't know the specifics, but I do know that officers were canvassing the area, trying to look for a suspect, but also trying to see if anyone else was injured, and then making sure that the scene was secure and that no unauthorized people were allowed in.
And I think you testified earlier. What was your primary assignment?
My primary assignment at the campus, as well as throughout the case, was to oversee the crime scenes as well as the physical evidence.
Before you could do your work on the crime scenes, did the campus have to become secure?
Yes, it did.
And did that involve making sure there was no active shooter on campus?
Yes.
And did that involve officers searching buildings and clearing buildings throughout campus?
Yes.
You mentioned that were there multiple areas that were processed by you and other crime scene analysts in this case?
Yes, there was. Would you like me to go over them?
Let me direct you to a few of them. Well, yes, please mention the scenes.
Yeah, so one scene was a courtyard area, or I guess what we could also refer to as the amphitheater where the event took place. The other scene would have been the Fulton Library, where there were two bus stops. And then another would have been the wooded area. And then the last one would have been the Lolosi Center building, as well as the ground below.
All right, let's start with the rooftop. What was who was assigned to process the rooftop area?
The team that was assigned to process that was the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, or also known as our state crime lab.
And generally, what does processing an area involve?
Processing includes documentation, sketching, as well as taking photographs, marking, as well as labeling evidence, and then determining how to package them properly, as well as also just trying to ID anything probative.
On the rooftop was evidence found?
Yes.
What types of evidence were found on the rooftop?
One item of evidence that was found was a screwdriver. Another one would have been what we believe was the shooter's perch. That was determined that was easy to see at night. Using oblique lighting, we could see disturbances in the gravel on the rooftop. And then on the northeast edge, our team also found some swipes on the ledge of that rooftop that was also collected.
Okay, so northeast ledge. And is this the dropping off point?
Yes, it is.
You said swipes. What does that mean, swipes?
Swipes is, I would describe it as kind of hand marks or any type of marks that is left by something that causes some type of disturbance.
Okay. And where on the ledge were those located?
Those were located right on the edge of that right on the edge of that rooftop. And then right below, we also had some other swipes as well some other impressions. And then below that was a glass window where we also located some latent prints.
Okay, I want to return to what you've referred to as the perch, the sniper position. Were measurements taken from that sniper position to the tent where Charlie Kirk was seated?
Yes.
Do you know the distance?
Yeah, so the distance from the perch area directly to the tent where Mr. Kirk was sitting was approximately 415 feet. If you take into, and this, if you break it down, so from the perch to the tent, you're looking at is basically like this. And this is the perch and this is the tent.
And now you're describing, I'm sorry, I have to make a record. You're describing an angle, a slope downward from the perch to the location of the tent. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
I am.
Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, so the angle, so again, the distance, the perch to the tent was approximately 415 feet. If you think about it, or without taking into account the elevation drop, it was actually 410 feet, so just horizontal straight across. And then the elevation difference between that is approximately 68 feet.
400 feet, 410 feet from the perch to the tent with a 68-foot vertical drop. Is that
Yes.
right? On the rooftop, were shoe impressions found on the rooftop?
Yes, there was.
Did those who processed that area of the crime scene collect the latent prints and the shoe impressions that you've talked about?
Yes, they did.
This is a good point to read a stipulation into the record.
All right.
The language of this has been agreed upon by the parties. The parties stipulate that investigators at the crime scene observed latent fingerprints and a palm print on a glass window near the area where the individual landed when the individual jumped from the rooftop of the Low C Center at UVU. SBI fingerprint examiner Elisa Farmer examined images of these latent fingerprints and the palm print and determined that only 3 of the latent prints, 11B, 11C, and 11D, were of comparable or of poor comparable value. She excluded Tyler Robinson as the source of any of these 3 latent prints. Ms. Farmer reviewed other prints on the window and found that they did not have adequate value for comparison. Subsequent examinations of these 3 latent or actual latent prints by the FBI were inconclusive. That area that was described in that stipulation, is that the area in the glass window that you're talking about?
Yes, that is.
That's on the northeast corner of the Low C Center.
Yes.
And that's the area where we see in a video an individual drop from the roof.
Yes.
I want to move on to another area, the courtyard. First, will you describe what that area of the crime scene looked like?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, you have different steps. I believe there were maybe like five or six covered in grass. When I was there, there were personal belongings spread throughout. There was a tent towards the west end of that courtyard area, as well as some banners and some barriers as well.
Was that area processed for evidence as well?
Yes, it was.
What was done to process that area?
Photography, as well as just examining the tent area to see if there's anything there.
And who is assigned to process the courtyard area?
The FBI.
I want to take you to another area, a wooded area. Was there a wooded area that was processed as well?
Yes, there was.
Will you describe, first off, where that area is?
Yes, so this area is located northeast of the Low C Center building, and it is across from Campus Drive.
Your Honor, could we publish Exhibit 35, please?
Yes.
And if I may approach the witness, I'll put up the hard copy of this exhibit as well.
All right.
Can we publish oh, thank you. All right, on the screen in front of you, Will you take a look at Exhibit 35?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Will you take a moment to orient yourself on that map and tell me when you've found the relevant points that help you understand what this map is of?
Yes.
Do you see the courtyard on that map?
Yes, I do.
Kimberly, can you zoom in to the courtyard area, kind of the center of the, there's a pointer on the screen. Is that the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
All right, now the low C center, will you describe, well, let's jump to the wooded area. Where is the wooded area that you're talking about seeing that was processed?
Yep, the wooded area, if you go from the courtyard and you go northeast, you're gonna come across this big parking lot. And then if you just go directly north to that.
Okay, this is, at this point, it might be easiest for you to actually indicate on the physical map. If you don't mind just standing up, is, give you a handheld mic here.
Yes, so the wooded area is approximately right here in this area.
Okay, so just to make a record of the area, on the northern, I guess I'll say, and north is up on this map, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know where Campus Drive is?
Yes, Campus Drive is this road that winds right along here.
Okay, and so that's kind of the windy road that begins the upper left-hand corner of the exhibit and winds down through the center of the map and kind of exits to the middle right side of the map, is that right?
Yes.
And the wooded area, where is it in relation to the Campus Drive?
It is north of Campus Drive.
Okay, kind of in that, probably the center right of the map, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Will you describe, first off, what is on the south side across the street from the wooded area?
Yeah, so on the south side of the south side of the wooded area, we have the computer science building, which is to, I guess, east. And then we have a parking structure, and we have a walkway along here in between that connects the computer science building and the Veloci Center building. And then right onto the southwest of the parking lot area is going to be the Veloci Center building.
Okay, now you referred to the area across the street from the wooded area as a parking structure. That's a parking lot, right?
I'm sorry.
And there is a parking structure on campus, correct?
Yes, there is.
But that's different than the parking lot you just mentioned.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Back to the wooded area. What was found? Was anything found in the wooded area of evidentiary value? You can sit down. Thank you. You can take that.
May you repeat your question?
Was anything of evidentiary value found in the wooded area?
Yes, in the wooded area, a rifle that was wrapped in a dark colored towel was found there.
And how did you learn about that?
I found that out because just a little bit before 6 p.m. that day, I received a call from Utah County Sheriff's Office, who was tasked with searching that area.
Do you know why they searched that area in the first place?
Yeah, so they searched that area because I received a video that was from the UVU security footage. This was received by our command post on scene, and it showed who we believe was the shooter on the rooftop run from the southwest corner all the way to the northeast corner, jump down, and then continue to the northeast side of that campus and then cross the street to Campus Drive, and then the suspect was out of camera's view after that.
Okay, so he ran basically toward and into that wooded area.
Yes.
Right. What were you told from the sheriff's office?
I was told that they found a gun, and from there I asked them to hold the scene, and that myself and FBI ERT team, the lead, Special Agent Kamak, would be en route.
Okay. FBI ERT, FBI Evidence Response Team, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you go to that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the weapon?
Yes.
Will you describe what you saw?
Here we go.
What I saw was a rifle that was, or at the time before even having removed it, we found, or in the bushes, we found all you could really see was just a dark towel there. So pictures were taken of that, and then eventually the gun or the towel was removed. And then once we removed the towel from the bushes is when we uncovered that the towel was actually used to wrap the gun in.
Have you reviewed State's Exhibits 10, 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3? Do you remember reviewing these?
Yes.
And are they accurate photographs of the weapon when it was recovered and shortly thereafter?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibits 10, 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3.
Defense?
No additional objections.
All right, and as it relates to publication, if any?
Yes, I would ask that these be published at all 3 levels.
All right, any input, Mr. Burt?
Same objections.
All right, I'll note the standing objections from defense. Those are overruled. And 10.10, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3 are admitted into evidence and may be published both in the courtroom and through the use of the camera.
If you can please publish number 10, thank you. You have in front of you on the screen Plaintiff's Exhibit 10. Will you describe what we're looking at here?
Yes, what we are looking at here is actually the bushes where the dark colored towel and the gun were found. You can kind of see the dark colored towel towards the right-hand side of the screen in the middle, right middle.
Kimberly, can you zoom into that area, please? All right, is this a better view of the towel?
Yes, it is.
If we can go to Exhibit 10.1. Will you describe what we're looking at in Exhibit 10.1?
Yes, this is a mid-range shot of, again, the towel that was used, or of the towel and within the bushes.
All right. When this was found and you arrived on scene, what happened with that weapon?
We moved it from the bushes, or say FBI Special Agent Kamak removed it from the bushes. We then placed it on a cardboard box, took pictures of it, and then we removed the towel, packaged the towel separately, took additional pictures of the gun, and then rendered it safe on scene.
Okay, I'll ask you about that more in a minute, but let's go to number 10.2. Will you describe what we see here?
Yeah, so what you see here now is the dark colored towel and the rifle that is in the towel, and it is in a cardboard box.
Why is the towel still around the gun?
We wanted to document as to how it was found.
All right, let's go to 10.3.
Why are these pictures during the day on the other photos at night?
Is this the rifle?
Yes.
That's a different photo.
You
That's a different rifle.
described making the rifle safe. Will you describe what that is?
Yep, so what that is that we ensure that there isn't anything in the chamber and that there's no other cartridges in the gun that would have it go off. So to do that, because it is a bolt action gun, we would have to manipulate the bolt or the lever back, and then from there see if anything was in the chamber, and then I'd say carefully remove anything that was in the chamber and below it.
All right, what is the difference between a bolt action and an auto ejecting gun?
Yep. A bolt action is one where the user actually has to manipulate the bolt. So they would actually have to turn, or they would actually have to pull it back and forward to, whether it be to load it, lock it, as well as extract anything that's in it. Unlike a semi-auto gun, that is one, every single time you pull the trigger, a bullet will be fired, and then from there, a casing will be extracted out, as well as a new cartridge will then be automatically fed into the chamber.
So if you shoot a bolt action rifle, does that spent shell casing automatically exit the gun?
No, it does not. It will stay in there until the person that is handling the gun actually removes the bolt, or actually pulls the bolt back, and then the casing will be extracted out.
Were you present when this weapon was made safe?
Yes, I was.
Will you describe what was found when that happened?
Yep. So when we rendered the gun safe, we found in it, when we removed the bolt back, we found one one 130-06 cartridge case, or say a fired cartridge case, and we also found 3 unfired cartridges, all with engravings on them.
Okay. I want to make sure we understand the language you're using. When you say cartridge case and you say cartridge, what do you mean?
Yep. So a cartridge is basically the round itself, right? The whole round. And the round consists of the cartridge case, and then the powder, and then the bullet on top. So the cartridge case, the term is used for something that has been fired already. A cartridge is an unfired round.
Okay. Cartridge is the unfired round that still has the bullet, the powder, and all that.
Yes.
Cartridge case is the fired, is a round that has been fired and it's just the empty brass casing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any, so there was, I just want to make sure I understand, a fired cartridge case and 3 unfired cartridges.
Yes.
Was there anything distinctive about these items?
All 4 of them had engravings on them.
Did you observe those engravings?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe them right there on scene?
Yes, I did.
And what was done with, let's talk about each of those things. First, the towel. What was done with the towel?
The towel was packaged and then it was eventually provided to the FBI.
What was done with the firearm?
The firearm was also packaged and then provided to the FBI as well.
Was the firearm, did the firearm go to the FBI or the ATF?
Oh, sorry, correction. It went to the FBI and then to be in their custody, and then it was then sent to the ATF lab.
Okay. And the rounds, the cartridge and cartridge cases, the cartridges and cartridge case.
Yes. All those were packaged, originally provided to the FBI, then was sent to the ATF lab.
Right. And were each of those items tested?
Yes, they were.
And in the testing, were they photographed?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the photo, and were they photographed by the ATF when they were tested?
Yes, they were.
Have you reviewed their photographs?
Yes.
And were you previously shown states exhibits 19, 20, 21, and 22?
Yes.
And are those photographs that the ATF, or that you received back from the ATF, of those cartridges and the cartridge case?
Yes.
Did they have the same appearance and etchings that you saw when you observed them removed from the gun?
Yes.
And did those photographs accurately capture those etchings?
Yes.
I move to admit states exhibits 19 through 22.
Mr. Burt. All right, I'll note the standing objections. Those objections overruled, and 19, 20, 21, and 22 are admitted. And as to publication, Mr. McBride.
I would move to publish these exhibits at all 3 levels.
All right, any further objection from? No further objection. Thank you. Again, I note the standing objections as are overruled. They may be published both in the courtroom and captured by the media camera.
Let us start with exhibit 19, please. What are we looking at here in exhibit 19?
This is the cartridge case that was recovered from the gun.
And what position was this in the gun?
This was this is what was in the chamber.
Okay. In the chamber, meaning that's where a cartridge is before or when it is fired, correct?
Yes.
Do you notice an inscription or an etching on this cartridge case?
Yes, I do.
Will you read what that says?
Yes. Notices bulge.
And if we can go down to page 2 of the exhibit, will you read what this says?
OWO, what's?
And to page 3?
This.
And question mark, correct?
Yes, question mark.
All right, if we go to State's Exhibit 20. Is this a photograph of one of the cartridges that was found in the gun?
Yes, it is.
And what are we looking at here in this view of page 1 on Exhibit 20?
This is the head stamp of it, and it says it is according to the head stamp, it is a Remington 30-06 Springfield.
Is that a different caliber than a .223 round?
Yes, it is.
This is very important because this shows this is not some wazoo round. These are
page
full
2.
powered 30-06 rounds.
Exhibit 20. Will you read the
That you buy at Bass Pro Shop. That's probably 170 grain round right there.
And page 3.
So all of the frangible, all of the bullshit ways that made this possible are out the window now. These are standard 30-06
Up
rounds.
arrow, right arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow.
Well, they're not just standard. They're also
All right, let's
all
go
metal
to exhibit
jacket,
21.
meaning they're going to penetrate even further.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean by that. Like standard rounds you'd find at a, Bass Pro Shop or a Walmart. So now there's a 0% chance that did not go through Charlie's neck. Like 0%.
And was this another round that was found in the gun?
Yes.
They're not old grandpa's old rounds either.
Old Bella Chow.
Page 2.
Chow Chow.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 22. Another round that was found from the gun, correct?
Yes.
Will you please read the letters here?
If you read,
Page 2.
Yep, those are brand new rounds.
this comma your, or correction, this comma you are
Page 3
gay.
and page 4.
LMAO.
All right, after processing the scenes there at Utah Valley University in Orem, did you go to St. George?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in St. George?
My role was overseeing the execution of the search warrants at both Mr. Robinson's residence as well as his parents' residence.
And we've had testimony that Mr. Robinson was arrested there. Was he fingerprinted and his DNA taken?
They were actually taken at the Utah County Sheriff's Office jail.
After he was transported to
Yes.
Utah County? Okay, you said that there was, were items of evidence collected from him after he was arrested?
Yes, there was.
From his person. What were those things?
They were his clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest, to include shirts, pants, underwear, as well as shoes and anything that were in his pockets.
Do you remember what tops he had on?
I believe it was a maroon top.
And was there any other top layer that was collected that you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go to, you said there were a couple of homes that were searched there, is that right?
Yes.
Whose homes was that?
One of them was where Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs resided, and the other was Robinson's parents' residence.
I want to ask you about the defendant's home. What items will you describe some of the items that were collected from that home?
Yep. Some items collected in that home were a Dremel tool and its bits container, as well as two Remington boxes of 30-06 ammunition, as well as some 30-06 cartridge cases, and a handful of long guns or rifles, a revolver, as well as a burned paper.
All right, I want to ask you about clothing as well. Was any clothing collected from the townhome?
Yes, there was.
How about shoes?
Yes.
What kind of shoes?
Two shoes were collected from the home. One was a Converse shoes, gray in color with white laces, I believe a size 10.5. And then another Converse shoes that were also gray, but had gray laces instead, but were of a different size that I can't remember.
I think you said that you collected boxes of ammunition. Do you remember what caliber that ammunition was?
Yes, there are a handful, but the one that I recall was 30-06.
And you also said you found some cartridge cases. Do you remember what caliber those cartridge cases were?
Yes, those were also 30-06.
If we can display just to the witness Exhibit 23. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 23?
Yes, I do.
And is that an accurate photograph of the cartridge casings and some of the bullets that you found?
Yes.
I would move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 23.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right, I'll note the standing objections by defense. Overrule those objections and admit into evidence State's Exhibit 23 as to publication, Mr. McBride.
I would move to publish at all 3 levels.
All right, it is published to the courtroom as well as maybe broadcast via the camera.
As that's coming up, where did you find these?
I found these in what we would consider the spare bedroom right next to Tyler's bedroom on top of a safe.
How do you know which bedroom was Tyler's bedroom?
We determined that based off of some documents we found in what we believe was Tyler's bedroom, such as mail that was addressed to him, as well as some school documents as well.
And again, in relation to, will you describe the layout of the house in that area?
Yep, so this was on the second floor. As you're coming up the stairs, if you turn the left up the stairs, you're gonna run into 2 bedrooms, and that is on the south end of that residence. The southeast bedroom would be Tyler's, and then the southwest would be the spare bedroom. Again, if you go back to the stairs and you make a right-hand turn, that is where you're now on the north end of that residence, and that is now Twig's bedroom.
And where were these items here in 23 found?
These were found on the southwest, or in the southwest bedroom, the one right next to Tyler's bedroom.
And you said on top of a safe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Will you describe what we're looking at in Exhibit 23?
Exhibit 23 are the 5 cartridge casings we found on top of the safe. All were 30-06 Springfield caliber, and one of them had an engraving that said test shot on it.
You've talked about Springfield, Remington. Are these 30-06s? Are they the same type of round as was found in the gun?
Yes.
All right. Did you find any 30-06 weapons in that house?
No, we did not.
All right. Did you search the closet on the first floor?
Yes, I did.
What did you find in the closet?
In the closet, we found on the ground some shooting targets with perforations in it, as well as on the shelf, we found a Dremel tool with bits container.
All right, a Dremel tool with bits. What is a Dremel tool?
It's basically like a handheld device where you can make etchings or engravings on things.
What are bits?
Bits would be I guess like a sharp edge or something that would actually cause the etchings that you would put into the tool.
Is this kind of like a drill bit?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the Dremel and the bits?
We photographed them in place, took additional pictures, packaged them, then sent them for testing to the ATF.
All right, you also mentioned targets. Were those targets photographed?
Yes, they were.
I want to show you on your end. Have you reviewed Plaintiff's Exhibit 25 before?
Yes.
And is that an accurate photograph of those targets that you found?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 25.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections?
All right, I note the standing objection, and those objections are overruled.
And excuse me, sorry.
Oh, well, did you want to, in regards to publication?
Yes, I'm so used to admission before publishing. I would move to publish those at all 3 levels.
Any further comment, Mr. Burt?
No further objections.
Again, all right, noting the standing objections, those are overruled. State's Exhibit 25 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom as well as captured by the media camera.
Will you describe what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these were shooting targets we found in the closet, and each of them have have perforations in them.
You say perforations, what do you mean?
Holes in them.
Those holes consistent with?
Objection, foundation on this opinion.
Mr. McBride, do you want to weigh in upon that objection?
No, I'll submit it. I'll lay foundation if the objection is sustained.
I'll sustain the
Looks
objection.
like he's a terrible shot.
Holes. Have you ever shot a gun before?
Yes, I have.
When you hit a target, what happens to the target when it's hit with a bullet?
Hit with a bullet, there's holes in it, what we call perforations, because there's a entrance as well as an exit.
Looking at State's Exhibit 25, I'm going to ask the question that was objected to. You said there's perforations in those. Are those consistent with bullet holes?
Yes.
And I would ask you to describe where those perforations are there's 3 targets here, right?
Yes.
Let's look at the far right target first. Where are the perforations in relation to the bullseye?
They're all probably within the 7, 6, and 8 ring.
Is there a perforation up at the upper left-hand corner of that rightmost target?
Yes, there is.
Do any of those hit the bullseye?
No.
Okay, looking at the center target, will you describe where the perforations are in relation to the bullseye there?
It is closer, but still not it. Most of them are to the left of the bullseye and rings, I'd say 9 and 8.
All right, and then the leftmost target, will you describe where the perforations are there?
Yep. The perforations are actually closer to the bullseye as well, actually one being in it.
All right, you described also collecting a burnt note. We can take down 25. Thank you. Will you describe where that note was found and what it looked like to you?
Yeah, the burnt note was found in the trash can located in the kitchen. The way it looked like to me, it looked like, say you're at like a campfire and someone burns paper.
What was done with that?
That was also collected and that was sent to the FBI for analysis.
Was it photographed?
Yes, it was.
And have you reviewed State's Exhibit 24?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of the note?
Yes.
I move the omission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 24.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections.
All right, and to publication?
I move to publish at all 3 levels.
All right, I'm going to note the standing objection by defense, overrule those objections. And State's Exhibit 24 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom and may be captured by the media camera.
Do you see here on the screen Plaintiff's Exhibit 24?
Yes, I do.
It looks like as to the evidence tag, it's actually upside down. Is that right?
Yes.
Does it look like there's any writings on that note, on that burnt paper?
Yes.
Will you point that out for the judge where the writing is?
Yep.
And describe what you're pointing at, kind of the general location on the image?
Yeah. So the part that I'm pointing out is the paper that you can still see the lines in them, and as well as some handwriting as well to the edge, the left edge of that piece of paper.
All right. Have you also observed the image of a note that was recovered from Lance Twig's phone?
Yes.
And I'd like to show you side by side Exhibit 24. And there on the left, you see exhibit, well, that's good.
Oh, he just happened to take a picture of the evidence before he burned it.
Yes, I do.
And on the right, you see, on the right is 24. On the left, it's 16.
Let me stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?
Let's take that down.
Too late, dude.
All right.
Showed it to everybody.
24. Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 16.3. I would move to publish Exhibit 16.3 and 24 side by side. I think they're currently on the council monitors.
So 16.3 has already been admitted.
And I don't remember the court's order if this was to be captured by electronic media or not.
No, it was not.
Okay.
Is that does that comport with defense's memory as well?
It does.
All right. So 16.3 was published to the courtroom, but not to be captured by the media. So
Very well.
as it's
Interesting.
And what is your request?
To comply with court's order.
All right. So 16.3 and
We can screenshot it later.
Exhibit 24 may be published side by side only to the courtroom itself and not on to be captured by the camera.
Oh, just showed it again. Oh, look at his face.
That was a look.
Yeah. Well, he knows what just happened.
That's
the fourth time his courtroom has showed evidence they weren't supposed to show.
That's
And for those listening, there's not audio issues. They're just doing a silent thing. We can't be part of it.
Mm-hmm.
This judge looks like he hates his life.
I would not want to be in his position for sure.
Well, if I didn't believe the 30-06 story before, now that I see their brand new, probably 170 grain full metal jacket rounds, now it's basically a 0% chance. Just keep in mind, all the ballistics experts who believed it's possible all thought it had to be an old, degraded, grandpa's old ammunition.
Yeah, frangible rounds.
Frangible rounds. It was the only way it's going to work. Now that we know it's 100, like full metal jacket, brand new Remington, probably 170 grain rounds. That's what I used in my ballistic tests, by the way. You guys have seen where we just blew through fucking everything possible. Same exact rounds. So, yeah, it's this. Now it's just the most retarded slop I've ever seen.
And it's even less likely because, you know, based on the evidence that I've seen, it would also mean that Tyler Robinson would have had to have hit that shot without even using his test shot bullet, right? They found they found also a round that said test shot.
I think what they were trying to do is demonstrate that he had zeroed his round and he's a good shooter. Wouldn't matter because he took the gun apart, so the rifle wouldn't have been zeroed anyway. So, and his groupings are terrible, so he's not a good shooter. We know that now.
I posted that shit on X too quick. That shit's gone.
Not weighing in on this.
Oh, which one?
We're back in.
Admitting it.
Burn paper.
Well, it's already been admitted, but as it relates to the testimony, the court is going to overrule the objection and allow the testimony to be given. Again, whether the court accepts or doesn't accept that will be a determination made when determining probable cause.
Thank you. Do you see any consistencies that you're able to?
They went silent again, I think. He holds so still. I keep thinking it's freezing.
Yeah, I know. He never blinks. He's the opposite of the people on the stand.
So what do you guys think in chat? Does he seem like he's a sharpshooter? Put a 1 in chat if you think he's a sharpshooter. Put a 2 if you think he's just a regular everyday dude trying to shoot. Now, it was interesting, Nate, that those were all to the left, but he got hit on the right side of Charlie's neck.
Mm-hmm.
You would expect to hit the left side or be off to the left shoulder or the
wonder which way the
Charlie's
wind,
right side.
I wonder which way the wind was blowing that day.
Wasn't a very good shot.
I wonder if I can find that. Let's see.
Did you also collect the defendant's car?
Yes,
Where did you collect that from?
that was collected at the Robinsons' parents' home.
And will you describe that vehicle?
Yep, that vehicle is say a gray colored Dodge Challenger.
All right. You've mentioned that you sent several items to the ATF and the FBI for testing. And did you receive reports back from both of those entities with results of their testing?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show you on the witness's screen only right now, or counsel's screens, Exhibit 30.
All right, while you're doing that, Mr. McBride, and also, could we go ahead and take down State's Exhibit 35? I know it's just in the background, but just to be consistent on displaying of exhibits.
I mean, we'll talk about it after. I do not want to downplay the importance of the fact these are full metal jacket rounds, which are specifically designed to penetrate through things. That's their entire purpose.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 30. Do you know what this is?
Yes, this is the ATF report that I received regarding the DNA testing on the gun and cartridge casings. Or sorry, correction, cartridge case and cartridges.
Thank you. And is this in the same condition as it was when you received it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 30.
Somebody said soft points. Those didn't look like 30-06 soft point. Soft points have little copper tips on them.
The standing objections, well, and as to publication, Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. This exhibit deals with DNA testing on the rifle and the cartridges. We would move to have it published at all three levels.
All right, so noting the standing objection by defense, I'm going to overrule that objection pursuant to Utah Rule of Evidence 1102. State's exhibits, and this is 30?
30.
State's Exhibit 30 is admitted into evidence and may be published on screen in the courtroom and for the media camera.
I want to ask you a little bit about the format because it may be helpful to understand here. But on page 1 under the exhibits, we have here a list of items that were sent in for testing and comparison. Is that right?
Yes.
And throughout the report refers to the items compared by the lab number. Is that right?
Yes.
So if we can scroll down just to the bottom of this first page, and here in the DNA analysis section, again, we see that the report or the author refers to the items by their exhibits numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can go to page 2, and same question here, the exhibit number on the left, if we want to know what exhibit number that is, we have to refer back to page 1 for the description, right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's keep going to page 3. If we can just scroll through page 3, 4, and land on page 5. Actually, pause right there, if you will. This is page 4. There's a description section here as well. And that description talks about where the swabbing that's used to compare what was swabbed for the comparison. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 5. So as we look at this first paragraph here under statistical analysis, let's see if you have this notated or no. Exhibits 1.1 and 1.4. Do you know what that is referring to?
Yep, they're referring to 1.1 is swabs of the stock and grips of the rifle, and then 1.4 is swabs of the bolt of the rifle with possible ridge detail and or smudging.
Okay. Will you read paragraph D?
Yes. The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson Exhibit 7.1, as a contributor to the major components and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
And again, that's swabs of the grips and the bolt, stock and grips and bolt. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, calculation number 2. Where is this swab taken from?
Exhibit 1.2 would be swabs of the butt plate of the rifle.
And will you read paragraph D here?
The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 5 unrelated unknown individuals.
Looking at calculation number 3, exhibit 1.3. What areas were swabbed for this comparison?
1.3 is swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle with possible ridge detail and or smudging.
We read paragraph D.
The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
If we can go to page 6. Calculation number 4, exhibits 1.5 and 5.1. What are those?
Sorry, 1.5 are swabs of the forend of the rifle, and 5.1 is swabs of 1 30-06 cartridge
And again, that cartridge came from where?
from the firearm.
Will you read paragraph D?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major components and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
All right, let's look at calculation number 5, 1.6 and 3.1. What are those?
1.6 is swabs of the barrel of the rifle with possible ridge detail and or smudging, and 3.1 is swabs of 1 30-06 cartridge
And that 30-06 cartridge came from where?
from the firearm.
We read paragraph D.
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major components and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay, statistical analysis calculation number 6, exhibit 1.9. Where is that from?
1.9 is the swabs of possible ridge detail and or smudging on the optical accessory of the rifle.
Is that a scope?
Yes.
Will you read paragraph D?
The DNA profile is 6.28 billion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major component and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay. On number 7, I'm not going to read that. I think we've gone through this enough. That's the last one on this report. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. We can go to exhibit 32. 31 was previously received. And just display this on the screen of the witness, please.
Matt, did you screenshot those rounds? They happened so fast I wasn't able to actually really see them to be able to tell exactly what they were.
Yeah, I'll send it to you 1 sec.
All right. Yeah, if you got to just send it to me so I actually look at them.
I think it might be display. It might display on the.
I made a collage of.
Yeah, okay.
Or put them in the private chat, maybe, if you
All
can.
right, thank you. Can you see exhibit 32 on your screen, Agent Feldman?
Yes.
What is this?
This is an ATF report that I received in relation to the gun as well as cartridge case and cartridges.
And is this report in the same condition as it was when you received it?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 32.
So question for you, was this the report that was previously disclosed in one of the early motions?
Yes.
All right. All right. To Mr. Burtz.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
And for publication level?
all 3 levels.
All right. As it relates to State's Exhibit 32, is accepted into evidence, may be published in the gallery as well as electronic. The media camera can capture it. And I note that this has been previously disclosed publicly.
Oh, yeah, those are
from
FMJs.
an earlier filing, I believe from either late last year or early this year. So for those reasons, it's accepted into evidence and may be published at all levels.
Your Honor, it's 2:30. I probably have 10 more minutes. Would you like to take a recess now or after I finish?
Let's just do the 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, Exhibit 32 is in front of you. And what was being analyzed in this test?
What was being analyzed would have been the cartridge case as well as the bullet fragment and the lead fragments that were recovered from Mr. Kirk at autopsy.
Right. Same question on structure of the exhibit. The lab numbers and agency numbers are listed here on the first page, right?
Yes.
And if you want to know what the report is talking about, you have to refer back to there, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to have you read, if you can scroll down to the bottom of page 1. Thank you. I would ask you to read the second line under results of examination.
Yes. The Exhibit 1 rifle was test fired and found to be in operable condition. The test fires were designated as Exhibit 1.11.
And again, Exhibit 1 rifle is what?
Is the one that we found on campus.
Okay. Exhibit 2, if you'll look at the next, skip the next line and then go to the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, will you read that sentence?
Yes. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle.
Okay, now I want to jump back up to the top where it lists the exhibits. 2 through 5, will you explain what those are and where they came from?
Yes. That would be the items we found in the gun on scene. And this was the gun that was found in the wooded area.
And so the cartridge case is the round that had been, is the case that had been fired.
Yes.
Okay, so that's number 2. All right. I can't remember. Did we already read that line? Exhibit 2 cartridge case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Will you also look at or read the last paragraph on this page?
Yes. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 through 5 cartridges were examined for the presence of comparable 2 marks. 2 marks were located on the exterior of the Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 cartridges, in parentheses, scribe marks, that are consistent with being produced by engravings and or rotary cutting tips commonly found.
Let's scroll down, please, Kimberly.
Installed in handheld rotary tools, such as a Dremel tool. These 2 marks contain marks of value for comparison if a suspect tool is located.
Okay, I'd ask to scroll back up to show the exhibit list. Number 6, what is Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6 is the bullet fragment, the bullet jacket fragment, as well as some other fragments that were recovered from Mr. Kirk at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. Going back to page 2, will you read the first full paragraph there, beginning with Exhibit 6?
Yes. Exhibit 6 consists of 1 .30 caliber class deformed damaged bullet jacket fragment and 4 lead fragments.
Will you read the next paragraph as well?
The Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment could not be identified or excluded as having been fired from the Exhibit 1 rifle based on an agreement of all discernible class characteristics and neither sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement of individual characteristics. The results of the comparison was inconclusive.
And if you'll look at the line starting with the Exhibit 6B through 6E, will you read that sentence as well?
The Exhibit 6B through 6E lead fragments are not suitable for microscopic comparison.
Thank you. We can take Exhibit 32 down. Exhibit 33, if we can show that just to the witness, please. You recognize Exhibit 33?
Yes.
What is that?
This is an ATF biology report on the Dremel tool as well as the cartridge cases that were found on top of the safe in Tyler's home.
Did you receive this from the ATF in response to your request for testing?
Yes, I did.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 33.
No further objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Noting the standing objections by defense and level of publication, Mr. McBride.
All three levels.
Court overrules the standing objections and State's Exhibit 33 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom as well as captured by the media camera.
What was being tested here?
The Dremel tool, the bits container, as well as the cartridges and cartridge casings we found in Tyler's home.
And up in the top right, it says forensic biology. Is this DNA testing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, format of this is the same as the other report that we already looked at, right?
Yes.
Let's jump to page 4. Calculation number 1. It mentions here Exhibit 15.1. Do you know where that swab is from?
Yep, it is swabs of the buttons of the Dremel tool.
And will you read paragraph D?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major component and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
We also read paragraph E.
The probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask you to read those paragraphs for the rest of the statistical calculations, but I will ask you to go through and identify where the swabbing came from. Exhibit 15.3, which is calculation number 2, where's that swab from?
As swabs of the cord of the Dremel tool.
Exhibit 15.5.
That would be swabs of the longest metal bit of the tool.
Going on to page 5. Calculation number 4, exhibit 15.6.
15.6 is swabs of the shortest metal bit.
And calculation number 5, 18.1.
This is swabs of 1 etched 30-06 cartridge case.
What is that? Where did that come from?
That come from on top of the safe.
Okay. Is that the one that had the etching test shot?
Yes.
Will you read the paragraph D as it relates to the test shot swab?
Yes. The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Thank you. We can take exhibit 33 down. The final report is 34, if we can publish that just to the witness. What is State's Exhibit 34?
This is an ATF report I received that was comparing tool marks.
And is this, I move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 34 and publication at all 3 levels.
Mr. Burt.
No further objections.
All right. And, all right, so State's Exhibit 34 is admitted. The objections, the standing objections by defense are overruled. They may be published in the courtroom and captured by the media camera.
Okay, looking at the exhibits, might have to go back and forth here, but let's go to page 2. And will you read the paragraph that starts with Exhibit 18 consists?
Yes. Exhibit 18 consists of 5 30-06 Springfield caliber fired cartridge cases designated Exhibits 18A through 18E and 15 45 auto caliber unfired cartridges designated Exhibits 18F through 18T.
Okay. 18A, do you know what 18A is?
Yes, this would have been the 30-06 cartridge case with the engravings test shot on it.
Okay. Will you read the paragraph beginning with the Exhibit 18A?
The Exhibit 18A cartridge case was examined for the presence of comparable tool marks. Numerous sets of tool marks were located on the exterior of the Exhibit 18A cartridge case that are consistent with being produced by engravings and/or rotary cutting tips commonly found installed in handheld rotary tools, such as a Dremel tool. These tool marks contain marks of value for comparison.
Okay. The next paragraph I asked you to read is the one that starts with Exhibit 16. But first I want to ask you, do you know what Exhibit 16 is?
I do not, off the top of my head.
Okay. 18, it also says Exhibit 18A through 18E. Do you know what those are?
18A through 18E would be the cartridge cases that were found on top of the safe.
If you'll read paragraph, or that paragraph.
Which one again? Sorry.
The one starting at Exhibit 16 and.
Yes, the Exhibit 16 and Exhibit 18A through 18E cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle.
Okay, let's now jump to the paragraph beginning the test tool marks. Kimberly, if you could scroll down. Will you please, well, first off, 15A and 15B, do you know what those are?
Yes, those would be the longest metal bit and then the shortest metal bit.
Okay, if you would read, okay, and then also Exhibits 2, the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, what is that?
This would have been the cartridge case that was found in the gun.
And Exhibits 3, 4, and 5 cartridges?
They were the ones also found in the gun.
And Exhibit 18A?
Is the one that was found on the safe.
Okay. If you'll read the first bullet point there, the Exhibit 15A.
Yes. The Exhibit 15A engraving cutter was identified as having made tool marks located on the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, Exhibit 3 through 5 cartridges, and Exhibit 18A cartridge case.
And will you, okay. We can go ahead and take that down. Your Honor, I want to, before I ask to enter my final line of questioning, I would like to show the witness Exhibit 12.1. And this is the video, the UVU surveillance video. Let's see, I think it's 12.4 was the surveillance video actually that was approved for publication.
That's correct. That's the unmarked, non-zoomed version, correct?
Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, that's the one that, yes.
And just for now, let's do this on the witness's screen. .4, and I'll ask you to jump to the 804 mark. Okay. I'd move to publish. We intend to play about 10 seconds of this video. I'd move to publish that at all 3 levels.
Mr. Burt?
I'm not sure what the relevance is at this point, so it's hard to object or not. I would ask for a proffer as to what it's showing, because it's not apparent from the exhibit.
Understood. Proffer is, there's been testimony about prints being found on the glass window of this building. This exhibit demonstrates the suspect's behavior in that area.
All right. Anything further?
With that, I don't have any further objections.
All right. So it may be published. This is already admitted, and it may be published at all levels.
Okay, before you pause, before you hit play here, Sergeant Falmuina, do you see what's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you see the suspect in this image?
Yes.
Will you describe where that suspect is?
He's on the rooftop, let's say on the gravel part, and this would have been close to the northeast side of that building.
Timestamp is 12:23:47 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And that portion of the image that we see there, the video, is the top portion of the image slightly to the left of center. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we're at 8:01. Kimberly, will you please hit play there?
The non-zoomed in footage.
Yeah, wow.
Seeing it at 8:20. Were you able to determine if the suspect touched the glass when he dropped from the roof?
Not at the time when we first saw the video, no.
Okay. Were you later able to make any determination on that?
Yes, because the video we had was pretty grainy at the time at the command post, and it wasn't until we're actually able to get the footage directly from UVU.
And when you actually got that footage, could you zoom in and get a better picture?
Yes.
And were you able to determine at that time whether the suspect touched the window?
Yes.
What was your determination?
We determined that he was not, or he did not touch it.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right. Let's go to a break.
Determined.
Defense, I realize that you began talking about your concerns. You have a witness that needs to leave today. 10, 15 minutes, what's your request? I want to maximize your ability to have time with your witnesses as well as cross if you choose to.
Thank you. Just 10 minutes would be fine.
All right, let's break for 10 minutes and then come back and cross-examine.
All right, guys. So conveniently, I just happen to have the exact 30-06 Springfield. They're actually 150 grain rounds at my house. Look at that. There they are. Now, looking back at this picture, I actually do think one of these rounds is a soft point round, and it looks like the other ones are FMJ rounds from what I'm looking at. But just so you guys understand, there's no difference here. And actually, if they're soft point rounds, this becomes even worse because soft point rounds are specifically designed for killing elk and moose, right? You guys want me to actually read you the description straight from the box of what these rounds are supposed to do? Here you go. They are designed for deep penetration and controlled expansion up to twice the diameter, the expansion of the round, which means his head would have been blown off, than a typical round, right? Not only that, the height weight retention won't break up or separate for more effective stopping power. So these rounds are designed to not break up. We also know that Charlie had 5 or 6 fragments because the bullet broke up. And they are also designed to go through a moose, the soft points. Now, FMJs are typically not what you're going to hunt with. You can, but they're still designed. So these are designed to penetrate as far as possible and expand as big as possible to blow the biggest hole possible to make the most damage possible because you're trying to get through elk, moose, giant animals, right? Also, the way you can tell, and I'm not actually going to show the whole thing because who knows, but you can see the tips of these, right? The difference is, I don't know if you guys can see, one's round
and it's got, see how the top is all brass, and then the top of that one is lead. The soft points have lead tops, and they're actually designed to, again, expand and create massive damage as they blow through. So yeah, the weapon and the rounds that Tyler used are specifically designed to kill moose and elk. So there we go. We know it's not some accelerator round. It's not some frangible round. It is basically the most powerful. So not the grain weight could be a little bit higher, but again, these are standard. This is what you're going to buy at Bass Pro Shop to go on a live big game with. So there you go, guys. Don't know how we're going to, even my buddies who are privy to, like, there is a possibility that it's low grain or like shitty ammunition, bad loads, reloads. It's not grandpa's old ammunition. It's not grandpa's reloaded ammunition. Those are brand new rounds straight out the box from Walmart. So
thank you, Nate. That was very
educational. If you want to believe that a 30-06 with 150 to 170 grain soft point rounds did not go through a human being's neck from 135, 139 yards, God bless you. But it's not a thing. So that throws all the wazoo possibilities out of what could have made this possible. And now we have the one round that makes this definitely not possible. So there we go.
All right, I figured we could go through some of these pictures because I know they kind of flew by. So this is supposed to, yeah, this is supposed to be this is a black towel in here. I don't see anything there, but this is the towel. So let's zoom in on this. So pretty standard towel. You can see the
I wouldn't
barrel
even
over
show
there.
this, bro. Don't show this on stream. Get this off the screen immediately.
Oh, yeah,
don't show that on live stream, bro.
Yeah,
you're gonna get us. You're gonna get us.
That's why I was saying it's educational.
That's why I covered. That's why I covered even the rounds with my hand. So
yeah, I was gonna say the same thing about the bullets when you started talking about. I was like, no. All right.
That's why I didn't show them on stream. But
yeah, I got excited.
Too.
Yeah, we can't show this on live stream, guys. I'll cover it on my recap and my regular videos because I can show whatever there. But
that's why we just showed the towel. And
James Lee just had his stream ripped down last night from this exact thing. So it's not that we don't want to show you guys. It's that YouTube has very strict firearms related guidelines on live streaming. So we got to be careful. And as you guys know, in my channel, we've had multiple live streams ripped down for exactly that.
Yeah, James Lee just hit me up today, and he said he just got his back. He vetoed it, and YouTube finally gave him his streaming back, but
yeah,
still kind of messed up.
But yeah, so now we know that allegedly Tyler used a 30-06 with most likely 150 grain soft point ammunition. Okay.
That's wild.
I'm out, dude. Just immediately seeing that, I'm like, nah, dog, I'm out. I'm out.
They said it was only, we have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, this is just so surreal. Like, just
now everybody is saying 125 grain, this and that rounds. No, that's not what they showed. I have those exact rounds sitting right here in this box. And that's also, guys, it makes sense, right? Because this is the most common thing you're going to see at any Walmart, Bass Pro Shop. If a kid goes in and is like, I need some 30-06 round to hunt with, this is the box they're going to hand them, right? So it always made sense that that would be the most common type of round that would have been used, right? Unless he pulled old World War I ammunition out of grandpa's basement, which we now know, based off of looking at those are brand new rounds straight out. And they said what they were. Springfield or Remington Springfield 30-06 rounds. That's exactly what these are.
Remember they were saying, oh, they could have been homemade. We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
Reloaded
guess what?
ammo,
Now we
all
know.
that. No, nope.
Now we know.
Nope, they're brand new, straight from the store.
So who are really the conspiracy theorists when it comes to the Charlie Kirk assassination?
I mean, the FBI.
Well, I was talking about without naming names, but other content creators.
Yeah.
They're always.
I bet you they won't talk about it. I bet you the firearms experts who know everything that I said, they know, and when they say that, they'll know it. I bet you they won't say a word on their channels about it. I bet they will be silent about that.
because it doesn't fit their narrative.
When you guys tested, what did you guys use?
These rounds right here.
Same ones? Okay. The one that went through the steel and the pigs and all that?
Yeah, we used FMJs, but yeah, same thing. Go ahead, Supers.
Yeah, someone's asking about the prints on the glass. So basically what they were saying is he touched the glass, but they couldn't match the prints. Is that?
Somebody said, Valhalla said soft tips are copper. I just told you that they were lead tips in that description. I literally just said that. Unless I said it earlier and didn't mean to, but I literally just described what these were and said they were lead tips. So I'm not sure. Did I accidentally say that earlier?
I don't remember.
Oh, well, if I said that earlier.
Wait, the rounds that they were showing that were allegedly
No, that I just showed. Didn't I say that the top of these have lead tips? Didn't I say that, guys? That was like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chad said yes.
My mind was somewhere else. I was Tyler Robinson's. Were they FMJs?
Ian Carroll just said you said lead. So there you go, Chad. I might have said that earlier by mistake. If I said it, yeah, that was not what I meant to say, obviously. Anyway.
Well, I got to take down my post.
Dude, I finally fixed my camera. I was messing with it for like an hour and a half.
All right, let's do a couple of these real quick. Whose is this?
Sorry. Let me get caught back up. It might be mine. I still think they should have had Tyler break down his rifle at speed, like Marky Mark did in the movie. But again, here's the thing. The defense doesn't want to show Tyler be able to do that super fast. And if you're Tyler, you would want to do it slow to show that, like, I couldn't do this. So, it wouldn't really work. It would work backwards in what they were trying to prove,
Yeah. Good point.
Thanks, Bieber.
Bieber hole. Thank you, Bieber.
Nope, not yet.
Any word on the mystery holster?
Just that they found one.
I don't think it's going to come back up.
I don't think so either. Hey guys, well done for what you're doing here. What do you know about Andrew W. and Brains A trying to pay Candace to debate? Pathetic. You can see them as all a joke, disrespectful AF. Well, they offer 60 grand.
Really?
You think Candace is going to take time out of her week to go debate for 60 grand? I doubt it.
Bates is thinking about it right now.
Oh, 60 grand. I'm in there. Fuck yeah.
I think she makes that for like 30-second ad read.
Yeah, I don't think she's worried about that. Okay.
Megan Moore. I think that's mine here. $9.99. Thank you. Did you all see the Charger in the parking garage? Didn't have the hood vents. If you compare that car to the one they towed from Tyler Robinson's house, two different cars. Yeah, we pointed that out earlier.
Caravan, thanks for the super. Blake has been to Utah on 9/26/25. Charlie Kirk, show minute 12. He discusses a trip to Utah for a wedding 4 days before the trip to North Korea. He is a total liar.
Trip to North Korea?
I thought it was South Korea.
I hope so.
Well, they went to the they went.
Did Charlie go to the DMZ?
Maybe he went to the DMZ. Okay.
Yeah, they went to the DMZ.
Yeah.
And he was with Pastor Rob McCoy.
Oh, okay.
An LEO would not clear his rifle until he was back at the vehicle, ready to leave, not inside while in the perimeter of the scene from an LEO. Yep, there you go.
Let's see. M. Malloy. Turk retracted his drone statement and said it was an iPhone. Check Alley Top Files.
More than likely, Salem Media Drones, greatest allies, newest corporation.
Barron posted something about that the forensic company that went over the phones. He said it was owned by our greatest ally, the one that they were just talking
Wouldn't
about.
be shocked
in this case. Yeah.
Unit 8200.
Sick.
Let's see. Stevo Bulgakov. Questions from Sweden. What will the impact be in USA, whatever the court ruling will be after the trial? That's a good question.
It's going to cause division, which is exactly what they want. Either way, no matter what happens, there's going to be a lot of pissed off people. If this were actually a fair and free country and the judicial system found the executive branch to be responsible for Charlie's, what legally happens in this administration? Nothing. I mean, There's no accountability. Look at the big e-files. Has a single person been arrested for that yet? Nope.
It would never happen.
Yep.
They wouldn't overthrow their own.
No accountability for anything.
Let's see. Free men die free. How much we bet that Lance Twiggs is a protected asset tasked with helping frame TR. He would have access to the rifle. He fled to Texas, was given immunity, was under FBI protection. Yeah, that's a piece people forget about too. Is he was under FBI protection for a couple months.
Yeah. He kind of just disappeared, didn't he?
I don't know if that's standard, you know.
Definitely bounced.
Yeah, this UI is StreamYard's popping around a little bit.
Nate, don't be I don't know, is that something racist? I'm not going to say that. You've dropped a lot of racist comments today. I do appreciate the donations, though. Oops, sorry, not trying to start a race war.
I think a Hoosier is a basketball team or something. Is there a movie named after that?
That comes from somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember what that is.
That's with 2 O's.
I just don't take the chance.
Rebecca Lovelace, maybe Tyler Robinson, Frank from Man in the High Castle. Frank came to kill the prince, gun in hand and everything, but someone else shot the prince first, and Frank Iran. And Frank, what is this, a movie or something?
It's a TV show. It's actually really good.
Man in the
I
High
don't know
Castle.
if I've gotten to that point. Yeah, Man in the High Castle.
I have a strange feeling that the investigators and the prosecution are just going to go with the FBI's narrative and put it on Tyler, call it a solved case. Well, yes, that's what this trial is. That's exactly what they're doing. Nikki says, strange that a 223 would leave behind only one small jacket fragment with no exit wound, but that is physically impossible from a 30-06 with no exit. Should we look at the report of what was recommended from Charlie's body? Well, you'd expect for a smaller size round or smaller grain round to break up more likely than a larger one. So, like I said, these are specifically designed to not break up because it needs to get through 20 inches of elk body, right? That's the entire point. If the first bone that round hit, it blew up, you're not going to make it through all the organs, hit the heart, hit the lungs, all the stuff you need to hit to make it through that animal.
Noting the presence of all parties, we just ended with a direct examination of the sergeant. Turning to defense, Mr. Burt,
Thank you.
witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your role in the case was kind of as the traffic manager of the whole operation, right?
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
And we're talking about multiple agencies besides the SBI, correct?
Yes.
Your agency, if I'm correct, wrote a massive report, 229 pages long.
Yes.
You've read that. You're familiar with it.
With most of them, yes.
Okay. And it's a compilation, right? You authored some reports. A lot of other people wrote reports about aspects of the investigation.
Yes.
And as those reports were getting done, you would kind of read them and decide what needed to get done further?
Yes.
Was that one of the roles that you performed in this case?
Yes, as well as consulting with the case agents.
Okay. Now, if my count is correct, 9 of those reports in that larger body of reports was written by you, correct?
Yes.
Did I miss any? Does
There are
that
more-
sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you about a couple of those reports. The first report was a report that you wrote on September 22nd that documented the overview of the crime scenes, correct?
Yes.
And there were various crime scenes that you've described on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
One of them was the Fulton Library.
Yes.
Tell us why that was a potential crime scene.
Yeah, of course. When officers were canvassing the scene, they were also trying to see, right, the route of the shooter as well as just trying to find the shooter. And they determined that the Fulton Library stood out because there were unattended items there at the bus stops that were away from the courtyard area. And so to them, they thought it was suspicious.
And were certain items seized from, and what were they?
Yes, you had a backpack, a jacket, as well as some gloves. And there may have been some other things. I just don't recall them right now.
And do you recall what the item numbers were of those seizures? Was it 9? Does that ring a bell?
I don't remember.
Those, whatever was seized was sent to the FBI lab for processing?
Yes.
And along with some information that the suspect may have shed some of these items as he fled, correct?
Yes.
Was a decision at some time made, and you were requesting that both DNA and other type of analysis get done?
Yes.
At some point, did you decide to pull a plug on that?
At the time when it was already sent, we didn't have more information as far as whether or not the evidence that were collected there were probative.
But eventually you communicated to the lab that those items were not in fact connected with the case and there was no need to do further testing.
I don't remember communicating that.
Okay. If that's in the notes of the FBI or the ATF, would that be inconsistent with what you know?
No.
Okay. I mention it because some of the reports, the lab reports, have those items listed.
Okay.
I just want to be clear that those items eventually you determined were not related to this case. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that would be fair.
Okay. The second report, at least as far as I can see, that you wrote was on September 24th, and it had to do with looks like a request for a search of firearms. Do you recall that?
Could you elaborate for me on the firearms?
This document documents that NIBIN request for firearms.
Yes, so that was the request to conduct. What that stands for, the NIBIN, is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. It is run by the ATF, and that is where we test or we input test fires or cartridge casings, the head stamps and whatnot, into a machine that is then run through the ATF to see if there's any other cartridge casings that match.
And nothing of value came from that part of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Now, going back for a minute to the crime scenes, you talked about the wooded area and you used the phrase, "we seized the towel." Who is we? Who are you referring to when you say we seized the towel?
We would be SBI as well as FBI. So that would be myself as well as FBI Evidence Response Team Lead, Michelle Kamak, or Special Agent Michelle Kamak.
So you both reached into the bushes and you both grabbed it and pulled it out?
She did, but I was there with her and we were communicating that entire time.
Okay, so when you say we seized the towel, what you really mean is she seized the towel and you observed her seize it.
Yes.
And when she sees a towel, can you describe a little bit more detail of how that process took place?
As far as when it was found or when she removed it?
Yeah, the photographs you showed us, were those the best photos you've got of that process?
That was taken by the FBI, so that's all we got.
That's all we got. And nobody was videoing the discovery and recovery of that evidence?
I believe one of the officers on scene actually had his body camera on.
And have you seen that?
I have not.
Do you know if there's any documentation of the exact process by which that towel got removed from the rifle and then I guess put back on the rifle, right?
No, it was not.
It was not put back on?
No.
Didn't one of the photos show the rifle in the box with a towel over it?
Yes. It wasn't over it. It was still wrapped around the gun.
Okay, but as I understood your testimony, the towel was seized by the FBI agent, and then somebody must have reached in and got the gun out, right?
No, I'll clarify for you. So
Sure.
the entire time when we retrieved it, the gun was wrapped in the towel. So when Special Agent Kamak reached in, she grabbed not only the towel, but also the gun. And it remained, and the towel and the gun remained basically intact, lack of a better word, and then was placed onto the cardboard box, which is one of the photos that was shown earlier. Once we documented that, and then the towel was removed from the gun.
You also mentioned as to the other crime scenes that we processed it, but was your role in terms of your actual participation limited to the wooded area? Or were you involved in actually seizing evidence at the other locations, like the roof?
Yep, I was involved in coordinating all that and then determining from there where the evidence would go.
involved in, is that the same thing as actually being on the roof and seizing the items? Or are we talking about something else?
Talking about something else.
And what is that something
So
else?
after the teams would have packaged all the items, sealed them properly, created an evidence log, they will then bring it back to the command post, and from there we would compile everything, and then there was a discussion that was had as to who would take custody.
Fair to say that you did not observe yourself the seizure of the screwdriver from the roof?
Correct.
And who were the people who were actually conducting that part of the crime scene processing?
That would have been our state crime lab. Those two people are part of our state crime lab's crime scene response team.
When did you review the video of the suspect running toward the area from which he jumped off?
That would have been, I don't know the exact time, but it would have been the day on September 10th.
You saw that on September 10th.
Yes.
And when were the windows processed for the latent fingerprints?
The windows were processed on September 11th, the next day.
And was the reason that those latent lifts were taken was because you wanted to rule out whether the suspect had touched that window?
Yes.
That's what the notes say, right?
Yes.
You were not present when that scene was processed either, correct?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay. Now, the other reports that I have that you did, and correct me if I'm wrong, is one report dated September 24th, documenting the forensic analysis as of September 24th, summarizing what you were hearing back from the ATF and the FBI.
Yes.
Okay. And then the fifth report was again about the crime scene progress of the forensic testing, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you have a report here which documents a firearm trace and a firearm seized at River Street.
Yes.
Nothing of value came of that, correct?
Correct.
You have a report that has to do with the latent print report from your people, SBI.
Yes, or it's not SBI, it's actually the state crime lab, but yes, same department.
Same department. Just detailing the results of that examination, which the stipulation addressed.
Yes.
Right. You have a report documenting the transfer of evidence from the FBI to your department.
Yes.
And then the last one that I have that you personally wrote has to do with again, summarizing forensic reports.
Yes.
Okay. The larger 229-page report indicates that there was some investigation done by your agency that involved interviewing associates of Mr. Robinson to see if you could develop some profile of him having animosity toward Mr. Kirk, correct?
I'm not familiar with that.
So you weren't involved in that at all?
No.
Some of this documents in that large report indicates that your agency has also, up to the present time, been monitoring Mr. Robinson's mail and communications at the jail. Correct?
Correct.
And have you kept abreast of that investigation?
No.
Do you know whether anything of value has been developed as a result of that?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Redirect. All right, may this witness be excused? All right, Sergeant, thank you.
Thank you.
Turning to the state.
Your Honor, I just want to confirm with the clerk.
Yeah, let's make sure. Thank you, Mr. Gernander. Appreciate creating a good record.
Judge, if I could just confirm with the court that all of the exhibits we have offered have been admitted into evidence.
All right, so here's what I have, and my court clerk will certainly correct me if I'm wrong. I have State's Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 3.1, 3.2, 4, 5, 5.16, 6.17, 7.18, 8.19, 10, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 11, 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, and I believe 12.4, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.4, 17 and 18 are blank, so no.
That is
19
correct.
All right.
We're
19
not offering 17 and 18.
All right. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. The following are blank: 26, 27, 28, 29.
That's accurate. We're not offering on those numbers.
I have 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35, which have been admitted into evidence.
That is all that I have record of.
All right.
Can I
Does
have-
that comport?
Yes.
I mean, we certainly can. Yes, would you like to put on the record what were published and what were not published?
No, that's okay, Judge.
Okay, we're good. And then, all right.
Can I have just a moment?
Yes.
So are they saying that's all they have for evidence for the
Your
whole
Honor, the
trial?
state rests its case in chief.
Thank you. Turning to defense. Approach the bench, please.
Doesn't seem like they have much, boys. That's it. Okay, they got Lance Twiggs' testimony.
So this is interesting. This is from Project. And there's two people on the roof. One here and one shows up over here in their video. See? One there.
Oh,
One
what?
there.
Oh, shit.
There are two people.
What? Interesting.
I mean, does that surprise anybody at this point?
No.
You know what I mean?
Wait.
It makes sense why we're not seeing more footage.
I mean,
think about it.
is that why we're not zooming in on that? I don't know.
Interesting.
That's hard to see. It's low fidelity, but it did look like two people moving in two separate locations of the roof.
It's definitely two human-sized objects moving towards each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously hard to see, but that's
And that place it was littered with cameras. There's no way they don't have way more footage.
All right, counsel, your request.
Your Honor, as the court knows, the family has asked that all exhibits admitted into evidence be shown here in open court. We are grateful to the court for allowing the family to view many or most of the exhibits
this guy.
that were admitted. They were viewed here openly in court. And obviously that was done after the court struck what we think is the appropriate balance after a very thoughtful and thorough analysis. I'm going to ask the court to reconsider one of its prior rulings. I understand reconsideration is always a big ask, but I do think, Your Honor, that if the court were to display publicly, or just in the courtroom, Exhibit 12.1, which is the enhanced video, version 12.4, which was played in court,
Enhanced
it's
video?
very hard for the family to view. We think that we asked the court that since the court's considering it, the family should be able to view it as well. When conducting the appropriate balancing, the court, as the court knows, can alleviate any concerns about proper jury selection with certain tools at its disposal. However, if the court were to deny the family the right to view that video, there's no cure. It's either they get to view it or they don't. So we would ask the court to reconsider its prior ruling and to display just in the courtroom Exhibit 12.1, which is the enhanced video. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Turning to the parties, starting with the state, Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. The state does not oppose publishing 12.4 in the courtroom. I think we've tried to make it very clear throughout this case that we favor openness and transparency as much as appropriate. I'll submit it on that.
Thank you, Mr. Gernander. To defense, Mr. Burt.
My apologies, that's 12.1, not 12.4.
Thank you.
Judge, at this point in the proceeding, we're asking the court to keep focus on the purpose of this hearing. And as the justices said in the Estes case, the purpose of a trial, and I know this isn't a trial, but the same logic applies, is to determine the defendant's guilt. It's not to educate the public or the victim's family or the world on what evidence the government or the state has. As the court knows, we have witness availability problems. We spent the bulk of today and yesterday arguing about nothing to do with the evidence in the case, but with rights of third parties. And it's appropriate for the court to consider that. But at some point, I think the court has to return to the purpose of these hearings, which is to expeditiously hear the evidence and then determine probable cause. And I want to point out to the court, Ms. Kirk has been very adept at holding press conferences at which she has revealed evidence. She has represented that the state is her attorney.
Yeah, she's shitting on Erica.
All the evidence that the state has publicized and that the media and her own lawyer argues is already in the public domain. Yeah. So they're perfectly free to go outside this courtroom under the court's protective order. They're free to go out and hold press conferences and announce to the world outside the courtroom what they think the evidence is. They have the availability of that evidence. But the court's role, I think, at some point is to exercise some control, move the case forward, and especially when we have witness availability problems. And I'd ask the court, whatever the court does, if you're going to allow revisiting or replaying of evidence for the sole purpose of informing the world or Ms. Kirk or anybody else, that the court do it at the end of the process and not at this point where we will be deprived of our ability to call this witness, because she has to be done today.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you.
Briefly, and I say that because time is of the essence, not because I don't want to hear what you have to say.
He doesn't.
I understand, but there was a lot that was just said that's just not true.
Well, so let me put this in this spot where we need to be. I understand that there's opinions, but I have to keep this to the probable cause. I don't want this to go to a back and forth about
fuck out of here, dude.
Issues that lie outside of probable cause. And I realize statements are made, and as the victim's representative attorney, you want to address it. So I will hear you, but we need to be brief. So if you can be succinct, I definitely want to hear what you have to say.
Your Honor, I am almost always brief, I promise you. The family has not seen this video. It hasn't. It doesn't have access to the evidence the state has. The state is the state, and Mrs. Kirk and the family have their representatives. There's a completely distortion of reality. That was just—
That's not what Erica said.
And this isn't about educating anybody about anything. This is about allowing the family to see the evidence that's been gathered after a 10-month investigation in which a father, a husband was assassinated. That's what this is about.
Here's
We
comes
ask
the
you
emotion.
to please allow the family to view the video like the court has viewed in order to allow the family to process this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further before the court issues its ruling and we go from there?
Not from the state.
All right. Defense? No. All right. All right. So I recognize that the Utah Constitution under Article 1, Section 28 recognizes victims' rights, and the court respects those rights, and as it's been previously stated, balances those rights with the constitutional rights of all parties. I will reserve my ruling on that and maybe revisit it tomorrow. But because we have an issue of expiring time and one witness that needs to leave today, I need to turn to that. I'm not ruling that cannot happen, but for today, we need to focus on this to getting this defense witness on the stand and off the stand. And so please, if I do not remember, the parties can remind me and we can revisit this tomorrow. So again, I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I'm simply saying we need to get to this witness, and I'm happy to readdress this tomorrow. Okay? All right. Mr. Burt.
But Erica said she's seen all the
Samantha
evidence.
Partner is being
Remember?
requested. If you can go ahead and retrieve her, bring her
Yes,
into the
someone
courtroom.
is doing that.
Looks like she hasn't
Anybody
seen any
grabbing
of the
her?
evidence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bird. I just couldn't tell and wanted to make sure. All right, Ms. Gardner, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, right by our bailiff to be sworn in.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can sit
All right, thank you, ma'am. If you wouldn't mind coming forward, having a seat at the witness stand. To your left is a water bottle if you choose. It looks like you brought your own as well. And after you're situated, if you wouldn't mind pulling that microphone toward you, just to ensure that your testimony is picked up on the record. Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you tell us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Samantha Karner.
And Ms. Garner, what do you do for a living?
I am a firearm and tool mark examiner.
And where are you stationed?
I currently work at the Forensic Science Laboratory in Washington for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been employed at that location?
A little over 6 years.
What generally do you do there? What area of expertise do you have?
I am assigned to the firearm and tool mark unit, so I receive items of evidence related to firearms, tools, tool marks, and fired ammunition components.
At the request of the state of Utah, did you conduct certain examinations relevant to this case?
I did, yes.
Could you bring up State 32 in evidence?
And do you want it, Mr. Burt?
Yes, I think.
On all screens?
All screens, it's admitted and
Okay.
I think approved.
All
for
right, let's go ahead and put
publication.
it on all screens because this was admitted and published previously. All right.
You recognize plaintiff's exhibit number 32?
I do, yes.
Are you the author of this report?
I am, yes.
Okay. What were you asked to do in relation to the examination that's documented in this report?
For the submission 1 report, I received a firearm, cartridge case, 3 cartridges, 1 bullet jacket fragment, and 4 lead fragments. I was asked to test fire the firearm and compare the test fires to the cartridge case and the bullet jacket fragment. I also was asked to do a tool mark characterization on the cartridge case and the cartridges. And then I also ran a general rifling characteristic search on the bullet jacket fragment.
Okay. And are your conclusions accurately documented in your report?
Yes.
Could you turn to page 2 of the report? Second, bottom of the page. Those 2 paragraphs, please. Did you write in your report, these conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language for testimony?
Yes, that is always added to our reports.
And do you have a standard operating procedure that requires that in each examination you do, this language has to be in there?
We do, yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you to review the document that is referenced in that language, which would be, and this is just for her only, Exhibit 11. Let me know when you can see that. Are you able to view that?
Yes.
Is this the ATS, is this a language referred to in your report?
It is, yes.
The written policy of the Department of Justice concerning uniform language for testimony and reports for the forensic firearm tool mark discipline pattern examination?
It is, yes.
I move that into evidence.
This is, what is the title of this exhibit?
Your Honor, this would be Carner 11.
All right, and what level of publication are you requesting, Mr. Burt?
Both public and admittance into evidence.
To the state?
No objection.
All right, Carner 11 is admitted into evidence and may be published on screens and captured by the camera.
Thank you. And you can publish that. Ms. Carner, can you tell us what the purpose and scope of this document is?
Yes, this is the DOJ Department of Justice's uniform language for testimony and report, and it standardizes the appropriate language an examiner will use during reporting and their testimony. And DOJ published this to standardize the wording that examiners would use across their forensic laboratories.
And was this published in part because of some criticism that the prior testimony, not by you, but by other people, may have gone beyond the bounds of science?
I don't know why DOJ published it. It was before my time.
Do you know how long this has been the policy of the Department of Justice?
I do not off the top of my head, no.
Are the reports that you issued in relation to this case in conformity with this policy?
They are, yes.
Okay. Now, could you go to page 3 of that report? Where it says qualifications and limitation of firearm tool mark discipline examination. You're familiar with that part of the policy, correct?
I am, yes.
And the portion of the policy that says a conclusion provided during testimony or in a report is ultimately an examiner's decision and is not based on a statistically derived or verified measurement or comparison to all other firearms or tool marks. Therefore, an examiner shall not, and then it lists several propositions. You're familiar with that language?
I am, yes.
And it says that an examiner shall not assert that a source identification or a source exclusion conclusion is based on uniqueness of an item of evidence. Your report is not meant to imply something contrary to what's stated here, is it?
No, it's not meant to contract.
You're not asserting that a source identification is based on the uniqueness of an item of evidence.
No, I am not.
And the reason you're not doing that is because you haven't examined all possible items of evidence that could be relevant to your comparisons, correct?
I have not looked at every firearm that's been manufactured in the world, nor have I looked at every tool that's been manufactured in the world. That's correct.
Okay. The second portion of that says an examiner shall not use the term individualize or individualization when describing a source conclusion. Did you abide by that policy in this case?
I did, yes.
And you're not expressing an opinion here that the comparisons that you made are individualized to a particular weapon or a particular cartridge case, correct?
My conclusion for one of the exhibits identifies the cartridge case as being fired in the firearm.
Mhm.
But that's all it says, yes.
Right, but you're not asserting that that's an individualized identification in the sense that's being used in this policy, are you?
No, I am not.
Okay, and then the third part of that says that an examiner shall not assert that two tool marks originated from the same source to the exclusion of all other sources. You're not expressing that opinion either, are you?
I am not, no.
It says an examiner shall not assert that examinations conducted in the forensic firearms tool mark discipline are infallible. You're not asserting that.
I am not, no.
You're not asserting that, says the examiner shall not assert that there is a zero error rate. You're not
Correct.
making that assertion.
No.
Okay. Says an examiner shall not provide a conclusion that includes a statistic or numerical degree of probability except when based on relevant and appropriate data. You didn't conduct such an analysis here, correct?
I did not, no.
Okay. And it says an examiner shall not cite the number of examinations conducted in the forensic firearm tool mark discipline performed in his or her career as a direct measure for the accuracy of a conclusion provided. You didn't do that, and you're not doing that here, correct?
Correct.
And then it says, an examiner shall not assert that two tool marks originated from the same source with absolute or 100% certainty, or use the expressions reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty in either reports or testimony, unless required to do so by a judge. You're not making any such assertions in this case, are you?
I am not.
Okay. All right, thank you. You can take that down. Now, when you conducted your analysis in this case, and in all cases, do you typically generate a case file that includes proper documentation of your examination?
I do, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
Could you display to her alone, please, Exhibit 6, Carner 6? Case file. Yes. Do you see what's displayed there?
I do, yes.
It's a 47-page. Is this your case file?
It is, yes.
Did you rely on the documents and photographs that are documented here in writing the report that the state introduced into evidence here?
How so?
Before you wrote your report, did you photograph items that you were looking at, take other notes, and then use that work product to form the opinions you reached that are documented in the report?
The notes are mostly used for initial documentation and evaluation, and then yes, supplement to the conclusions that I make. It's all a representative image of what my conclusions are going to be. So part of it is going into the conclusion statement and then just showing proof of those conclusions.
Right, and your standard operating procedure requires that you document in your case file the basis for your opinions, correct?
Yes.
I'd move Carner 6 into evidence.
To the state.
Is this the 47-page document?
Yes.
Yeah, I object. I don't see the relevance. The court's probable cause determination.
Oh.
A 46-page report that includes notes.
Why doesn't the prosecution want the ATF report?
Yes, Your Honor, this is the basis and documentation of the conclusions reached in the expert's brief report, which expresses her ultimate conclusion, but does not contain any of the reasoning for that conclusion. So it's important for the court, I think, to understand why and how she reached the conclusions that she did.
All right. Anything further?
No.
Yes, just that without testimony about what the meaning of the notes is and so forth, it is more confusing than it is probative. So under a 403 analysis, I don't think it's admissible nor helpful to the state, to the court.
All right. Mr. Kirk?
I intend to focus on particular photographs which document what she received in evidence and the comparisons that she did, which are also documented in this file in the way of comparison photographs.
All right. As it relates to the objection is overruled. I find that this is relevant as it relates to State's Exhibit 30, which was admitted, as well as State's Exhibit 32, which is admitted, and the state is able to do cross-examination on this witness as it relates to this report. And so it is admitted and may be published on all levels in the courtroom and through the media.
Thank you. Ms. Carner, one of the items you were asked to look at was, as described in your report, 1 bullet jacket fragment and 4 lead fragments, correct?
Yes.
Were you informed at some point that there was a discrepancy between what you were examining and what had been documented by the medical examiner in terms of the number of bullet fragments?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to see if maybe the ATF had lost certain portions of the evidence?
No, I was not.
Right. Do you think, and was it your understanding that there were originally 7 bullet fragments, but you ended up with 4?
I was alerted that there was potentially 7 fragments from the medical examiner in a photo just a few months ago.
Okay. You're clear, though, that when you got the evidence, it was in a sealed condition, correct?
It was, yes.
And when you open, what was it, an envelope?
A small individual manila envelope, yes.
And did you take the contents of the envelope containing the bullet and take photographs of it?
I did, yes.
Okay. Could you display page 41 of 47, that exhibit? I'm sorry, page 14. And tell us what's depicted here.
Yes, this is a picture of the as-received condition of Exhibit 6 in its entirety. That's the top picture. So you'll see Exhibit 6A all the way through 6E in descending order. And then the bottom two photos on the left is the Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment, and that is the view of the exterior. And then the photograph on the right is the Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment, and that's the view of the interior of it.
Okay. Now, after you documented what the bullet and the fragments look like, did you do certain procedures on the bullet, the larger bullet fragment?
I did, yes.
And what did you do?
I cleaned the bullet jacket fragment, and I also peeled the petals back. If you think of a banana and peeling the skin away from the interior, it's almost like doing that. As you can see from the photo, the petals have been crumpled in on themselves. So in order for me to see the land and groove impressions, which holds those individual characteristics needed for a comparison, I have to do some maneuvering of those petals.
And how do you do that? Do you use an instrument to peel back the portions that you want to look at?
I use pliers.
Okay. And after you did that procedure, did you then photograph the larger bullet fragment itself?
I did, yes.
Were the smaller fragments essentially not of any value to you in terms of doing comparisons?
They were deemed unsuitable, which means there are no microscopic marks of value for comparison.
Okay, but the larger fragment, after you did the process you just explained, you then photographed it again, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Could you display the next page of this exhibit, please? Tell us what we see here.
This is two pictures of that 6A bullet jacket fragment after the examination preparation. So the top photo is going to be the interior of 6A, and then the bottom photo is the exterior of 6A.
Now, after you took these photographs, did you proceed to do something to determine whether you had either class, individual, or subclass characteristics?
Yes.
Tell the court what that means.
To start, when I do my initial examination of a bullet jacket fragment like this, I'm going to look at its class characteristics. Class characteristics are the least restrictive set of characteristics I use in my comparison process. And these are design features that are given to a large group of items that characterize them together. So for a bullet, you could think of the diameter of the bullet, the number of landing grooves, the direction of twist, and the type of rifling. So I would go through and look at the class characteristics of this bullet jacket fragment, which was 6 right conventional rifling. Then I'd move on to look at any subclass characteristics. And subclass characteristics are more restricted than class, but less than individual. And they are design features that can be put on an object during the manufacturing process, which is consistent among items that are made by a tool that's in a specific state of wear. So what I mean by that is it's going to be a subset of a larger group, which is why it's not used for identification or comparison purposes for the basis of a conclusion. But when you think of something that's made through a mold process, when that mold comes together, it creates a seam line, and that seam line is going to be represented on all the items that it makes. So that's why you can't use it for the identification process, because it's going to be on a lot of items, which is why it's a subset of the group. Then I move on and looking at the individual characteristics. And these are imperfections and irregularities that arise from the manufacturing process. And then there's also individual characteristics can arise from wear, use, and abuse of a tool. And these individual characteristics is what is going to be distinct to that tool, and that's why they're used for the identification process. So again, I did an examination of its class characteristics, looked for any subclass characteristics, and then looked to see if there was individual characteristics in the land and groove impressions sufficient enough of marks and values to do a comparison process.
Now, once you have the class characteristics of a bullet, can you narrow the range of firearms that could have fired it just based on class characteristics?
You can, yes.
And is caliber a class characteristic or an individual or a subclass characteristic?
It's going to be a class characteristic because a lot of firearms will have the same class, or excuse me, the same caliber.
Like I told you.
Did you measure the diameter of the bullet?
I did, yes.
And did you end up with a range where it could have been certain range of length or diameter?
I did, yes.
And what was your reading?
Can I refer to my notes,
Yes,
please?
please.
The range of the diameter for the 6A bullet jacket fragment was 0.286 to 0.301 inches.
Okay, what page are you looking at?
It's page 13.
Okay. Now, so this is your documentation of the diameter measurement. And then on the right there, LIMP, that's measurement of the land width,
The
correct?
land impression width, yes.
And these are all general characteristics or class characteristics, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, once you had that this, and also that it was, you said, what's called the rifling was to the right, correct?
The direction of twist, yes.
Yeah, the lingo is 6 to the right, meaning.
6 right, yes.
Yeah. And that's a class characteristic.
Correct.
So once you had the diameter of the base of the bullet, and did you have some difficulty because of the damage to the bullet in exactly measuring it?
The reason I provided a range was because of the damage and deformity to the base. So at times it wasn't a perfect circle. So it was important to me to give a range of what those diameter measurements were.
Once you have the diameter and the rifling characteristics and the land and groove measurements, can you then plug those measurements into a database and to narrow down the class of weapons from which this bullet could have been fired?
The general rifling characteristics search will use those class characteristics and will generate a list of possible firearms that could have fired the bullet. But that list is not all inclusive. It is just used as an investigative tool.
Sure. Could you go to page 47, please? Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is the results of that general rifling characteristic or the GRC search.
All right. And what did you determine in terms of, just based on the class characteristics, what weapons could have fired the 6A bullet?
There were several different 30 caliber class firearms.
Nate already did a whole episode on this, by the way.
And they're listed here, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell us what the initials PI and RI and PR mean in the far right-hand column?
They refer to different types of firearms, so rifles, revolvers, machine guns, any type of firearm.
And what are the pistol ones? How is that designated? PI or?
Correct.
And what is RB?
Bolt action.
Bolt action. So based on the class characteristics, any of these weapons could have fired that bullet.
They could have possibly fired the bullet jacket fragment, yes.
Okay. Now let's go back to the examination of the other two measures, subclass characteristics and individual characteristics. Is one of the reasons you look at subclass characteristics because they can be confused with individual characteristics.
That is a concern, yes.
In fact, your manual says that, right? It's important to rule in or out subclass characteristics to avoid the danger of confusing them with individual characteristics.
I'm not sure if our manual says it verbatim. It says that we do need to assess every piece of evidence for possible subclass characteristics.
And what is the reason for that?
Subclass characteristics can be Similar to individual characteristics, however, trained examiners are able to notice the difference between subclass and individual. Subclass characteristics are not always present on an item. It's possible, but not always present. And they tend to look a certain way. They're going to be uniform in their appearance. They're going to be spaced in a way that's more uniform. If you think of circles, those circles could be a distance between each other in the same distance every time, and they will look almost the exact same every time.
Now, does your laboratory have a certain protocols for conducting these comparisons?
We have procedures for comparison, yes, like taking photographs, yes.
Well, but also procedures for instance, you have a document called Examination and Comparison of Unfired and Fired Ammunition and Components that deals specifically with the procedures to be followed for the kind of examination you did here, correct?
Yes, I believe that refers to the minimal documentation necessary for a piece of evidence.
And one of those standard operating procedure requirements is document observations and evaluate for the potential of subclass characteristics on the relevant tool working surface, right?
Correct, yes.
And you did that in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what conclusions did you reach?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes, please.
My subclass assessment that's on page 13 of my report states, stria observed in the land and groove impressions contain starts and stops, are not coarse, and vary in their height, width, depth, and spatial arrangement. No apparent subclass influence.
Okay. And what page was that again?
Page 13.
Page 13. Let me ask you about that. The stria observed are not coarse. I think I understand that. And vary in their height, width, depth, and spatial arrangement. Did you measure the height, width, depth of the land and groove impressions?
The land and groove impression widths? Yes, I did.
And how about the striae? That's different than the land and groove impression, right?
Correct, yes.
You didn't measure the height, width, and depth of those marks, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And your protocol says, does it not, due to their similarity to and potential confusion with individual characteristics, it is essential that the evidence be evaluated for the potential of subclass characteristics.
It does, yes.
That's the whole purpose of why you're doing that part of the exam, right?
Correct, yes.
And anywhere in your protocols, does it specify what you're looking for, or is it just up to you to decide what is and what is not a subclass characteristic?
Subclass characteristics are a very large part of the training process to become a firearm and tool mark examiner. There are modules that are taught where you're trained to recognize what subclass characteristics look like, what manufacturing techniques might lend to more subclass characteristics. So I am trained to know what it looks like.
Okay. And my question though was, does your standard operating procedure set out, here are the things you should be looking for? For instance, does it say if what the marks you're looking at are not coarse and vary in their height, weight, depth, and spatial arrangement, or if they're perpendicular on the barrel, that indicates that it's not a subclass characteristic. Is there anything like that in the manual?
No, there's not.
Okay. Did you inspect the interior of this barrel?
I did, yes.
And did you notice whether it had any debris or dust in it?
I believe my notes state that debris and dust was observed in the inside of the barrel, yes.
Okay, and could you further characterize what that was? Debris?
I think it says dust, so I would say dust.
What can cause dust to get inside of a barrel?
A plethora of things. I'm not sure why something is ever in a barrel.
Okay. So you determined here, you ruled out subclass characteristics, correct?
Yes.
Then the next part of the examination was determining whether you had any individual characteristics on the bullet, correct?
Yes.
And what did you conclude in that regard?
That there were microscopic marks of value worthy of comparison, or yes, individual characteristics in the landing groove impressions.
And does your standard operating procedure have any guidance in terms of how you go about determining that?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay. And then once you determine that you have items of value on the question bullet, do you then do something to produce test bullets?
Yes, part of the comparison process when there is a firearm that we receive is to test fire it to make pristine samples to see if reproducible individual marks of value is on the bullet or the cartridge cases.
How many test fires did you produce in this case?
I made 3 sets, so 6 total.
Is that your standard number of test fires?
Our standard operating procedures state that you need at least 2. There is not a maximum number that we are allowed to do. It's the discretion of the examiner.
Were you informed by other investigators working on the case that this particular weapon was manufactured in Germany in 1938?
I was not, no.
You did not review a report from an ATF agent who investigated that issue?
No, I don't believe so, no.
In doing your examinations, is it important to know something about the manufacturing process of the weapon?
It is helpful to know how a barrel or any part of the firearm is manufactured, yes.
And why is that?
Certain manufacturing techniques will lend to that individual characteristics. So grinding is a method that is known to leave individual characteristics on a tool. So if a item that I receive, I can tell is finished or manufactured by grinding, it already gives me an indication that individual characteristics would be left from that tool to the tool mark.
Now, once you have your 6 test fires, then you did some comparison between the test fires, right?
That is correct, yes.
And why do you do that?
That establishes whether or not there are individual reproducible marks of value on the test fires. It's important to know that because if there's not reproducibility amongst the test fires, then there's a chance to say, oh, it's not going to reproduce on the evidence and I wouldn't have anything to compare it to.
And have you had cases where you fired the 6 test fires and you don't get reproducible marks?
Not that I can recall.
And when you do your comparisons, just looking at the test fires, do you get situations where there's some dissimilarities between those 2 fired bullets from your test fires?
Yes, there are at times there will be disagreement amongst the individual characteristics, even in test fires. You have to think of it as when a bullet travels down a barrel or a cartridge case interacts with a firearm, the marks aren't going to be left onto that item the same way 100% of the time. It's almost like a stamp. If you know you're using a stamp and you put it in ink and then you put it on 2 separate areas of an item, it might look a little different just from the way the stamp was placed. It's the same thing with a bullet traveling down a barrel or a cartridge case coming into contact with a firearm.
So even when you know a bullet is fired from the same weapon, you can have 6 bullets fired. And when you start comparing them, you will see differences between each bullet.
There's a possibility to see some areas of disagreement. However, if I'm rendering an identification and saying there is reproducible individual marks of value on these test fires, there will be an overwhelming amount of sufficient agreement of that individual characteristic.
Now, when you're doing these comparisons, you use something called the AFTE theory of identification, don't you?
Yes, the AFTE theory of identification.
All right, and take a look. And that's the standard that you used in this case to draw the conclusions that you made in the report that I showed you earlier, correct?
That is the theory stating how an examiner is able to come to a conclusion when examining 2 or more sets of tool marks. And yes, that is how I go through my examination and how I come up with my conclusion, yes.
Okay, and what is AFTE?
AFTE is the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. It's the governing body of the firearm and toolmark community, whose primary goal is to further research and continue to show information about manufacturing and the evolution of firearm and toolmark examination. They hold annual seminars, publish a glossary of terminologies used by the firearm community, and they also have a peer-reviewed published journal.
Peer-reviewed published journal. Can I join AFTE?
You can Most of the firearms community, or excuse me, members are firearm and tool mark examiners. There are also technical advisors and associate members. Those members are not usually firearm and tool mark examiners, but they still have a livelihood in firearm and tool mark examination, meaning they conduct research or they are involved in products or manufacturing. And anybody is allowed to come to the annual seminar or get the journal. You just have to pay the fee.
You just have to pay the fee. Okay. Could you display to the witness exhibit 27, please? Do you recognize what's displayed here?
It appears to be the AFTI theory of identification, yes.
Right, I move that into evidence, Your Honor.
What is it?
This is the standard that she used to make the comparisons in this case, correct?
Would this be Carner 27
This would be Carner 27, Your Honor.
to the state?
Your Honor, if I may voir dire the witness on this exhibit, I've never seen it before, I don't think.
All right, sure. Let's go ahead and do so, Mr. McBride.
When was the last time you reviewed this document?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Can you testify as to its accuracy by looking at it now?
Not verbatim, no.
Your Honor, no more questions. My objection is lack of foundation.
Mr. Byrd.
Just because she doesn't know what it is doesn't mean it's not relevant.
Does this document accurately state what the theory is?
May I take a moment to read through
Yeah,
it?
sure.
She looks like she trains Brazilian like jiu-jitsu or Muay Thai or something. She knows something.
Yeah,
he's
she
got
has
to
a
get
very
he's got to get more concise with this. He was doing well up until actually
believe
showing the
the-
discrepancies, but he's
Some-
got to
something
get much
in the
more
first
concise.
statement is different than what I can recall, but overall, it is what the AFTI theory states.
Okay. And your ATF protocol refers specifically to the AFTI theory of identification, does it not?
It does, yes.
Okay. So is there any difference between what's in 27 and what's in your manual?
Again, I don't remember without looking at them side by side.
Okay. Let me get that in front of you. Let's go to Exhibit 12. And go to theory of identification and range of conclusions. Page 1 of 3. I don't have a Bates on it. Toward the end. It's document FT 10. No, that's not it. Could I quote your witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Page 1 of 3 of your protocol. I think it was-
I recognize this as something that comes from our SOPs, yes.
Okay. And it refers to the AFT theory of identification, right?
It does, yes.
Same theory that's displayed in 27?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd renew my offer on 27.
Your Honor, the objection stands. Language matters. Without knowing what, if this language is identical to what she's trained on, that can make a big difference. Whether the word sufficient or adequate is used, these are scientific principles, and we need to be precise in the language that's used. The witness cannot authenticate the exhibit that's been offered, so it should not be received into evidence.
Mr. Burke.
Goes to weight, not admissibility. You'd be free to question her about any differences, but I think she's laid a foundation that the theory is the same. So,
All right. Well, I remind the parties that this is a probable cause finding.
Here we go.
As it relates to what's been presented, the witness has said that it looks familiar. Again, I don't want to quote you. I don't remember the exact phrase, but she recognized portions of it and then was given the opportunity to compare it to her standard operating procedure. I think she said SOP. For those reasons, Carter 27
yes.
is admitted and may be
Okay.
published.
Looking at the language of this, the second part of it, according to AFT, says, currently the interpretation of individualization identification is subjective in nature. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Why is it subjective in nature?
The conclusions that I author are of my opinion.
Of your opinion?
Correct.
Does your, you can take that down, thank you.
Just like the DNA.
And no, wait a minute, go back if you would. But while he's doing that, does your manual state what you're looking for under this theory is correspondence of individual characteristics?
Yes.
That the theory is that if you see a certain level of correspondence, you can make a source identification, but not to the exclusion of all other firearms in the world, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the standard, at least as it's articulated here, is the theory as it pertains to the comparison enables opinions of common origin to be made when the unique surface contours of two tool marks are, quote, in sufficient agreement. And is a subjective part of that, the quoted part, sufficient agreement?
The subjective part of the conclusion is saying, yes, it is my opinion that there is or is not sufficient agreement or sufficient disagreement amongst two or more tool marks.
And what may constitute sufficient for you may be completely different from the next examiner. Fair?
Yes and no. I would expect any trained, competent examiner to come to the same conclusion. So the threshold of sufficient agreement might be different from one examiner, but the conclusion I would expect to be the same.
Does your manual state, your ATF manual, section 431, state that correspondence or lack thereof of individual characteristics is not easily communicated? An observation such as significant agreement can mean different things to each examiner. This does not serve as interpretable descriptions of what was observed because the individual performing the review will likely have his or her own concept of the phrase based upon their training, experience, and knowledge.
Objection, Your Honor. This question goes to weight. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't speak. Maybe heard.
If you're objecting, I will hear the objection.
It's just speaking objection.
Uh-oh. That stream just died. Let me see if there's another one.
Oh, theirs did?
Yeah.
Might just be the feed. Still trying to figure out where he's going with this. If he's going to try to discredit this to the science itself.
Yeah.
Or what his goal here is. I hope his goal is not to try to discredit the science itself, because that'll never fly with the jury.
Court TV lost it too.
Must just be the feed from there. He needs to stay focused on the fact that they cannot definitively show what type of rifle that round comes out of. I think the 15 different guns could fire it, as you know, I showed in my videos. He needs to be hyper focused on that, because that is what a jury will hear and be like, oh, well, that's crazy. If he tries to say, you know, tell the jury that the ATF science doesn't work, their eyes are going to glaze over and it's not going to do anything for him. So I hope that's not the angle he's taking, but we'll see. He could have something on the back burner. It looks like
anyone is up anywhere. So give me a few seconds here.
Courtroom feed went out, guys. It looks like somebody said Court TV is on.
I was just at that one. Oh, they're back up now.
Expressed in the report that the state offered.
Yeah, it sounds laggy. Sounds like a bad feed.
Issue to know that the opinion is based
That sounds
on a
horrible.
subjective standard that the witness herself admits is subjective. So I think it helps the court understand what weight, if any, to give to this report that the state offers.
You got to pull it back up on StreamYard though.
All right, final thought.
That's all fine, but it's inviting the
Yeah, we're just
court
making
to
sure
weigh
it's
the
worth
evidence.
using.
That's the whole point. And at this
I
point,
guess some other people are
inferences
freaking out
around
because theirs
state's
is down
favor in the
too.
court is not to weigh, even contrary.
Oh, this is terrible.
And StreamYard is
Well,
lagging bad, so
in regards to
just bear with me.
whether objections have been waived or not, the court as the magistrate bears the ultimate responsibility to ensuring that this hearing is a probable cause standard. And so that's a responsibility that as a magistrate I take seriously.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about.
The arguments from the parties. I'm going to overrule the objection, but Mr. Burt, this is, we don't need to go 100 miles down.
I told you he had to be more concise.
Mile is where probable cause may be. And so I invite you to refocus, to bring it to the probable cause. I'm not trying to limit what your theories or such, but I need to hold to probable cause.
Absolutely, and I don't even need a quarter of a mile. This is my last question, and I'm going to move to another topic.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Is that what your manual states?
I don't remember it verbatim, but it does sound accurate.
Well, could you pull up Exhibit 12, page? Just
I see where you were reading from. Yes.
Jesus, dude.
you see,
Yes.
did
Yes.
I accurately read
Oh,
it?
yeah,
Echo, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, give me just a second.
You may.
There we go. No, I think we're back up.
Now let's return to the report, the People's or State 32. And if you would go to the second page, please. You concluded here, did you not, that the Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment could not be identified or excluded as having been fired from the Exhibit 1A based on an agreement of all discernible class characteristics and neither sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement of individual characteristics. The result of the comparison was inconclusive.
Yes.
That was your ultimate conclusion, right?
Yes.
And on the next page, if you would go to 2 pages in, you have an appendix, do you not, where you explain what inconclusive means? Next page, one more.
Now this is important stuff.
Oh, yeah. I want to ask you because I'm unclear on what inconclusive mean. You say reasons for an inconclusive or include the presence of microscopic similarity that is insufficient to form the conclusion of source identification, a lack of any observed microscopic similarity, or a microscopic similarity that is insufficient to form the conclusion of source exclusion. Could you specify which of those possibilities exists in this case? Was this a case where you had microscopic dissimilarity, but in your opinion, it was insufficient to form a conclusion of source exclusion?
No, my conclusion is inconclusive. Just as it says in the appendix, there is a lack of sufficient agreement and sufficient disagreement. So I'm unable to say one way or another.
Okay, but I guess my question is, were there points of dissimilarity between the question and the known bullets?
Again, there was sufficient agreement and there was not sufficient agreement or sufficient disagreement. So yes, there was times that I saw agreement in the striations and the land and group impressions, also seeing disagreement, but there was also a lot of lack of microscopic marks of value to see it all. So because of this lack of quality and quantity of marks to be able to see, it never reached the threshold of sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement. So an identification or exclusion could not be rendered.
Okay, I think you and I have met before today, correct?
Yes.
Where we talked about what that term inconclusive meant, correct?
Yes.
And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but did I read to you from a do you recall me asking you whether you agreed with this statement that an inconclusive conclusion indicates that the microscopic marks in question may or may not have originated from the same or known source?
I do remember you asking, yes.
And you agreed that that was a correct definition of what you concluded in this case, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So I want to, if I could, return to 10, Exhibit 10. Not 10, I'm sorry. Your case file again. This is the 47-page document. There we go. What's the tab? 6. Okay. In your case file, you have produced for us some nice comparison photos of your comparisons, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would go to page 37. Is the top photo depicting one test fire on the left and another test?
Uh-oh. KSL struggling today, huh?
So do you see areas of agreement and areas of disagreement in these two bullets fired from the same rifle?
I see sufficient agreement amongst the striations that are in this land impression.
Okay, and tell us where they are. When you draw that conclusion, using this subjective theory of identification, show us what you're looking at.
Is it touchscreen?
Probably.
No, it's not.
No.
I'm sorry.
But we can, if you direct us, we can get there with a pointer.
Sure. So you can see towards maybe the last third of the bullet or the land impression that, yes, right where your cursor is below there, that's an area of agreement with that striation. It looks like it's going from the left to the right. So that mark is appearing on the test fire on the left and the test fire on the right. Then if you look towards the top of that land impression, there's going to be some more lighter colored striations or lines that are moving from left to right. Those areas are in agreement as well.
Where is that? Not as far up as where he is, correct? It's down?
Yes. And I believe the PowerPoint that I provided does have some areas and circles of some of these marks, if that would help as well. But if you move your cursor up, continually up, keep going. There you go. You have a line that was right there, and you have several others underneath of it that looks like it's going just straight across from left to right, and that shows an observed area of agreement.
So that one he's got circled on the right, I see a line there. Are you saying you see a line on the left that it's identical to the one on the right?
I'm saying I see agreement amongst those striations, yes.
Okay, anything other than those two areas?
You can really go down the entirety almost of that line looking at those striations. So under the top red circle, there's another area there. Yep, if you start right there and you draw your circle over, Except at the top of the circle, there's a highlighted line on the left that goes all the way to the right. If you
Oh, I
go a
see 'em.
little bit
Okay.
farther
Mhm.
down, maybe still in the top third of that circle, you can see another line going from one side to the other, another area of agreement as well. And then under the final third circle, in a little darker area down there, there's still some lines, again, in sufficient agreement.
Okay, and again, these are comparisons between test fires. So you know the rifle that you're test firing fired these 2 bullets, right?
Yes, and the
Okay.
purpose of those test fires is to ensure that though it was fired from the same firearm, you want to make sure that those individual characteristics are reproducing.
All right, so go to the photo on the bottom of that page. This is the first of several comparisons between the
I see what he's
test
doing
fire
now.
on the left and 6A on the right, correct?
Yes.
And what does the writing on the top mean? Blue index GIMP.
So that will be the first number there is the case number, the laboratory case number. Then next 1.11B is going to refer to the specific test fire that's on the picture.
Mhm.
And then V versus 6A, so that's the evidence that's also pictured. GIMP stands for a groove impression. So I'm looking at a groove impression in this photo. Blue index means I'm specifically looking at the groove impression that I have put a blue indexing mark on so that I know where I am during the comparison process.
Okay.
30X refers to the magnification that the photo was taken at. And then INC refers to inconclusive, the final conclusion.
So I'm interested in the areas of disagreement. Are there areas of disagreement between the known and the unknown here that you could point us to?
So for this photo, to me, I see areas of agreement in the top.
Mhm.
And then on the way down from the 6A, right after you see those 2 highlighted lines near the top, there is a lot of damage that is observed and almost no microscopic marks of value can be observed at all. So again, that lends to the lack of quality and quantity of marks even to do a comparison. It's almost like missing data points.
Okay, missing is not the same thing as dissimilar though, right?
It just means there's nothing there to call agreement or disagreement.
So do you see areas of disagreement here or no?
On the striations that are available to me on this groove impression, I see areas of agreement and specifically talking about those 2 highlighted lines at the top on the right.
Okay, go to the next page, please. Top photo on the next page. It's B38. You see areas of disagreement in this photo.
So this is the same photograph.
the
that
same
we looked
photo.
at before, just at a different magnification. It's zoomed in a little bit more from 30 to 40x. So again, I'm looking at those 2 highlighted lines near the top. And then if you look down, you can almost see that damage a little bit better. And there's none of those striated lines that you see on the test fire, which you would expect to see in a land or groove impression on the right at all. So again, no microscopic marks of value to compare whatsoever.
All right, how about the bottom photo? And again, the question, areas of disagreement.
The possibility of an area of disagreement maybe in the middle there on the 6A is a line that does not look like it carries over, but just from this snapshot, I cannot say if I had moved the photo a little bit different or the specimens together that area would be agreement. In this photo, it does not look like it does though.
She just made it worse for herself.
And could you go to the next photo, please?
Based on human error.
Mm-hmm. But the report already shows it's inconclusive. So I'm still trying to
Same
figure out
question here.
what he's trying to do here, because the report helps the defense. So if he's trying to
way
debunk
this
the
photo was
report, this doesn't
taken
make sense.
Highlighting more of the lack of microscopic marks of value. If I had pulled the specimen that's on the left, the test fire over, there might be some agreement that could be observed, but the way the photograph is now, you don't see the line on the right going all the way over. But again, this is just a snapshot of one particular area.
Doesn't show areas of agreement or disagreement.
There is an area of agreement at the very bottom of the photo.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
Next photo, please. How about this one?
This is another zoomed in of the previous photo, focusing in on that bottom area of agreement. So we went from 30X to 40X and just highlighting one specific area, and this is showing you agreement.
Next photo.
So again, this area that is highlighted, the bottom portion that's in focus, is showing an area of agreement. As you go up, the lines are a little bit blurred on the 6A bullet jacket fragment, so it's hard to say if that area was an agreement or disagreement. That's not what my photo was focusing on.
All right. Next one.
So again, this is going to show you part of the groove impression at the white index. On the top, you can see some striated lines, or excuse me, more of the middle of the photo. The top of the groove impression from the 6A, you see some lines that not appear to be on the right side either, but this photo is also trying to show the lack of microscopic marks at all towards the bottom of that groove impression.
Okay. But there are in these photos areas of disagreement as well as areas of agreement, correct?
In the photo that we just looked at, it could be possible areas of disagreement. Again, it's just one area that I'm looking at. It's hard to tell when you can't look at the entirety of the land in this moment.
Now this, you can take that down, please. Do you keep up with the literature relevant, scientific literature relevant to your field?
I do, yes.
And are you aware of certain criticisms that have been leveled against this AFTE theory of identification?
I have heard, yes, I've heard recommendations on how
What
to
is he
improve the
doing?
AFTE theory of identification, yes.
Well, the criticisms have gone beyond that, right?
Specifically, what are you referring to?
Well, you're aware that the National Resource, the National Resource Council?
The National Academy of Science?
National Academy of Science.
Oh God, he's got to stop.
Pretty preeminent scientific.
He sounds like the prosecution right now. Like he's trying to make the prosecution's case
Did
for
they
them.
conclude in 2009 that, quote, a fundamental problem with tool mark and firearm analysis is the lack of a precisely defined process. As noted above, AFTE has adopted a theory of identification, but it does not provide a specific protocol. It says that an examiner may offer an opinion that a specific tool or firearm was the source of a specific set of tool marks or a bullet striation pattern when, quote, sufficient agreement exists in the pattern of two sets of marks. It defines agreement as significant when it exceeds the best agreement demonstrated between tool marks known to have been produced by different tools and is consistent with the agreement demonstrated by tool marks known to have been produced by the same tool. The meaning of exceeds the best agreement and consistent with are not specified, and the examiner is expected to draw on his or her own experience. This AFTE document, which is the best guidance available for the field of tool mark identification, does not even consider, let alone address, questions regarding variability, reliability, repeatability, or the number of correlations needed to achieve a given degree of confidence.
I do remember
Objection,
there's
objection. We're now firmly into 702 territory. I object on grounds.
If I was the prosecution, I'd let him keep going right now, to be honest. And I'll explain why here when he's done.
I think it goes directly to reliability. That a scientific group studied this exact process that she used in this case and reached that conclusion.
If you would, so again, I'm trying to keep us on the
probable cause standard. This is going a bit deep in regards to it. This is citing to 2009. And so we're in 2026. And again, I don't want to have to dive deep into areas trying to determine, because I feel that we are exiting the orbit of probable cause. If I'm having to make that analysis and trying to see, like, how is this relevant? How does this apply? How does this go to probable cause? So if you wish to ask this question and then move on, we certainly could do that. But
Sure. The only thing I wanted to do was establish that this was the foundation criticism in 2009. And I know when we had raised this issue with respect to one of the other experts, the comeback was, oh, well, this was in 2009 and the PCAST report was in 2016. In this particular field, these criticisms have started in 2009, but they have continued up to the present day and have gotten more strident. So I think that's the take home here, is that this is not some past criticism that has been set aside. This is a criticism that this expert is aware of and that has continued in the literature up to the present time.
But I don't have that second portion of what you just said in front of me. So I can't agree with you, because what I have is what's before me. I can't go searching myself as a magistrate for probable cause. I have to take what you say as it is. And if I have to start searching, I've left the universe of probable cause.
I agree. And I was
too.
offering that to the court as a proffer in terms of where this line of questioning is going, so the court can understand the context.
Okay.
It isn't just an isolated criticism, and I'll establish with a couple of questions that it's continued up to the present time.
So I will overrule the objection, but I will limit you to this question. We're going to more and more and more.
Thank God. Judges saved the defense.
You're looking at whether this science is challenged or not. The point's been received.
Bro, the report is good for you. Why are you trying to discredit the report that is good for you? What are you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
You're aware of that criticism, right?
Yes, I am.
And you're also aware of the criticism leveled in 2016.
Counsel, I just said that we're focused solely on,
Oh
I've
my
accepted
God.
what you've said, but I said that it's limited to this question and then we're moving on, because anything further is going outside of probable cause.
I misunderstood. I apologize to the court.
And I apologize if I wasn't clear on that. So maybe it was my error not communicating. I've accepted that coming in. I've overruled the objection, but I said we're gonna leave that where it is and then move forward.
And that's where I'm unclear. When the court says move forward, no more questions about any further criticisms beyond that one?
On this line of question, that's correct. Because
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Burke.
And I think I've made the proffer in terms of the relevancy of it.
And I accept that. So thank you, Mr. Burke.
Right. Then the last area is in the years that you've been doing this testing, is it true that you've only taken one proficiency test that involves bullet comparisons?
Yes,
Wow.
I've only had the opportunity to take.
What are
one
you
bullet
doing?
so far?
And is it true that that was in 2023?
I don't remember the exact year, but that sounds correct. Yes.
Right. And is it true that that proficiency test involved a test where you had question bullets and then you had two sets of bullets, one that was fired from one gun, not the suspect gun, and then a second gun that was fired from another gun?
I'm going to fucking lose it, dude.
I don't remember the exact final ground truth answers that were there. No, I'm sorry. I don't remember.
I think when you and I talked about this, you said you were aware of a controversy about that particular test, correct?
I was aware, yes, of the results of the proficiency test. Yes.
That there was a very high error rate in that particular proficiency test, right?
There was a higher error rate, yes. However, my answers were satisfactory, along with the 5 other examiners at my specific laboratory that took it as well.
Your conclusion in that case was, as in this case, that it was inconclusive, correct?
Correct.
Even though the correct answer was that the bullets did not come from the question. The 2 did not match. The known in the question should have been an elimination.
The ground truth answer was yes, they were excluded. However, an inconclusive result in this comparison was extremely appropriate. The lack of quality and quantity of those individual characteristics never reached sufficient agreement, nor did it ever reach sufficient disagreement. So saying anything but inconclusive was not appropriate.
So it failed, but she bumped it up to inconclusive. That's his point.
From different weapons that can have individual characteristics that look pretty similar.
There is occasions, yes, that tool marks that are made by 2 separate tools are similar, yes.
Could you go, and this is my last area question, Exhibit 19, page 26.
Dude, her report already shows it's inconclusive and that 15 different other firearms could have been used. Why do you want to discredit that?
Coming up on 437. That would be my request, Your Honor.
This is my last question. So.
All right, Mr. Burt. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I appreciate the heads up.
In your opinion, does this, the one on the left and the right, show matching individual characteristics?
Counsel, has this been admitted? Because I see it.
This dude's,
displayed. I just want to make sure.
It has not been admitted, and I'm asking this question and as a foundation for admitting it.
Okay, that's fine. So I just want, it was on another screen. I wanted clarification. So it's not on any screens because it hasn't been admitted, but clearly it can be on her screen.
Thank you.
That's why you don't get legal aid lawyers, folks.
Only to the witness and counsel table screens.
Page, Exhibit 19, page 26.
Damn, she looks like she hates her life as much as the judge right now.
Does this comparison show individual characteristics indicating that it was fired from the same weapon?
There are individual characteristics present, but without examining it in person, I don't feel comfortable making a conclusion.
Okay, how about the next page? Watch, 27. How about that one?
Again, I see individual characteristics. On a very first glance, I can see maybe one striation that is an agreement, but without seeing it physically in person and having an accurate representation of the entirety, I can't conclude in any answer.
And the last one, the third photo, page 28.
I wonder if these are past ones that have failed. And he's testing her.
Still, it doesn't make sense to discredit your strongest witness. I don't. This would make sense if the report came back as a conclusive match linked to Tyler's rifle. Then 100% you want to discredit her. But that's not what her report shows.
Same question.
I do see individual characteristics. I do see some areas of agreement without looking at it further. I wouldn't make a conclusion. It's a holistic approach when you're examining items.
Right. Would it surprise you if I told you that all 3 of those were fired from different weapons?
Ooh.
Again, I don't know any context to these photos other than what you showed, so I don't feel comfortable saying one way or another.
Thank you.
She literally said, I can't tell without actually doing it. So that...
It's like he spent an hour trying to get her to say what the report already says.
He had it, dude. He set it up. He showed the big things about the report that I showed in my video, right? Like, and then he just went off the rails.
I have looked at them probably back in 2024 when it was published.
Okay, that's a study. Is that what that is?
Some sort. It was a look from the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. It was a volunteer of photographs of people that did have an incorrect answer in that proficiency test.
Okay. And when you do an examination or a comparison Are you limited to one photograph?
No,
You actually have the item in front of you, correct?
that is correct. Yes.
And you can manipulate it, you can turn it, you can look at every angle and every side of that item as you do the comparison. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as you're doing that process, you're looking for as many characteristics that match or agree or disagree as you can possibly find, correct?
Yes, it's a holistic approach. If I have a bullet like this case, I'm looking at every single land, every single groove impression, and doing an evaluation of each one of those, looking for areas of agreement and disagreement before rendering a conclusion.
Would it be responsible for you to reach a conclusion based on a single photograph of a very limited area of two bullets?
I would not feel comfortable doing that now.
Okay, I want to back up. How long have you, first of all, where do you work?
I work at the Forensic Science Laboratory in Washington for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
How long have you been there?
A little over 6.5 years.
Where did you come from? Where did you work before that?
Prior to working for ATF, I was a latent fingerprint technician, recovering latent fingerprints from improvised explosive devices. And I also worked as a crime scene investigator in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and Anne Arundel County, Maryland.
How long did you have that position?
I think cumulatively it was about 5 to 6 years.
And before that?
Those are the only ones. I think it was about 6 months as a latent fingerprint technician, 2 years as a crime scene in Winston-Salem, and 3 in Anne Arundel County.
Do you have education and training before that position?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic and Investigative Science from West Virginia University, and have attended and graduated the National Firearms Examiner Academy, as well as done specific training at my laboratory.
At each of the positions you've held, have you had on-the-job training at the laboratories where you've worked?
I have, yes.
And will you describe what that training is like at the ATF where you are now?
Yes. So part of becoming a firearm toolmark examiner for ATF was attending the NFEA, the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is a year-long intensive comprehensive training program. I learned about historical cases, figures, and the evolution of firearms, fired ammunition components, and manufacturing. In phase 2, I worked 16 weeks of hands-on experience assembling and disassembling firearms using a comparison microscope, comparing fired ammunition components and tool marks, going on manufacturing tours, and participating in moot court. I worked on an independent research project and 4 practical exercises, and then presented that independent research project to a panel of experts and participated in 2 moot court sessions on 2 of those 4 practical exercises. Then specifically for ATF, I still work on my training, going through practical exercises and competency tests, working under trained firearms examiners at my laboratory, and also continue learning about any manufacturing evolutions or going on manufacturing tours. And I also participate in moot court for every single competency test that I work. Once all of that is complete, then I work on supervised case before moving on to unsupervised casework.
And supervised casework means what?
It means that the author of the final report will be a different examiner, but I am working on all of the work side by side and going through all the steps that are needed for that examination.
And in that process, you're having discussions about your work with a more experienced examiner.
Yes, it's an opportunity to work a case that has come into the laboratory, but still have someone there making sure I feel comfortable with everything and following every step necessary.
How long ago was that you had that, that you graduated from that supervised work?
I believe that was in 2022 or 2023. I'm not sure.
Do you supervise now others?
I do not have a supervisor capacity, but I have had the opportunity to now teach at the NFEA. I've been fortunate enough to participate as an instructor in the test firing module, the mini moot court module, and the comparison of bullets and cartridge cases.
Are you required to undergo continuing education in your position?
There is not a specific continuing education program. However, when the opportunity to go on AFTI's annual conferences and it allows it, I will go to those, as well as continually go to manufacturing tours.
Is this an area of science and forensics that is continuing to develop new techniques and advance in research?
Yes, it is.
And how do you stay up on those advances?
Part of the way to do that is to continue my membership with AFTI. Again, they do an annual training seminar recently, just in May of 2026 here in Baltimore, where there's case searches and studies that are presented, different manufacturing techniques, just new and upcoming research that is throughout the community, not just firearms practitioners, but also standard and technology researchers like those from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST.
And I think Defense Counsel has asked you a little bit about some of the publications that have given criticism is how he's phrased it, but given recommendations on how to improve the science in your field. Are you aware of that?
I am, yes.
And is there an effort to adopt those suggested improvements where they have merit?
Yes, AFTI especially takes those recommendations very seriously. If the PCAST asked for more specific design test studies, they said, yes, we will do that. I can think of just a few right off the top of my head that has satisfied those asks that they wanted.
Is your laboratory accredited?
It is, yes.
What does that mean to be accredited as a laboratory?
An accreditation means that my laboratory is held to an international standard of reporting, testimony, training, and proficiency tested. We have a large audit every 4 years through ANAB, or the American National Standard Institute, National Accreditation Board, but we also do internal audits, and we make sure there is some type of audit that we are staying in within those accreditation limits every single year.
There is a mention of proficiency testing. Are you required to do proficiency testing?
Yes, I am.
And are those specific as to what type of proficiency testing that you do?
Yes.
What are some examples?
We are required to take proficiency tests in all discipline that our scope enables, so serial number restoration and the comparison of tool marks, bullets, and cartridge cases.
Are there similarities and principles that apply to all aspects of tool mark analysis and comparison?
Can you elaborate on the question, please?
Well, let's say you're comparing what we've been talking about here, rifling on a bullet. Are there principles that apply to that area versus that also apply in tool marks analysis, say of impressions of a handheld tool?
Yes, all of those comparisons are a product of a tool mark comparison. A firearm is nothing but a tool. So when you are talking about a cartridge case comparison, it's still looking at a tool and a tool mark. The tool in this case is the firearm. The tool mark is being left on a cartridge case or a bullet.
I want to draw your attention to Plaintiff's Exhibit 32. Thank you. Well, that's pulling up. And this has been published. This has been approved for publication at all 3 levels already, so we can put that on the screens. Well, that's pulling up. Thank you. I want to ask you first about an entry here. The second sentence under results of examination. Exhibit 1 is rifle was test fired and found to be in operable condition. Did you perform that test fire?
I did, yes.
How did you receive this firearm?
I received it from another physical scientist in our laboratory.
Okay. And did it have a scope on it?
Yes, it did.
What did you do to determine if it was in operable condition?
In order to determine if the firearm is in operable condition, I will find ammunition that it is calibrated for. In this place, it was 30-06 Springfield. Load that into the firearm, and then I fired any test fires into our water recovery tank.
Okay. And why did you choose a water recovery tank?
The water recovery tank is what is used to obtain bullet specimens. The water is going to slow down the bullet from its movement so that we can actually obtain the bullet, and it is supposed to cause minimal damage.
Why does it matter if there's minimal damage or more damage?
You would like minimal damage because that means that there's going to be less damage on the areas that you need to compare.
In the evidence rounds that you, or in the bullets that you often receive in your cases, are there cases where there's a lot of damage to those bullets?
I have received cases with lots of damaged bullets, yes.
In this circumstance, Exhibit 1 rifle, this Mauser 98 30-06, was it an auto-loading rifle or a bolt action?
This was a bolt action rifle.
Exhibit 2 cartridge case. Let's see here. If you'll turn to page 2, and we've already read this line. I think defense counsel read this line to you, the Exhibit 6A paragraph there. The result of the comparison was inconclusive. What could further testing be done to try and see if there is any, if you come to a conclusion on this round?
There was no further testing that I could do, no.
Is there further testing that could be done in the field?
There is the possibility of using a 3D system to visualize the individual characteristics on the bullet.
Do you have the capability of doing that at your lab?
My laboratory currently does not have that capability.
Do you know if the FBI lab does have that capability?
I believe they do.
Defense counsel put up a list of potential firearms that could have fired this round or this bullet. Is that list comprehensive?
It's not an all-inclusive list.
And does it mean more that this round? I'll leave it at that, actually.
Yeah, that's right. You do.
That was a dumb question.
Yep. That was bad for him. They both fucked up there. Excuse my language. Both the prosecution, it's almost like they are arguing the wrong directions. And he just realized it at the end and went, you know what? I'm just going to shut my mouth because that's helping the defense.
The 6A bullet jacket fragment. Will you describe what a bullet jacket is?
Yes, I do have a demonstrative. May I use that?
Do you have that with you? Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
So this is a demonstrative of a bullet. So a bullet jacket, it would refer to the outside of the bullet. Inside the bullet would be the lead core. So when I'm referring to the jacket, it means that I've only received that outer portion. I did not receive any of the lead core intact with it.
In this circumstance, you received a bullet jacket fragment. What does that mean that it's a fragment?
Fragment means I don't have the entirety of that jacket.
And can you testify as to why you don't have that entirety?
No, I cannot.
And it also, your report also says that there are 4 lead fragments. What is this? Why would you have lead fragments?
So the lead fragments, the lead would be from the inside of the bullet, that core. Occasionally when the bullet reaches its final destination, it can split and some of that core might be pulled off of the jacket and be found where it landed.
And would you be able to gather information from those lead fragments that could identify them as coming from this particular firearm? Would you expect to be able to make that comparison?
I would not expect to see any characteristics that would help me reach a conclusion, no.
Why not?
Because the lead core is on the inside of the bullet, the landing grooves are going to be imparted onto the jacket or the exterior. So when it's moving down the barrel, the inside is not coming into contact with rifling whatsoever.
In this case, do you have a verification step where your work is reviewed by another analyst?
We do, yes.
And were your conclusions in this case verified by another analyst?
Yes, they were.
Sounds like he's going to try to get FBI testing done on this.
Is there a potential that the testing you do can destroy the evidence that you're reviewing?
What do you mean?
Well, prevent it from being tested in the future.
No, I
Yeah,
would
here we
not
go.
expect anything that I've done to prohibit more examination in the future, no.
But in general, you say you peeled back the petals, I think you said, of the bullet jacket because it was so crumpled. If that's,
Yes, I think if anything that lends to a better comparison process. It is a very well-known practice amongst firearm and toolmark examiners. Without doing a examination like that in preparation, no one's able to see the marks that are needed for the comparison process.
Okay. In reaching the conclusions that you did in this case, did you follow the protocols and practices that are required by your position?
I did, yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Bird.
You said a
Oh,
couple
no.
of things of interest to me. One was that your work is peer reviewed, right? There's a peer
Specifically?
reviewer, a second reviewer,
It is a verification process.
verification process. And you know, in this case, we requested to produce the case file from your reviewer so we could see whether it was accurate or not. You're aware of that, right?
I am not, and the verification process does not require that the verifier has case notes. Their case notes would be within mine, and it's just an authored verification chart.
Well, you wrote a memo to Mr. McBride dated May 19th, did you not? In which you said in answer to our request for the reviewer's work product that ATF laboratories do not release materials concerning technical reviewers or verifiers. And you went on to state, did you not, that we don't even release the CVs of who the reviewers are.
So that is not authored by me. That is our ATF procedures and protocols. If that was an email that came from me, I am just verbatim what our quality assurance manager has said.
Do you think science works best when it works in secret?
Objection.
This ain't it, homie.
It goes to the issue that was raised on cross-examination, which is my work was peer reviewed. So how do we evaluate the strength of that assertion when they refuse to hand over to us the work product of the reviewers or even identify what their credentials are? That's relevant.
Well, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that, but the question itself was argumentative because we can look at the question, working in secret.
Let me
Yeah.
rephrase.
Okay, so I am going to sustain the objection because of the phrasing. It is inherently argumentative. It wouldn't be a question that would be able to proceed into prelim.
Do you have an opinion on whether it is scientifically defensible to rely on a peer reviewer and not reveal that peer reviewer's work product?
I believe I understand what you're asking. However, in this case, the verifier does not have any work product to show. If you'd like to see their CV, I cannot testify to anything about the procedures of giving their information out. All I can say is that they are employed at my laboratory, are under the same scrutiny of proficiency testing, went through the same training with competency and practical exercises, so they are a trained and competent examiner.
They don't have any work product to show, but your protocol calls for, does it not, documentation of whatever it is they did.
And that is included in my case file.
Right, but not the reviewer's work product.
The reviewer's work product is a verification sheet. If you like, I can refer to my case notes and find that specific page number, but that would be the only work product that they would have in this case.
I see. Now, you said two things about the PCAS report on cross-examination. One was that, if I understood it, that the PCAS findings have been addressed in subsequent studies. Did I hear that correctly?
Because one of the recommendations was to further, actually, I think the recommendation was one more black box study to show the foundational validity of firearm tool mark examination. And since 2016, several have been published.
All right, let's look at that for a second. First of all, they didn't recommend, they found, did they not? Quote, PCAS finds that firearms analysis currently falls short of the criteria for foundational validity because there is only a single appropriately designed study to measure validity and estimate reliability. The scientific criteria for foundational validity requires more than one such study to demonstrate reproducibility. Isn't that what they found?
That is what their finding was, correct.
Okay. And then after that report was published in 2017, they came out with a second report because people said, oh, the literature already exists. You missed it. And they said, no, that's not true. Isn't that right?
They
Objection,
concluded,
relevance to preliminary hearing. We're now well into 702 argument.
He raised this issue on cross, Your Honor. He clearly went beyond the 2009 reference that the court allowed and opened this area up. And I don't think it's fair for him to be allowed to do that without me being able to respond to it.
Thank you. On cross-examination, that door was opened by the state, and so I will allow limited questioning on recross or redirect, however we want to label this. So you may proceed. The
Thank you.
objection is overruled.
In 2017, they filed a second report responding to assertions by people in your profession and others that they had missed or the studies had already been done. Isn't that true?
yes, PCAST did a 2017 addendum to their 2016 report, reiterating that they believe that the only way to properly empirically test a science is through these black box studies, and that they would not take into consideration the numerous amount of work and validation studies done over decades that the firearms community has published.
And a bunch of other studies were done, right?
Correct.
And in response to those additional studies, there have been continual criticisms of the methodologies of those studies. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
And you've read, for instance, well, first of all, you attended, I see, a webinar by the group that did some of the critiques. Remember that?
Which webinar are you referring to?
You attended a webinar, I believe, in 2023, Treatment of Inconclusive Results and Error Rates of Firearm Studies. Webinar hosted by the Center for Statistics and Applications in Forensic Evidence, 2021.
Correct, I did.
According to, and that group has published a number of studies right up to 2026. For instance, their study in 2024 called Methodological Problems in Every Black Box Study of Forensic Firearm Comparisons, in which they concluded that the field still was not reliable despite the studies that you reference. Isn't that true?
That is the author's opinion, correct?
Right. And they're not the only ones. There have been other groups of statisticians who have published articles right up to 2026 saying that the studies that you referenced are unreliable. That their methodology of those studies is flawed and cannot be relied upon to support the science of tool mark comparison, correct?
Yes, there has been studies to say that they believe there is flaws in the black box studies and stuff, but there has also been plenty of research done to say the opposite.
And lastly, you mentioned that, or it was brought out that you have training and experience, right?
Correct, yes.
Do you agree with the conclusion stated in the section of the report, the PCAP report, that neither experience nor professional practices can substitute for foundational validity? Do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
You agree with the conclusion reached in the PCAP report that a forensic science discipline that has an error rate higher than 5% is not reliable?
I don't know that I have opinion to that because I think it's a little on the broad side. I don't know what you would consider high as far as the percentage.
Well, I'm referring to the statement at page 151 where they say methods with a high false positive rate are scientifically unreliable for making important judgments in court about the source of the sample. to be considered reliable, the false positive rate should certainly be less than 5%. It may be appropriate that it be considerably lower depending on the intended application.
I would agree with that statement.
You would agree with that. And you also lastly reference your knowledge of the study by the AFTE of that proficiency, the one proficiency test which you have taken on bullet comparisons, correct?
Correct.
And the error rate in that particular study, proficiency test, was 20.4%, correct?
Correct.
For item 2, 18.2% for item 3, and 18.9% for item 5.
I believe those were the results. However, I don't agree that proficiency tests are what are used for validation studies to show foundational validity. Proficiency.
So if the error rates are high, then they shouldn't be relied upon to show invalidity, but they should be relied upon to establish that your experience means that your science is valid? Is that what you're saying?
Foundational studies are looking at, just as PCAS said, those black box studies, different test design, all of which firearm and toolmark community has conducted. We've looked at cartridge cases, bullet, pristine samples, damaged samples, and different firearms. Proficiency test is looking at the accuracy of an examiner's results, not foundational validity.
But you would agree that an error rate of 20% is unacceptable, would establish unreliability, correct?
I would agree that those results need to be looked at to see where that error was coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness? And Mr. McBride, I'm going to limit you because your objection to going outside and going to 702, the door, you open the door, but I've got to close that door to some point. So I will give you a limited number of questions. We need to come to a close.
I understand that. Your science has been accepted by courts across the country, correct?
Correct, yes.
It's routinely admitted in courts across the country, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Your science has been peer reviewed and viewed favorably by numerous publications and studies across the country and across the world, correct?
Correct, yes.
No more questions.
May this witness be excused. Thank you, Mr. Burt. Thank you, Mr. McBride. Ma'am, thank you for being here. You are excused. All right, that brings us to a close. Do either party wish the benefit of the record before we adjourn for the night?
Your Honor, can you just give us about 5 minutes and then I think we can make an announcement. Can you just give us a minute to chat?
Yes, you may have that. And we'll stay in court for these 5 minutes just because it would take longer to let everyone go and then come back in.
Are we doing a 5-minute recess?
So let me explain it real quick, guys. So we talked to Chris Piota, who is the number 3 up in the FBI, who literally did technical evidence, stuff like this, right? He explained to me and Jesse on our show why this report is good for the defense. Now, what the defense attorney, I think he wants to do is somehow get this thrown out because it doesn't say not a match. Well, he'll never have that done because the bullet is so deformed and so damaged. That's what inconclusive means. They can't tell anything about it. They can't tell if it was to this gun, if it wasn't to this gun. He's never going to get there. So he's trying to discredit the science of the ballistic testing to maybe try to get the entire report thrown out, which he will never do. So instead of focusing on the fact that he like nailed it in the first third of, hey, this thing, we can't tell that we can't match this to the rifle. Also very important, inconclusive is good for the defense because it means neither side benefits. The prosecution can't use that as evidence to tie the rifle to the bullets. Neither can the defense either way, right? But that's good for the defense because all you need to do is instill reasonable doubt, and not being able to match the bullets inconclusively to the rifle instills reasonable doubt. So what he should be focusing on is that the fact that, hey, these bullets, we can't match them to the rifle. Hey, that bullet fragment, it matches 20 other goddamn rifles. That's what he should be focused on. Instead, what he tried to do was discredit the witness and the science, which will never fly and it'll never happen. It's the exact same thing he tried to do with the DNA. He's not going to get formal DNA testing or formal ballistic forensic testing thrown out of the court. It's never going to happen.
Already
So honestly, Tyler's fucked if this is their defense going into the actual trial.
We wait for counsel.
Take maybe 30 seconds to wait for Mr. McBride.
All right, we'll wait for Mr. McBride. I just want to ensure all the attorneys are present.
No, I did understand. I understand completely. You don't understand.
But Nate, what if he was trying to get it thrown out because he's setting up for the road mic theory?
Yeah, he can. He can try to get it thrown out, but he won't. It's not going to happen. Like, it's going to be evidence one way or another. Like, you're not discrediting the forensic testing. You know, you could try, like you will do with the DNA, but that's never going to get Tyler found innocent.
Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we have just one more witness who would be a fairly short witness, not super long. So I anticipate we will be done tomorrow, probably by lunch, I would think. So maybe if we could plan that we'll be finished. We probably will not need the entire day tomorrow, is my suggestion.
All right. Turning to the state, obviously I'm not holding you to your answer today, but just for guidance, does the state anticipate and rebuttal witnesses?
Judge, we don't anticipate any rebuttal evidence that needs to be presented to this hearing. So I think the question would be is, are we going to argue the bind over tomorrow? And the state would be prepared to argue bind over tomorrow.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. In regards to trying to budget time here, how much time does the state anticipate? Obviously, there's one more witness, so I'm not going to.
If it's a short witness, Judge, I don't think it should take us the entire morning. But we would be prepared to argue tomorrow morning at the close of evidence or first thing in the afternoon.
And how much time do you anticipate that argument being? Again, a rough estimate. I'm not holding you to the exact number. I'm just trying to see how close are we to the 5 o'clock, because I'm going to ask the defense the same question as well.
It wouldn't come close to the 5 o'clock hour, Judge.
For just you or for both?
For argument?
Yes.
Both of us.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll turn it. Thank you, Mr.
If we have to argue 2 hours apiece for bind over, there's a problem.
All right. Thank
I
you,
would say
Mr.
that.
Miranda.
Thank you.
To the defense, I'm just getting an estimate. I'm not holding you. I'm not going to time you to this, but just trying to see as it relates to 5 o'clock and for argument for bind over tomorrow afternoon.
Understood, Your Honor. Our request, the defense request, is that we be allowed to submit briefing. There are some legal issues that we would like to brief for the court prior to the decision on the bind over. We're open to briefing, page limits, time limits, all of that, but we would like that opportunity because there are some legal complexities involved here.
All right. And if, and I'm going to ask the state, but if the state, well, I'm not going to assume anything. Thank you. So
I believe the state is going to object to that, Your Honor.
So what I hear you saying is you wish to, well, I don't want to assume what it seems like you're saying, and I want to be clear, is you're waiving oral argument and just doing briefing.
So generally, Your Honor, in cases with multiple counts that are pretty complex issues of law, I have asked for briefing and the opportunity for an argument. We can set time limits on that as well prior to bind over. I've done this in multiple other cases before courts in Utah. And that is my preference, to make sure we get the law right.
And so how much time, if you're asking for argument, that in addition to briefing, I'm trying to get the total universe of what's in front of me.
So I anticipate that I agree with Mr. Grunander that I don't think an argument would take more than a half day. Should take less than that, particularly if we're briefing issues beforehand. So I don't know, 2 hours for argument total.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Visser. Turning back to the states, what is, you've heard from the defense.
Again, Judge, the state would prefer to argue tomorrow. We think the court has all the evidence before it and could make a bind over decision. after oral argument tomorrow. If the court decides that briefing is necessary, I believe the court reporter could have a transcript available as early as Monday of next week at an expedited, on an expedited request. With that said, I would need, 2 weeks to, we're the moving party. We would prepare a motion in support of bind over. There would be a response and then a reply. So we're probably 6 weeks out before we can actually argue before bind over. We would rather not wait 6 weeks to argue bind over. That's why we would like to do it tomorrow. But that's the timeline we're probably looking at, is about 6 weeks and then 2 to 3 hours of argument.
So are you requesting to move forward with oral argument tomorrow and in addition to briefing? Or again,
No.
I'm just trying to see the whole universe that's before me.
Good question, Judge. If the court wants briefing, I don't believe we would argue tomorrow. We would save that argument until the briefing is finished.
All right. Thank you. And to defense, would you agree on the time frame for briefing as been proposed by Mr. Grunander to allow each side the appropriate time, taking into consideration a transcript which may or may not be needed by the parties?
We are also okay with simultaneous briefing on this if the state prefers that. That wouldn't take 6 weeks if that's the concern, but we have no objection to the 6 weeks.
All right. And does your client waive any speedy trial rights that may result as this request? I just want to make sure I'm addressing constitutional rights. Also going to be addressing from the victim representative. This goes squarely into the victim's rights to speedy disposition. So again, I'm just trying to take it, and I know we're late. I just want to cover all these bases.
Yes, our client will waive his right, his speedy trial rights, so that we can properly brief the preliminary hearing issues.
All right.
Oh boy.
To the state.
If the court wants briefing, we would not like to do simultaneous briefing. We would like to start it out as the moving party. The defense would then respond. We would then have the opportunity to reply before oral argument.
All right. And I'll invite Ms. Kirk's attorney if you wish to be heard. This goes squarely into the victim's rights as recognized in the Utah Constitution as well as Utah statute as it's what's before us.
Your Honor, obviously we want swift justice for Charlie here. I think we obviously know the court needs to make sure they're balancing all interests here, but I think as soon as the matter could be bound over and this matter could be set for trial, that's what the Kirk family would like.
But do you want to weigh in regards to briefing? Because it sounds like it's.
Your Honor, I'm hesitant to weigh in on briefing. I feel as if that is a decision which the court should decide whether or not it's necessary. And we're going to take no position on briefing. We asked for speed. This has been 10 months coming. We've heard a lot of evidence. To me, it seems rather overwhelming, but that's my opinion. Obviously, it doesn't matter. But so we just asked.
Shouldn't be saying that, right?
Yeah. Are you a lawyer even?
All right. All right. Having heard from the parties, I will go ahead and allow, I'm granting the request for briefing as it relates to probable cause to allow both parties to file the briefs. With defense, as you are the moving party requesting briefing, when would you like to submit your brief? Or to the state?
Judge, because we have the burden, I believe it's appropriate for us to initiate the briefing.
Okay.
Because we're moving for the bind over, and then we would have an opportunity to reply.
And that's okay. So let's start. Mr. Grunander, when can you have your brief filed?
Just a moment, Judge.
Thank you. And then going to defense, well, I'll follow up with you as well.
Thank you.
Anyone read lips?
Got Guys, reminder on the reports, right? It's the prosecution who wants a secondary FBI testing done because they don't like the results, right? Remember that? And it was the prosecution who tried to stop the ATF report from being submitted into evidence. So the prosecution does not like that
One moment,
report.
Mr. Gernander, I'm trying to get logistics so we can move this along.
That whole thing drove you so nuts, didn't it, Nate?
I just don't understand their angle, man.
Mr.
Like,
Gernander, returning to you.
Judge, if we were able to collect the transcript Monday, if we had 2 weeks from Tuesday, we could have our motion in. I believe that's the 28th of July.
is this to make a decision? They're going to postpone it?
28th of July, assuming that they can get the transcript by Monday. All right, state's brief. Okay, Ms. Visser.
We need 2 weeks after that. So August 11th, I believe, is 2 weeks.
All right, and to the state, if you wish to file a reply, when?
It would be 7 days after that, Judge. So the 18th?
August 18th. All right, and for oral argument, what I can set is September 1st in the morning. Let me take a quick glance here at the calendar.
September?
I'm trying to keep that close in time so we can move this along for all reasons previously stated. And we can start at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. on September 1st. How does that look for the parties?
That works for the state.
September 1st?
Is that just to decide
Your
what
Honor,
they're
I'm
supposed
gonna
to
be
decide tomorrow?
on trial that week, and I'd really like to be here for this argument. Is there any way we could just do it the next week?
The problem
Wow.
is, I'm happy to look, but it is getting it would be very tricky. This is a fortunate opening.
Got it. All right.
Otherwise,
We'll take it then.
Okay. I appreciate you accommodating the court schedule. September 1st, in person? I see the defense nodding yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
All right. September 1st at 10 a.m. And it sounds like up to 2 hours per side. And we can take it from there. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, page limits. We spoke as a team, and our preference would be to limit at least the initial briefs on both sides to 30 pages, no longer than 30.
Defense stipulates to that?
I'd like to counter with 40.
Okay. Well, this is not an auction, but any final thoughts?
We'll submit it, Judge. And then we would ask for half of whatever Your Honor grants for the final reply.
We will set it at 35 pages, and then we will go half of that, which is
It became an auction.
17. We'll go 17 pages for the reply. Parties agree?
I was going to offer to round up to 18, but
I know.
We'll take the 18, Judge.
All right, we will go with 18. So 35 pages for the initial filings, 18 response, and September 1st at 10 a.m. Anything further for this evening?
Yes, Judge. I believe the Kirk family, there was a ruling that was reserved by the court with respect to publication of an exhibit that probably needs to be addressed.
Yes. And now my understanding is what's being requested is the portion that had been altered, which I believe is about 1 minute.
Your Honor, I believe it was enhanced in that it was like zooming in and circles that were put on it. We would ask for the entirety of that exhibit to be displayed.
He's already said no to that.
About 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Don't hold me on the
All
time.
right. Any final input on that? Thank you for reminding me from defense. Any final inputs? All right. What we can do is at the conclusion of defense's presentation of whatever witnesses they're going to do, we can address that. So the concern I heard was that the victim representative wanted to see what the court would consider before bind over decision is made And that allots for that. So whether it happens right now, which the hour is late, or by right after the conclusion of evidence, that's going to help well before I consider bind over. So in the interest of justice and balancing that, I don't want to take away time. It sounds like we're going to be okay, but I always want to be cautious. But I will grant that request, and that will be played in open court. And we will watch the totality of, I believe it is State's Exhibit 12.1, which is,
That's actually going to be interesting if we see it then.
give or take 2 minutes.
Your Honor, and just to clarify, it will not be televised, correct? It's only for people in the courtroom.
That is correct, because
Never mind.
it was made by the victim representative who is present in court.
Right.
I will grant that request, and it will be played in the courtroom for all present to see, but not to be broadcast on TV.
And we just would like a continuing objection for all the reasons we raised before, Your Honor.
Thank you. I appreciate you making that record. I note the standing objection. That objection as it relates to this request is overruled, and that will be played at the conclusion of defense's presentation of evidence. And before—
Oh, they are still going.
They do have a rebuttal witness. Please remind me so that I can address it, and that is taken care of. Thank you to the parties. I'm hesitant to ask this anything further.
The state.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate your hard work today. And that concludes court. We are in recess at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Man. I really hope I'm starting to see that it looks like the defense's, their tactic is going to be try to discredit science as the way they get Tyler off. And I just don't think that's the angle. I think there's no evidence. Like I don't know. Like, are you going to be able to get the jury to not believe DNA evidence or forensic testing on ballistics? It seems like a massive, and especially with that lawyer trying to explain it to the jury. I don't know, guys. I think there's a lot better angles for them. Like he had it up front, you know what I mean? I'm like, all right, he's cooking, right? And you even saw the prosecution there when the prosecution said to her, so the report shows that, is that a comprehensive list of all the possible firearms? And she goes, no, actually, there's even more possible. And he goes, actually, strike what I just said. We don't want to talk about that. It's like, yeah, of course you don't want to talk about that. Lean into that. You know what I mean? That creates reasonable doubt when you can point at this chart and go, it could have been 25 different firearms that shot this round, but we also cannot conclusively match that round to Tyler's gun. So it could be one of 25 different rifles. Like, that's good reasonable doubt. You know what I mean?
Well, the good news is if he's that big on science, imagine when there's a cross-examination and he starts bringing up the odds of the wound being a 30-06. You know what I mean?
That's where you want to start leaning into. I was hoping like we would get into that side of things. You know what I mean?
But he wouldn't do that today. But that's something that he's going to do at trial. They're going to have to dedicate a month, like literally a month, just to having him ask people questions about that.
Yeah. So I'm still confused. Like, so we're still Friday. Is he going to, what was the trial that they set in September?
No, I think that was for the briefing that like after tomorrow, they're going to come back September 1st to go over everything and then set a trial date. So this trial is probably not going to start till early 2027.
Yeah, you're right. Probably at the earliest.
And then they're going to want time to prep witnesses and get this and do that. You like, we might be another 2 years away from a verdict.
Yeah. Well, we got to try to hit super chats, and then we'll be a little bit late to Barron, but you guys have been overly generous today. There's no possible way we can get to all these guys. So we're going to have to do some top ones here because you guys dropped a ton of them. Saying thank you so much, though, guys. It's hard for us to get to these because 90% of the day we're listening to the courtroom, you know?
I'm going to have to leave soon to get my daughter, but if we don't get to any super chats that were mine, thank you. I read all of them. I appreciate the support.
And as always, make sure you guys like, subscribe, check out everyone's different channels. We appreciate you being here. We'll be live again tomorrow all day long. It sounds like it's going to be 9 to maybe a shorter day tomorrow, possibly. Depends on if that same guy goes up or not, but it should be interesting. It's supposed to be the official last day of these preliminaries. So you guys just come and join us tomorrow again, and we'll do it all over again. And like I said, we have a special guest that a lot of people won't expect. It'll be with us on the panel tomorrow. So make sure you come back and check that out.
I don't even know who it is.
We don't.
Exactly.
I don't know either. Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, and we are me and Matt are still going to raid Baron, guys. But we gotta at least get to the big super chats here. We don't want to leave you guys hanging. You're kind enough to donate.
All right.
Where are we at? I gotta find back where we are.
You guys all set up?
Oh, yeah.
They're not
do you
even all
think-
popping up on mine. I don't know.
Do you
why.
think that round on the other roof from the police officer, they could identify it to the specific rifle from impressions on the casing if it was actually chambered? God bless y'all. I mean, they should be able to do it with fingerprints and DNA testing, but I don't know. I guess they would need to know who it potentially came from to test that. I'm not sure.
DCSJ on the roof assembled the rifle, fired, disassembled, on his feet instantly ran, dropping the screwdriver off the roof, still running, and then reassembled the rifle again to be found intact. Did he take 2 screwdrivers?
Maybe.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, maybe.
That'll come out in trial.
Yeah. Evil prevails when good men do nothing. Keep up the good work. It's a great quote. Thank you.
This interface is slow, by the way, guys. It's like stuttering with all the people.
You got to get a new computer, homie.
This thing's brand new. It's a beast. I bet it's probably
is
faster
it?
than all of yours combined. Yeah.
Probably
Maybe.
StreamYard.
That's what
That's
I
pretty
think. It's the browser.
Mine's not doing too bad. Did they ever show whether the screwdriver was Phillips or flathead? It would be hilarious if they planted the wrong one on the roof. They haven't shown the screwdriver, have they?
They have not. They just said it was red and black. Probably Milwaukee brand, I'm guessing.
Not to be a contrarian, but I work for the state of Utah. I found .223 ammo in trash outside my shop. Well, the trash outside your shop's a little bit different than the roof of building adjacent to where a murder was carried out, homie.
At a university, yeah.
Hey, Nate, thanks for what you're doing. We need more Americans like you. Imagine Charlie's reaction on all of this. Well, thank you, Yankee. I appreciate you. It's very kind.
Alicia, here so you're not left out. $10. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys saw, but some of my audience went over to you guys and threw you some supers. They were conspiring to get you guys some more.
Oh,
thank you.
Amiri Hababi. I did a grandma request a few days ago for the officer's body-worn cam device audit trail that day. Not the footage, just metadata, and then waiting on the response from UVUPD. Awesome. If you get something,
let us know
make
if
sure
you
let
get
us
it.
know.
Yeah.
Mhm. Come on, StreamYard. Here we go.
Could be a shooter type scenario, the movie type, where they had him go to a certain location to frame him, but I don't know. Had to take a break from political stuff for months. Shit is mentally toxic. Welcome to our lives. This is what we do for a living.
Thank you, MSJ. See if you got him from him. Say thank you.
Oh, Mr. Bruce Lee.
Mr. Bruce Lee, 98. I would have been bored to death without you guys and everybody watching. Cheers to you all. When this goes to trial, is it going to be months from now or even longer? It could be longer. It could be 6+ months.
Yeah. I hope they don't be like next July. But not me.
Well,
it's one of you guys.
It's either Bays or Danks.
I'll read it. Hi, guys. Thanks for broadcasting. If they are blocking out parts today, then why didn't they do the same yesterday on the videos instead of trying to make it seem like one continuous stream?
I don't know. Good question. Nate took a look at Stephen Gardner's walkthrough. I don't need to because I did a show with Stephen Gardner where we went through his walkthrough together. So I've seen it, homie. But yeah, I do know the things you're talking about.
Jess Happy, thanks for the super chat. Article published September 12th, 2025 by Head Dustin in the Times News. Utah students saw white male on the roof noon on Wednesday the 1st, the week before September 10th, 2025. I remember
did hear
that.
this.
Supposedly TR had never been there before. Who was that? Any flights of VP, same time frame, share with B and Daisy. I don't do the flight stuff, but actually Anna Escobar is really good at the flight stuff. But yeah,
that's outside my wheelhouse too.
Deb DeCurtis, this is all a farce. They should be going with his first interview. Notice how he is being led to answer these questions. His family has benefited well, in my opinion, allegedly. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, definitely some interesting things going on around Lance Twiggs.
I'd like to compare those interviews.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely different, whatever it is, I'm sure.
Steve Obokakov, thanks for the super. To tell a good lie, you need to tell 90% truth. How many percent truth does Wiggs tell?
I don't know. He was dead in the eyes, man.
Yeah, there's something missing there.
Erica in Dallas, disgusting how hard EK and the DA pushed to get Lance Twiggs to say he's trans and Tyler Robinson is gay. Just to keep that Fed slop narrative alive in the media. It's gay transphobia. EK and TP need the BS to hold on to.
Didn't it feel super forced and uncomfortable
Yes.
when he said they were dating?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a lot of acronyms.
Katie says, guys, it's totally not normal. It's totally normal to ask follow-up questions if your boyfriend talks about engraving casings. You just say, hey, my love, don't blow anything up. That's not. Yeah, like, oh, that's just, I'm just going to engrave some rifle casings to go on my hunting trip. Like, okay.
Just real quick, Danks and Bays, did you guys get set up for the raid?
Yeah, mine's rated ready. Raid ready.
Awesome.
No, mine is not.
Can they contact
room,
any coworkers to ask if he listened to politics at work? Classmate at tech school. I mean, my coworkers know better than me, my family, since I'm with them the majority of the day. I don't know. I would assume his coworkers have all been interviewed.
The friends were, right?
Yeah, you skipped I think you skipped a couple. The biggest tell. Whoops,
yep.
You're good. Go ahead.
Danny V, what's up? What if Lance staged a real life RPG to play at Charlie Kirk event? That he and Tyler Robinson plus others were active at UVU doing missions, and Tyler Robinson wouldn't be sus because Lance Twiggs had skin in the game too. I don't know. Lance Twiggs definitely involved. Yeah, he's definitely involved. That's what I think.
They did like games like that. The biggest tell that Lance Twiggs is a federal informant is he was handled and interviewed by the FBI, and Tyler Robinson was dealt with by local law enforcement. I mean, he was obviously coached. He was sitting there with the prosecution when he gave that statement.
He also had protection from them for a while too.
Immunity, yeah. We have pictures of a phone, not phone records from the phone company or the phone itself. That's not evidence. How do we know that Tyler Robinson and not some other random? To your point, I could put Tyler in my phone, make those exact same cell phone messages, and then take a picture of it and use it as evidence. You're not wrong. The phone looks like it flew off that roof onto the ground in that alleged backpack. Maybe. It was shattered.
It's pretty rough.
I can tell texts they're manufactured because it's the golden egg on the silver platter, means motive, confession, articulates all the details to validate planted rifle. It's a script. Thank you.
S. Cassidy, this makes no sense. TR sent his first text to LT at 11 p.m., but then Davis reads text where TR is talking about waiting for cops to leave the area so he can recover the gun. Timeline doesn't line up.
Barron was talking about that, the timeline being all wonky in the chat earlier. Is there any other Mac devices in the house? You can have all of them linked to your phone number and could easily send text from someone other's computer or MacBook or tablet. Yeah, not wrong.
All right, I got to go get my daughter. Thanks, everyone.
All right, brother.
Are you guys probably going to send it over soon? So I should just
it'll be before you.
This.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll probably
All
be
right.
before you get back.
Cheers, guys. Mine is set to raid Baron, so go over there when you're done. Thanks, guys. Peace.
All right, a $2,000 scope on a Mauser, right? That's not a $2,000 scope, by the way, guys. That looks like about a $300 scope from Walmart.
And it's also a sporterized Mauser, so we don't know how much money they put into that gun, but it's not obviously not stock.
Yeah.
M. Weidman, how convenient. He had everything in that backpack. What a modern day Mary Poppins. Fury with extreme liberal views, but still sleeps on his own bed next door to his lover. Makes complete sense.
Yeah. All right, we might have to go oranges and up here soon.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, but we literally have like 5 hours of doing this left if we don't. So, you guys are amazingly generous, though. I don't know where we are at here with this one. Sorry, I lost this.
I think that was one or two below where we just were a second ago.
That last
okay,
one
here we
was
go.
158.
Oh, this must be Danks. Something towards the baby for Danks. It's 3:57. I'm going to sleep. Blessings, good health, prosperity. Well, thank you on behalf of Danks. Jesus, Buff. Thank you, brother. One of my moderators gifted another 50 Valhalla VFT memberships. Make sure you say thank you if you got one of those and spam those munchkins in the chat. These are actually kind of hard to figure out where we're at.
Yeah.
Erica's desperate for any evidence on Tyler at this point. We will see in chain of custody for the text or a fake MS Word text. Did the confession come out of Tyler's mouth, or are we just relying on Twigs? As far as I know, there is no evidence outside of Lance Twiggs' hearsay and those text messages that Tyler has ever admitted to this crime. Right? Am I wrong? Chat, guys?
Yes. Yeah, sounds right. Buff like Jesus, thanks for the 10 TriggerSmart memberships. Make sure you show some love in chat for those memberships. And again, we have no control over who they go to. And this interface is struggling. Isla Morata, thanks for the big super chat. Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard. Referring to Tyler's TR's keyboard. Takes time to dig around your roommate's room. Language on text messages alleged from TR. Hope this guy F's off. I feel like this is more of a British way of saying speaking.
It's definitely different than how he was speaking in the first part of the text.
Yeah, I'd like to know that timeline.
John says, do you think it's possible Tyler was blackmailed or bribed into taking the fall for this? Sorry, questioning the whole process. I should stand in like all the other, you know what's, Christ is king above all kings. Anything's possible, but I mean, I don't know, like, if you're going to say I'm about to get the death penalty, like, what could you really be blackmailing me for, right? Regardless of what it is, I'd probably be like, nah, I'm going to take my chances. Sorry. So, but who knows? Maybe they, got to his family or something like that. Danny, thank you. Celebrate, we do it and create a safer world to help victims and their families and justice reclaim their lives and protect the innocent. Founded in our greatest ally, Operation Find Them All.
Coropsis, thanks for the super.
Oh, yep.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good. We're moving quick. I thought it was mine. You're good.
Class was eaten. Hey, all, thanks for hosting this. Apologies if this has been asked already, as I've been in and out working. Have Cassia or Nissi been invited to these lives? Would love to see collaboration. They have unique takes. Christ is king. I will tell you, it is one of those two. That's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you which one.
Oh, for tomorrow?
Yep.
Oh, well, you gave up the gander now. Now they know it's one of two people.
It's 50-50, so.
Explaining why to me how the boyfriends are, if that's what he explained, but he got complete immunity if he was innocent. Only reason he got immunity is because he knew more about it, maybe even partaken in the messages. Keep in mind, so what I think the immunity for is because he lit evidence on fire, and that is a federal crime. That's tampering, and what's the term? I looked it up earlier. So, because what I wanted to look up for Lance Twiggs was if you know about a murder and you don't tell the police or inform anybody, is that a crime? And no, that is not actually a crime. You're not required to do that. However, if you tamper with evidence, destroy evidence, you are now an accessory.
Accessory after the fact.
So Lance Twiggs is actually an accessory to the crime because he destroyed evidence. So that's why they're giving him immunity. Yeah.
They could build the case that he knew, like with the machine that was carving the bullets and everything. Like they could tie it if they wanted to. Isla Murata,
obstruction, Autumn, obstruction. That's right. That's what it is. Yeah. Sorry.
Bays, because it's no small thing to take someone's freedom away. If it could happen to Tyler Robinson, it could happen to any of us. I wonder if this went to a grand jury, if they would have found probable cause.
Don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think his best chance is a jury of his peers. Just Utah is not a great place for it. Hey guys, watching from Belfast, Northern Ireland. I think CK's, is the closest we've got yet to our nation's greatest ally being revealed. That and JFK. Hi guys. Oh, we got this one. Repeat. Well, thank you, Rico. I'm not reading that one twice though.
Yeah, that one sent twice. Let's see. Stacy Noble, thanks for the super. Biggest psyop 2 Oh, biggest app to come. EK becomes unconvinced, throws the case. No one dies. Minor punishments are ordered. TPUSA regain popularity with the masses. Pushes the Christian angle equals DJT gets his Nobel Peace Prize.
No, biggest psyop is Tyler gets off, and then we got to listen to everybody giving sympathy and pity to Erica Kirk for the next 5 years.
And why we have to take your rights away on social media.
She
because
had
you
no
guys
justice.
Are the reason why.
Yeah, it's all our fault.
Sammy Cottrell, thanks for the excuse me, thanks for the super. Very generous super.
And guys, we are getting there. We're going to raid Baron here probably in, I don't know, 10 minutes if you can hang on.
Yep.
We always just, this might be Danks. I view Jesse's theory as analyzing a competing hypotheses important to the analytical process. You're not wrong. That's why I don't mind all the theories, man. Throw all the theories at the wall. You know what I mean? The truth will find its way. Dwayne says, Bazers is the Happy Gilmore of podcasters. Oh, that's a compliment.
Yeah.
Happy Gilmore is awesome. Why didn't they download all the data and metadata from Twigs's phone? It would show all the combos, i.e. Signal, WhatsApps, etc. I think they did. But again, showing us like screenshotted photos was very bizarre.
Oh, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate it, Truth.
I'm scrolling. Susie says, hey, Nate, you probably won't get this until tomorrow. We made it. Please DoorDash yourself some breakfast or lunch. Thank you for the coverage and synopsis. Appreciate you guys. Oh, there goes. Now I know I've changed the light out twice. Now I know it's been a long day. The guys, Nate and friends, thank you for your service. Thank you, Susie. Very, very generous. I appreciate you.
Marvell Moke, thanks for the super.
Gabby says probably nothing, but Twig's mom used to live in Scottsdale. One of her several LLCs allegedly involves composure training and interviewing for elite athletes, models, and beauty pageants. Check your email for pics. I will. Thank you. Very, very interesting. I always love when parents are in some weird like psyop field too. You know what I mean? When stuff like this happens.
Going to the bottom and going up because we had a couple big ones that just came in.
Okay.
Latina 3036. Thanks for the large super chat. Very generous. Matt, appreciate it as always, your calm demeanor and excellent coverage. Pizza contribution for your children. That's very sweet. Thank you.
Get Katie's right below that if we're going up. Katie, thank you. Curious, could the bullet fragments have been placed into the exploding mic? Keep up the awesome work, guys. Well, if it's John Bray's theory, no, because you're talking about more of a shape charge that is a directional blast, and if you put bullet fragments in there, it's going to explode, and you would have expected to see, way more damage under the shirt in different places. So I wouldn't expect for the if we're going by John Bray's microphone theory, probably not for this one, Katie.
Anne Marie, thank you very much. So from the school of Barron, I learned it is not the job of the defense to prove another way. It could have happened. They just have to prove that the way the state is saying it happened is bull butter.
Yep, reasonable doubt's all you need.
That's a good point.
Am I the only one who thinks TR's lawyer sucks? I don't know if it's forthcoming out of the drapes. I think two of his lawyers are very good. Nestor and Novak is his name. Isn't that his name?
Novak, yeah.
And then the third lawyer, I think, is terrible.
I think he has good information. Like he should research and they should present. I think that's
right. Yeah, he's not good at trying to convey his points or like getting to the gotcha.
Somebody in the chat said that he likes to take the scenic route.
He does. Yeah.
That was a funny way to put it.
But he never arrives.
Destroy the blob. Thank you very much.
Point, right? He doesn't ever arrive to the destination.
Too many detours. What fits best is 300 blackout AR platform. Nate's day one theory, perhaps 762 39 AK platform. The 223 cartridge may have been left from one of multiple Overwatch backup shooters. Thank you all for your good work, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And it works with the 300 blackout works with the 30 caliber bullet that's inside Charlie, by the way. So that's why I think that one's interesting.
Hi, Bays. I appreciate you staying alert in spite of the New York heat. Yeah, I'm trying.
Today you skipped an orange by Rooftop Rabbit.
Let's see.
Down a bit right after the last one's the Stacy.
Yeah, this interface is just the StreamYard is struggling. Everything else is fine.
Mine's good, dude. Maybe he had some internet stuff. I don't know. Or it's because you're the host, probably. Lawyer, why didn't you receive more of, or the bullet jacket, I think you mean, of Sam Carter? Seems like CK Security either dropped the rest or ran out of time, thumbing it all, making it back like they were trying to save him. I've had a lot of criticisms about their trauma medicine work. Looks to me like they intentionally or unintentionally made sure he didn't make it. So, that was the base one. Okay, you guys guided me through heat stroke today. I'm the owner and operator for pool maintenance in Florida. Thank you guys for your dedication to this. I bet it's hot there right now. Thank you, brother.
Jess happy. Triggers chat said you needed a soup or said you were sweating or something. Super happy to send some love your way, young man. Keep going, Max. You got great energy and are fun to watch. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Quite a compliment.
Get this one right above that because it's an interesting question, Matt. I think it's for you from Kathy Madsen.
Yeah, scroll quite a ways down here. Hold on, let's see.
It should have been right above that one. We were just talking about this.
Oh, this thing is dancing all over. I apologize. This thing's dancing all over the place. Yeah, I don't even see that. The one I just have on there, I don't even see it now.
Don't worry, I'll read it. So Kathy Madsen said, did Harpool stop the bleeding or was he inserting evidence? I'm horrified that my brain has to contemplate that scenario. Now, the reason why I'm going to say I don't think he was inserting evidence is because he didn't have any blood on his hands, which means he didn't have his hands in Charlie's neck at all, which he should have. But so I don't think he was inserting evidence because we would have seen blood on his hands if his hands would have been inside Charlie.
I'm still curious about the 7 fragments that ended up only being 4 by the time it got
there.
there.
That's a little odd. Where'd those go?
Well, half the evidence is missing.
Mm-hmm.
Jock, thanks for the super. Police station didn't know Tyler did it, so no warrant was made. So how did the family friend know it was Tyler? I think Tyler decided to surrender. Then parents called the friend for advice, and he took him into the station.
Not according to the prosecution and the lead investigator. And I think they would have said that if that was the case. That would be way better for the prosecution, right? So,
all right, this will be our last 2 or 3 here.
Yep. Techie says the Celebrite company used to get Twigs message info and metadata. It's a you know what company because of course, yeah, somebody else just said that. Go figure, huh? All right.
Come on, StreamYard. Work with me here. By the way,
always at the end.
By the way,
we're burning in.
Yeah, by the way, we're going to go straight to Baron and we're going to rate him. So as soon as we sign off, just stay on. It'll automatically redirect you over there. And everyone in my chat, put Trigger Tribe over there and we'll see you there. And then what do you want
to put? Munchkin Militia when you get over there, everybody. Oh, you just got one more just came in. And again, sorry, guys, that we can't get to all the supers, but you guys left literally so many that it would take us 10 hours to do it. But we love you guys to death for that.
Trev Bob, thank you very much. Just watched your live with Lala. I think that was her name. It was great. Thank you all for your hard work and effort.
And this will be our last one here.
That's my actual mom, Mother Bays. Love you. Thank you very much.
What's up, Mom?
You must have just made that account.
All right. So, final ones. Thank you all so much for staying with us the entire way. Again, love you guys. Sorry we couldn't get to all the supers. Any final? I'll try to put out my day 4 recap here in about an hour if I can. I'm kind of burned out, but I'll do my best. Anything from you guys?
It's only 9.5 hours.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you come back for the last day. It's the final day. We appreciate you here.
My chat, I'm going to end my stream here first to make sure we get over there. Drop those Munchkin Militias and Baron's chat. Let's pump them up. All right. Love you guys. I will see you over there on Baron's stream. I am out of here.